the Soviet members lived luxuriously. At Smolny there were strict guards at the door and the outer gates, demanding everybody's pass. The committee rooms buzzed and hummed all day and all night. Hundreds of soldiers and workmen slept on the floor, wherever they could find room. Upstairs in the Great Hall 1,000 people crowded to the uproarious sessions of the Petrograd Soviet. Gambling clubs functioned hectically from dusk to dawn, with champagne flowing and stakes of 20,000 rubles. In the center of the city at night prostitutes in jewels and expensive furs walked up and down, crowded the cafes. Monarchist plots, German spies, smugglers hatching schemes. And in the rain, the bitter chill, the great throbbing city under gray skies rushing faster and faster toward what? Footnotes 1. The Kornilov Revolt is treated in detail in my forthcoming volume, Kornilov to Brest-Litovsk. The responsibility of Kerensky for the situation which gave rise to Kornilov's attempt is now pretty clearly established. Many apologists for Kerensky say that he knew of Kornilov's plans, and by a trick drew him out prematurely, and then crushed him. Even Mr. A.J. Sack, in his book, The Birth of the Russian Democracy, says, several things are almost certain. The first is that Kerensky knew about the movement of several detachments from the front toward Petrograd, and it is possible that as Prime Minister and Minister of War, realizing the growing Bolshevist danger, he called for them. The only flaw in that argument is that there was no Bolshevist danger at that time, the Bolsheviki still being a powerless minority in the Soviets, and their leaders in jail or hiding. 2. Democratic Conference. When the Democratic Conference was first proposed to Kerensky, he suggested an assembly of all the elements in the nation, the live forces, as he called them, including bankers, manufacturers, landowners, and representatives of the Cadet Party. The Soviet refused, and drew up the following table of representation, which Kerensky agreed to. 100 delegates. All Russian Soviets, workers and soldiers, deputies. 100 delegates. All Russian Soviets, peasants, deputies. 50 delegates. Provincial Soviets, workers and soldiers, deputies. 50 delegates. Peasants, district land committees. 100 delegates. Trade unions. 84 delegates. Army committees at the front. 150 delegates. Workers and peasants cooperative societies. 20 delegates. Railway Workers Union. 10 delegates. Post and Telegraph Workers Union. 20 delegates. Commercial Clerks. 15 delegates. Liberal professions, doctors, lawyers, journalists, etc. 50 delegates. Provincial Zemstvos. 59 delegates. Nationalist organizations, Poles, Ukrainians, etc. This proportion was altered twice or three times. The final disposition of delegates was 300 delegates. All Russian Soviets, workers, soldiers and peasants, deputies. 300 delegates. Cooperative societies. 300 delegates. Municipalities. 150 delegates. Army committees at the front. 150 delegates. Provincial Zemstvos. 200 delegates. Trade unions. 100 delegates. Nationalist organizations. 200 delegates. Several small groups. 3. On September 28, 1917, Izvestia, organ of the Tsaik, published an article which said, speaking of the last provisional ministry, at last a truly democratic government, born of the will of all classes of the Russian people, the first rough form of the future liberal parliamentary regime, has been formed. Ahead of us is the Constituent Assembly, which will solve all questions of fundamental law, and whose composition will be essentially democratic. The function of the Soviets is at an end, and the time is approaching when they must retire, with the rest of the revolutionary machinery, from the stage of a free and victorious people, whose weapons shall hereafter be the peaceful ones of political action. The leading article of Izvestia for October 23 was called, "The Crisis in the Soviet Organizations." It began by saying that travelers reported a lessening activity of local Soviets everywhere. "This is natural," said the writer. "For the people are becoming interested in the more permanent legislative organs, the municipal dumas and the zemstvos. In the important centers of Petrograd and Moscow, where the Soviets were best organized, they did not take in all the democratic elements. The majority of the intellectuals did not participate, and many workers also, some of the workers because they were politically backward, others because the center of gravity for them was in their unions. We cannot deny that these organizations are firmly united with the masses, whose everyday needs are better served by them. That the local democratic administrations are being energetically organized is highly important. The city dumas are elected by universal suffrage, and in purely local matters have more authority than the Soviets. Not a single Democrat will see anything wrong in this. Elections to the municipalities are being conducted in a better and more democratic way than the elections to the Soviets. All classes are represented in the municipalities. And as soon as the local self-governments begin to organize life in the municipalities, the role of the local Soviets naturally ends. There are two factors in the falling off of interest in the Soviets. The first we may attribute to the lowering of political interest in the masses, the second, to the growing effort of provincial and local governing bodies to organize the building of New Russia. The more the tendency lies in this latter direction, the sooner disappears the significance of the Soviets. We ourselves are being called the undertakers of our own organization. In reality, we ourselves are the hardest workers in constructing the new Russia. When autocracy and the whole bureaucratic regime fell, we set up the Soviets as a barracks in which all the democracy could find temporary shelter. Now, instead of barracks, we are building the permanent edifice of a new system, and naturally the people will gradually leave the barracks for more comfortable quarters. For Trotsky's speech at the Council of the Russian Republic, the purpose of the Democratic Conference, which was called by the Tsayika, was to do away with the irresponsible personal government which produced Kornilov, and to establish a responsible government which would be capable of finishing the war, and ensure the calling of the Constituent Assembly at the given time. In the meanwhile, behind the back of the Democratic Conference, by trickery, by deals between Citizen Kerensky, the cadets, and the leaders of the Menshevik and Socialist Revolutionary parties, we received the opposite result from the officially announced purpose. A power was created around which and in which we have open and secret Kornilovs playing leading parts. The irresponsibility of the government is officially proclaimed, when it is announced that the Council of the Russian Republic is to be a consultative and not legislative body. In the 8th month of the revolution, the irresponsible government creates a cover for itself in this new edition of Bilogin's Duma. The propertied classes have entered this provision council in a proportion which clearly shows, from elections all over the country, that many of them have no right here whatever. In spite of that, the Cadet Party, which until yesterday wanted the provisional government to be responsible to the State Duma, the same Cadet Party secured the Independence Assembly. The propertied classes will no doubt have as favorable position than they have in this council, and they will not be able to be irresponsible to the Constituent Assembly. If the propertied classes were really getting ready for the Constituent Assembly 6 weeks from now, there could be no reason for establishing the irresponsibility of the government at this time. The whole truth is that the bourgeoisie, which directs the policies of the provisional government, has for its aim to break the Constituent Assembly. At present this is the main purpose of the propertied classes, which control our entire national policy, external and internal. In the industrial, agrarian and supply departments, the politics of the propertied classes, acting with the government, increases the natural disorganization caused by the war. The propertied classes, which are provoking a peasants' revolt. The propertied classes, which are provoking civil war, and openly hold their course on the bony hand of hunger, with which they intend to overthrow the revolution and finish with the Constituent Assembly. No less criminal also is the international policy of the bourgeoisie and its government. After 40 months of war, the capital is threatened with mortal danger. In reply to this arises a plan to move the government to Moscow. The idea of abandoning the capital does not stir the indignation of the bourgeoisie. Just the opposite. It is accepted as a natural part of the general policy designed to promote counter-revolutionary conspiracy. Instead of recognizing that the salvation of the country lies in concluding peace, instead of throwing openly the idea of immediate peace to all the worn-out peoples, over the heads of diplomats and imperialists, and making the continuation of the war impossible, the provisional government, by order of the cadets, the counter-revolutionists and the allied imperialists, without sense, without purpose and without a plan, continues to drag on the murderous war, sentencing to useless death new hundreds of thousands of soldiers and sailors, and preparing to give up Petrograd, and to wreck the revolution. At a time when Bolshevik soldiers and sailors are dying with other soldiers and sailors as a result of the mistakes and crimes of others, the so-called Supreme Commander, Kerensky, continues to suppress the Bolshevik press. The leading parties of the council are acting as a voluntary cover for these policies. We, the faction of Social Democrats Bolsheviki, announce that with this government of treason to the people we have nothing in common. We have nothing in common with the work of these murderers of the people which goes on behind official curtains. We refuse either directly or indirectly to cover up one day of this work. While Wilhelm's troops are threatening Petrograd, the government of Kerensky and Kornilov is preparing to run away from Petrograd and turn Moscow into a base of counter-revolution. We warn the Moscow workers and soldiers to be on their guard. Leaving this council, we appeal to the manhood and wisdom of the workers, peasants, and soldiers of all Russia. Petrograd is in danger. The revolution is in danger. The government has increased the danger, the ruling classes intensify it. Only the people themselves can save themselves and the country. We appeal to the people. Long live immediate, honest, democratic peace. All power to the Soviets. All land to the people. Long live the Constituent Assembly. 5 Nakaz to Skobeliev. Resume. Passed by the Tsay and given to Skobeliev as an instruction for the representative of the Russian revolutionary democracy at the Paris Conference. The peace treaty must be based on the principle, no annexations, no indemnities, the right of self-determination of peoples. Territorial problems. 1. Evacuation of German troops from invaded Russia. Full right of self-determination to Poland, Lithuania, and Livonia. 2. For Turkish Armenia autonomy, and later complete self-determination, as soon as local governments are established. 3. The question of Alsace-Lorraine to be solved by a plebiscite, after the withdrawal of all foreign troops. 4. Belgium to be restored. Compensation for damages from an international fund. 5. Serbia and Montenegro to be restored, and aided by an international relief fund. Serbia to have an outlet on the Adriatic. Bosnia and Herzegovina to be autonomous. 6. The disputed provinces in the Balkans to have provisional autonomy, followed by a plebiscite. 7. Romania to be restored, but forced to give complete self-determination to the Dobruja. Romania must be forced to execute the clauses of the Berlin Treaty concerning the Jews, and recognize them as Romanian citizens. 8. In Italia irredenta a provisional autonomy, followed by a plebiscite to determine state dependence. 9. The German colonies to be returned. 10. Greece and Persia to be restored. Freedom of the seas. All straits opening into inland seas, as well as the Suez and Panama canals, are to be neutralized. Commercial shipping to be free. The right of privateering to be abolished. The torpedoing of commercial ships to be forbidden. Indemnities. All combatants to renounce demands for any indemnities, either direct or indirect as, for instance, charges for the maintenance of prisoners. Indemnities and contributions collected during the war must be refunded. Economic terms. Commercial treaties are not to be a part of the peace terms. Every country must be independent in its commercial relations, and must not be obliged to, or prevented from, concluding an economic treaty, by the Treaty of Peace. Nevertheless, all nations should bind themselves, by the peace treaty, not to practice an economic blockade after the war, nor to form separate tariff agreements. The right of most favored nation must be given to all countries without distinction. Guarantees of peace. Peace is to be concluded at the Peace Conference by delegates elected by the national representative institutions of each country. The peace terms are to be confirmed by these parliaments. Secret diplomacy is to be abolished. All parties are to bind themselves not to conclude any secret treaties. Such treaties are declared in contradiction to international law, and void. All treaties, until confirmed by the parliaments of the different nations, are to be considered void. Gradual disarmament both on land and sea, and the establishment of a militia system. The League of Nations advanced by President Wilson may become a valuable aid to international law, provided that, a. all nations are to be obliged to participate in it with equal rights, and, b. international politics are to be democratized. Ways to peace. The Allies are to announce immediately that they are willing to open peace negotiations as soon as the enemy powers declare their consent to the renunciation of all forcible annexations. The Allies must bind themselves not to begin any peace negotiations, nor to conclude peace, except in a general peace conference with the participation of delegates from all the neutral countries. All obstacles to the Stockholm Socialist Conference are to be removed, and passports are to be given immediately to all delegates of parties and organizations who wish to participate. The Executive Committee of the Peasants' Soviets also issued an ukaz, which differs little from the above. 6. Peace at Russia's expense. The Ribot revelations of Austria's peace offer to France, the so-called Peace Conference at Bern, Switzerland, during the summer of 1917, in which delegates participated from all belligerent countries, representing large financial interests in all these countries, and the attempted negotiations of an English agent with a Bulgarian church dignitary, all pointed to the fact that there were strong currents, on both sides, favorable to patching up a peace at the expense of Russia. In my next book, Kornilov to Brest-Litovsk, I intend to treat this matter at some length, publishing several secret documents discovered in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at Petrograd. 7 Russian soldiers in France. Official report of the Provisional Government. From the time the news of the Russian Revolution reached Paris, Russian newspapers of extreme tendencies immediately began to appear, and these newspapers, as well as individuals, freely circulated among the soldier masses and began a Bolshevik propaganda, often spreading false news which appeared in the French journals. In the absence of all official news, and of precise details, this campaign provoked discontent among the soldiers. The result was a desire to return to Russia, and a hatred toward the officers. Finally it all turned into rebellion. In one of their meetings, the soldiers issued an appeal to refuse to drill, since they had decided to fight no more. It was decided to isolate the rebels, and General Zankievich ordered all soldiers loyal to the provisional government to leave the camp of Kuratine, and to carry with them all ammunition. On June 25 the order was executed. There remained at the camp only the soldiers who said they would submit conditionally to the provisional government. The soldiers at the camp of Kuratine received several times the visit of the commander-in-chief of the Russian armies abroad, of Rapp, the commissar of the Ministry of War, and of several distinguished former exiles who wished to influence them, but these attempts were unsuccessful, and finally Commissar Rapp insisted that the rebels lay down their arms, and, in sign of submission, march in good order to a place called Clairvaux. The order was only partially obeyed. First 500 men went out, of whom 22 were arrested. 24 hours later about 6,000 followed. About 2,000 remained. It was decided to increase the pressure. Their rations were diminished, their pay was cut off, and the roads toward the village of Kuratine were guarded by French soldiers. General Zankievich, having discovered that a Russian artillery brigade was passing through France, decided to form a mixed detachment of infantry and artillery to reduce the rebels. A deputation was sent to the rebels. The deputation returned several hours later, convinced of the futility of the negotiations. On September 1 General Zankievich sent an ultimatum to the rebels demanding that they lay down their arms, and menacing in case of refusal to open fire with artillery if the order was not obeyed by September 3 at 10 o'clock. The order not being executed, a light fire of artillery was opened on the place at the hour agreed upon. 18 shells were fired, and the rebels were warned that the bombardment would become more intense. In the night of September 3 160 men surrendered. September 4 the artillery bombardment recommenced, and at 11 o'clock, after 36 shells had been fired, the rebels raised 2 white flags and began to leave the camp without arms. By evening 8,300 men had surrendered. 150 soldiers who remained in the camp opened fire with machine guns that night. The 5th of September, to make an end of the affair, a heavy barrage was laid on the camp, and our soldiers occupied it little by little. The rebels kept up a heavy fire with their machine guns. September 6, at 9 o'clock, the camp was entirely occupied. After the disarmament of the rebels, 81 arrests were made. Thus the report. From secret documents discovered in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, however, we know that the account is not strictly accurate. The first trouble arose when the soldiers tried to form committees, as their comrades in Russia were doing. They demanded to be sent back to Russia, which was refused, and then, being considered a dangerous influence in France, they were ordered to Salonika. They refused to go, and the battle followed. It was discovered that they had been left in camp without officers for about 2 months, and badly treated, before they became rebellious. All attempts to find out the name of the Russian artillery brigade which had fired on them were futile. The telegrams discovered in the ministry left it to be inferred that French artillery was used. After their surrender, more than 200 of the mutineers were shot in cold blood. 8 Terestchenko's speech. Resume. The questions of foreign policy are closely related to those of national defense. And so, if in questions of national defense you think it is necessary to hold session in secret, also in our foreign policy we are sometimes forced to observe the same secrecy. German diplomacy attempts to influence public opinion. Therefore the declarations of directors of great democratic organizations who talk loudly of a revolutionary Congress, and the impossibility of another winter campaign, are dangerous. All these declarations cost human lives. I wish to speak merely of governmental logic, without touching the questions of the honor and dignity of the state. From the point of view of logic, the foreign policy of Russia ought to be based on a real comprehension of the interests of Russia. These interests mean that it is impossible that our country remain alone, and that the present alignment of forces with us, the Allies, is satisfactory. All humanity longs for peace, but in Russia no one will permit a humiliating peace which would violate the state interests of our fatherland. The orator pointed out that such a peace would for long years, if not for centuries, retard the triumph of democratic principles in the world, and would inevitably cause new wars. All remember the days of May, when the fraternization on our front threatened to end the war by a simple cessation of military operations, and lead the country to a shameful separate peace, and what efforts it was necessary to use to make the soldier masses at the front understand that it was not by this method that the Russian state must end the war and guarantee its interest. He spoke of the miraculous effect of the July offensive, what strength it gave to the words of Russian ambassadors abroad, and the despair in Germany caused by the Russian victories. And also, the disillusionment in Allied countries which followed the Russian defeat. As to the Russian government, it adhered strictly to the formula of May, no annexations and no punitive indemnities. We consider it essential not only to proclaim the self-determination of peoples, but also to renounce imperialist aims. Germany is continually trying to make peace. The only talk in Germany is of peace. She knows she cannot win. I reject the reproaches aimed at the government which allege that Russian foreign policy does not speak clearly enough about the aims of the war. If the question arises as to what ends the Allies are pursuing, it is indispensable first to demand what aims the Central Powers have agreed upon. The desire is often heard that we publish the details of the treaties which bind the Allies, but people forget that, up to now, we do not know the treaties which bind the Central Powers. Germany, he said, evidently wants to separate Russia from the West by a series of weak buffer states. This tendency to strike at the vital interests of Russia must be checked. And will the Russian democracy, which has inscribed on its banner the rights of nations to dispose of themselves, allow calmly the continuation of oppression upon the most civilized peoples, in Austria-Hungary? Those who fear that the Allies will try to profit by our difficult situation, to make us support more than our share of the burden of war, and to solve the questions of peace at our expense, are entirely mistaken. Our enemy looks upon Russia as a market for its products. The end of the war will leave us in a feeble condition, and with our frontier open the flood of German products can easily hold back for years our industrial development. Measures must be taken to guard against this. I say openly and frankly, the combination of forces which unites us to the Allies is favorable to the interests of Russia. It is therefore important that our views on the questions of war and peace shall be in accord with the views of the Allies as clearly and precisely as possible. To avoid all misunderstanding, I must say frankly that Russia must present at the Paris conference one point of view. He did not want to comment on the nakaz to Skobeliev, but he referred to the manifesto of the Dutch Scandinavian Committee, just published in Stockholm. This manifesto declared for the autonomy of Lithuania and Livonia, but that is clearly impossible, said Terestchenko, for Russia must have free ports on the Baltic all the year round. In this question the problems of foreign policy are also closely related to interior politics, for if there existed a strong sentiment of unity of all Great Russia, one would not witness the repeated manifestations, everywhere, of a desire of peoples to separate from the central government. Such separations are contrary to the interests of Russia, and the Russian delegates cannot raise the issue. 9. The British fleet. At the time of the naval battle of the Gulf of Riga, not only the Bolsheviki, but also the ministers of the Provisional Government, considered that the British fleet had deliberately abandoned the Baltic, as one indication of the attitude so often expressed publicly by the British press, and semi-publicly by British representatives in Russia: Russia's finished. No use bothering about Russia. See interview with Kerensky, Appendix 13. General Gurko was a former chief of staff of the Russian armies under the Tsar. He was a prominent figure in the corrupt imperial court. After the revolution, he was one of the very few persons exiled for his political and personal record. The Russian naval defeat in the Gulf of Riga coincided with the public reception, by King George in London, of General Gurko, a man whom the Russian Provisional Government considered dangerously pro-German as well as reactionary. 10. Appeals against insurrection. To workers and soldiers. Comrades, the dark forces are increasingly trying to call forth in Petrograd and other towns disorders and pogroms. Disorder is necessary to the dark forces, for disorder will give them an opportunity for crushing the revolutionary movement in blood. Under the pretext of establishing order, and of protecting the inhabitants, they hope to establish the domination of Kornilov, which the revolutionary people succeeded in suppressing not long ago. Woe to the people if these hopes are realized. The triumphant counter-revolution will destroy the Soviets and the army committees, will disperse the Constituent Assembly, will stop the transfer of the land to the land committees, will put an end to all the hopes of the people for a speedy peace, and will fill all the prisons with revolutionary soldiers and workers. In their calculations, the counter-revolutionists and Black Hundred leaders are counting on the serious discontent of the unenlightened part of the people with the disorganization of the food supply, the continuation of the war, and the general difficulties of life. They hope to transform every demonstration of soldiers and workers into a pogrom, which will frighten the peaceful population and throw it into the arms of the restorers of law and order. Under such conditions every attempt to organize a demonstration in these days, although for the most laudable object, would be a crime. All conscious workers and soldiers who are displeased with the policy of the government will only bring injury to themselves and to the revolution if they indulge in demonstrations. Therefore the Tsay-ee-ka asks all workers not to obey any calls to demonstrate. Workers and soldiers, do not yield to provocation. Remember your duty to your country and to the revolution. Do not break the unity of the revolutionary front by demonstrations which are bound to be unsuccessful. The Central Executive Committee of the Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Deputies, Tsay-ee-ka. Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. The danger is near. To all workers and soldiers. Read and hand to others. Comrades, workers and soldiers. Our country is in danger. On account of this danger, our freedom and our revolution are passing through difficult days. The enemy is at the gates of Petrograd. The disorganization is growing with every hours. It becomes more and more difficult to obtain bread for Petrograd. All, from the smallest to the greatest, must redouble their efforts, must endeavor to arrange things properly. We must save our country, save freedom. More arms and provisions for the army. Bread for the great cities. Order and organization in the country. And in these terrible critical days rumors creep about that somewhere a demonstration is being prepared, that someone is calling on the soldiers and workers to destroy revolutionary peace and order. Rabochi Put, the newspaper of the Bolsheviki, is pouring oil on the flames, it flattering, trying to please the unenlightened people, tempting the worker and soldiers, urging them on against the government, promising them mountains of good things. The confiding, ignorant men believe, they do not reason. And from the other side come also rumors that the dark forces, the friends of the Tsar, the German spies, are rubbing their hands with glee. They are ready to join the Bolsheviki, and with them fan the disorders into civil war. The Bolsheviki and the ignorant soldiers and workers seduced by them cry senselessly, "Down with the government! All power to the Soviets!" And the dark servants of the Tsar and the spies of Wilhelm will egg the on, beat the Jews, beat the shopkeepers, rob the markets, devastate the shops, pillage the wine stores. Slay, burn, rob. And then will begin a terrible confusion, a war between one part of the people and the other. All will become still more disorganized, and perhaps once more blood will be shed on the streets of the capital. And then what then? Then, the road to Petrograd will be open to Wilhelm. Then, no bread will come to Petrograd, the children will die of hunger. Then, the army as the front will remain without support, our brothers in the trenches will be delivered to the fire of the enemy. Then, Russia will lose all prestige in other countries, our money will lose its value, everything will be so dear as to make life impossible. Then, the long-awaited Constituent Assembly will be postponed, it will be impossible to convene it in time. And then death to the revolution, death to our liberty. Is it this that you want, workers and soldiers? No. If you do not, then go to the ignorant people seduced by the betrayers, and tell them the whole truth, which we have told you. Let all know that every man who in these terrible days calls on you to come out in the streets against the government, is either a secret servant of the Tsar, a provocateur, or an unwise assistant of the enemies of the people, or a paid spy of Wilhelm. Every conscious worker revolutionist, every conscious peasant, every revolutionary soldier, all who understand what harm a demonstration or a revolt against the government might cause to the people, must join together and not allow the enemies of the people to destroy our freedom. The Petrograd Electoral Committee of the Mensheviki Oborontsi. 11 Lenin's letter to the comrades. This series of articles appeared in Rabochi Put several days running, at the end of October and beginning of November, 1917. I give here only extracts from 2 installments. 1. Kamenev and Ryazanov say that we have not a majority among the people, and that without a majority insurrection is hopeless. Answer: people capable of speaking such things are falsifiers, pedants, or simply don't want to look the real situation in the face. In the last elections we received in all the country more than 50% of all the votes. The most important thing in Russia today is the peasants' revolution. In Tambov government there has been a real agrarian uprising with wonderful political results. Even Dialo Nerida has been scared into yelling that the land must be turned over to the peasants, and not only the socialist revolutionaries in the Council of the Republic, but also the government itself, has been similarly affected. Another valuable result was the bringing of bread which had been hoarded by the Pomieschiki to the railroad stations in that province. The Ruskaya Valia had to admit that the stations were filled with bread after the peasants' rising. 2. We are not sufficiently strong to take over the government, and the bourgeoisie is not sufficiently strong to prevent the Constituent Assembly. Answer: this is nothing but timidity, expressed by pessimism as regards workers and soldiers, and optimism as regards the failure of the bourgeoisie. If Junkers and Cossacks say they will fight, you believe them; if workmen and soldiers say so, you doubt it. What is the distinction between such doubts and siding politically with the bourgeoisie? Kornilov proved that the Soviets were really a power. To believe Kerensky and the Council of the Republic, if the bourgeoisie is not strong enough to break the Soviets, it is not strong enough to break the Constituent. But that is wrong. The bourgeoisie will break the Constituent by sabotage, by lockouts, by giving up Petrograd, by opening the front to the Germans. This has already been done in the case of Riga. 3. The Soviets must remain a revolver at the head of the government to force the calling of the Constituent Assembly, and to suppress any further Kornilov attempts. Answer: refusal of insurrection is refusal of all power to the Soviets. Since September the Bolshevik Party has been discussing the question of insurrection. Refusing to rise means to trust our hopes in the faith of the good bourgeoisie, who have promised to call the Constituent Assembly. When the Soviets have all the power, the calling of the Constituent is guaranteed, and its success assured. Refusal of insurrection means surrender to the Libertans. Either we must drop all power to the Soviets or make an insurrection, there is no middle course. 4. The bourgeoisie cannot give up Petrograd, although the Rodchenkos want it, because it is not the bourgeoisie who are fighting, but our heroic soldiers and sailors. Answer: this did not prevent two admirals from running away at the Moon-Sund battle. The staff has not changed, it is composed of Kornilovci. If the staff, with Kerensky at its head, wants to give up Petrograd, it can do it doubly or trebly. It can make arrangements with the Germans or the British, open the fronts. It can sabotage the army's food supply. At all these doors has it knocked. We have no right to wait until the bourgeoisie chokes the revolution. Rodchenko is a man of action, who has faithfully and truthfully served the bourgeoisie for years. Half the Libertans are cowardly compromisers, half of them simple fatalists. 5. We're getting stronger every day. We shall be able to enter the Constituent Assembly as a strong opposition. Then why should we play everything on one card? Answer: this is the argument of a sophomore with no practical experience, who reads that the Constituent Assembly is being called and trustfully accepts the legal and constitutional way. Even the voting of the Constituent Assembly will not do away with hunger, or beat Wilhelm. The issue of hunger and of surrendering Petrograd cannot be decided by waiting for the Constituent Assembly. Hunger is not waiting. The peasants' revolution is not waiting. The admirals who ran away did not wait. Blind people are surprised that hungry people, betrayed by admirals and generals, do not take an interest in voting. 6. If the Kornilovci make an attempt, we would show them our strength. But why should we risk everything by making an attempt ourselves? Answer: history doesn't repeat. Perhaps Kornilov will someday make an attempt. What a serious base for proletarian action. But suppose Kornilov waits for starvation, for the opening of the fronts, what then? This attitude means to build the tactics of a revolutionary party on one of the bourgeoisie's former mistakes. Let us forget everything except that there is no way out but by the dictatorship of the proletariat, either that or the dictatorship of Kornilov. Let us wait, comrades, for a miracle. 12 Miliukov's speech. Resume: everyone admits, it seems, that the defense of the country is our principal task, and that, to assure it, we must have discipline in the army and order in the rear. To achieve this, there must be a power capable of daring, not only by persuasion, but also by force. The germ of all our evils comes from the point of view, original, truly Russian, concerning foreign policy, which passes for the internationalist point of view. The noble Lenin only imitates the noble Korolyevsky when he holds that from Russia will come the new world which shall resuscitate the aged West, and which will replace the old banner of doctrinary socialism by the new direct action of starving masses, and that will push humanity forward and force it to break in the doors of the social paradise. These men sincerely believed that the decomposition of Russia would bring about the decomposition of the whole capitalist regime. Starting from that point of view, they were able to commit the unconscious treason, in wartime, of calmly telling the soldiers to abandon the trenches, and instead of fighting the external enemy, creating internal civil war and attacking the proprietors and capitalists. Here Miliukov was interrupted by furious cries from the left, demanding what socialist had ever advised such action. Martov says that only the revolutionary pressure of the proletariat can condemn and conquer the evil will of imperialist cliques and break down the dictatorship of these cliques. Not by an accord between governments for a limitation of armaments, but by the disarming of these governments and the radical democratization of the military system. He attacked Martov viciously, and then turned on the Mensheviki and socialist revolutionaries, whom he accused of entering the government as ministers with the avowed purpose of carrying on the class struggle. The socialists of Germany and of the Allied countries contemplated these gentlemen with ill-concealed contempt, but they decided that it was for Russia, and sent us some apostles of the universal conflagration. The formula of our democracy is very simple: no foreign policy, no art of diplomacy, an immediate democratic peace, a declaration to the Allies, we want nothing, we haven't anything to fight with. And then our adversaries will make the same declaration, and the brotherhood of peoples will be accomplished. Miliukov took a fling at the Zimmerwald Manifesto, and declared that even Kerensky has not been able to escape the influence of that unhappy document which will forever be your indictment. He then attacked Skobeliev, whose position in foreign assemblies, where he would appear as a Russian delegate, yet opposed to the foreign policy of his government, would be so strange that people would say, "What's that gentleman carrying, and what shall we talk to him about?" As for the Nakaz, Miliukov said that he himself was a pacifist, that he believed in the creation of an international arbitration board, and the necessity for a limitation of armaments, and parliamentary control over secret diplomacy, which did not mean the abolition of secret diplomacy. As for the socialist ideas in the Nakaz, which he called Stockholm ideas: peace without victory, the right of self-determination of peoples, and renunciation of the economic war. The German successes are directly proportionate to the successes of those who call themselves the revolutionary democracy. I do not wish to say, to the successes of the revolution, because I believe that the defeats of the revolutionary democracy are victories for the revolution. The influence of the Soviet leaders abroad is not unimportant. One had only to listen to the speech of the Minister of Foreign Affairs to be convinced that, in this hall, the influence of the revolutionary democracy on foreign policy is so strong, that the minister does not dare to speak face to face with it about the honor and dignity of Russia. We can see, in the Nakaz of the Soviets, that the ideas of the Stockholm Manifesto have been elaborated in two directions: that of utopianism, and that of German interests. Interrupted by the angry cries of the left, and rebuked by the president, Miliukov insisted that the proposition of peace concluded by popular assemblies, not by diplomats, and the proposal to undertake peace negotiations as soon as the enemy had renounced annexations, were pro-German. Recently Coleman said that a personal declaration bound only him who made it. Anyway, we will imitate the Germans before we will imitate the Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies. The sections treating of the independence of Lithuania and Livonia were symptoms of nationalist agitation in different parts of Russia, supported, said Miliukov, by German money. Amid bedlam from the left, he contrasted the clauses of the Nakaz concerning Alsace-Lorraine, Romania, and Serbia, with those treating of the nationalities in Germany and Austria. The Nakaz embraced the German and Austrian point of view, said Miliukov. Passing to Terestchenko's speech, he contemptuously accused him of being afraid to speak the thought in his mind, and even afraid to think in terms of the greatness of Russia. The Dardanelles must belong to Russia. You are continually saying that the soldier does not know why he is fighting, and that when he does know, he'll fight. It is true that the soldier doesn't know why he is fighting, but now you have told him that there is no reason for him to fight, that we have no national interests, and that we are fighting for alien ends. Paying tribute to the Allies, who, he said, with the assistance of America, will yet save the cause of humanity, he ended. Long live the light of humanity, the advanced democracies of the West, who for a long time have been traveling the way we now only begin to enter, with ill-assured and hesitating steps. Long live our brave allies. 13 Interview with Kerensky. The Associated Press man tried his hand. Mr. Kerensky, he began, in England and France people are disappointed with the revolution. Yes, I know, interrupted Kerensky, quizzically. Abroad the revolution is no longer fashionable. What is your explanation of why the Russians have stopped fighting? That is a foolish question to ask. Kerensky was annoyed. Russia entered the war first of all the Allies, and for a long time she bore the whole brunt of it. Her losses have been inconceivably greater than those of all the other nations put together. Russia has now the right to demand of the Allies that they bring greater force of arms to bear. He stopped for a moment and stared at his interlocutor. You are asking why the Russians have stopped fighting, and the Russians are asking where is the British fleet with German battleships in the Gulf of Riga. Again he ceased suddenly, and as suddenly burst out. The Russian Revolution hasn't failed and the Revolutionary Army hasn't failed. It is not the revolution which caused disorganization in the army. That disorganization was accomplished years ago, by the old regime. Why aren't the Russians fighting? I will tell you. Because the masses of the people are economically exhausted and because they are disillusioned with the Allies. The interview of which this is an excerpt was cabled to the United States, and in a few days sent back by the American State Department, with a demand that it be altered. This Kerensky refused to do, but it was done by his secretary, Dr. David Soskice, and, thus purged of all offensive references to the Allies, was given to the press of the world. Chapter 3. On the eve. In the relations of a weak government and a rebellious people there comes a time when every act of the authorities exasperates the masses, and every refusal to act excites their contempt. The proposal to abandon Petrograd raised a hurricane. Kerensky's public denial that the government had any such intention was met with hoots of derision. Pinned to the wall by the pressure of the revolution, cried Rabochi Put, the government of provisional bourgeois tries to get free by giving out lying assurances that it never thought of fleeing from Petrograd, and that it didn't wish to surrender the capital. In Kharkov 30,000 coal miners organized, adopting the preamble of the IWW Constitution. The working class and the employing class have nothing in common. Dispersed by Cossacks, some were locked out by the mine owners, and the rest declared a general strike. Minister of Commerce and Industry Konovalov appointed his assistant, Orlov, with plenary powers, to settle the trouble. Orlov was hated by the miners. But the Tsay-ee-kah not only supported his appointment, but refused to demand that the Cossacks be recalled from the Don Basin. This was followed by the dispersal of the Soviet at Kalyuga. The Bolsheviki, having secured a majority in the Soviet, set free some political prisoners. With the sanction of the government commissar, the Municipal Duma called in troops from Minsk, and bombarded the Soviet headquarters with artillery. The Bolsheviki yielded, but as they left the building Cossacks attacked them, crying, "This is what we'll do to all the other Bolshevik Soviets, including those of Moscow and Petrograd." This incident sent a wave of panic rage throughout Russia. In Petrograd was ending a regional Congress of Soviets of the North, presided over by the Bolshevik Krylenko. By an immense majority it resolved that all power should be assumed by the All-Russian Congress, and concluded by greeting the Bolsheviki in prison, bidding them rejoice, for the hour of their liberation was at hand. At the same time, the first All-Russian Conference of Factory Shop Committees I declared emphatically for the Soviets, and continued significantly. After liberating themselves politically from Tsardom, the working class wants to see the democratic regime triumphant in the sphere of its productive activity. This is best expressed by workers' control over industrial production, which naturally arose in the atmosphere of economic decomposition created by the criminal policy of the dominating classes. The Union of Railwaymen was demanding the resignation of Liverovsky, Minister of Ways and Communications. In the name of the Tsayika, Skobelev insisted that the nakaz be presented at the Allied Conference, and formally protested against the sending of Terestchenko to Paris. Terestchenko offered to resign. General Verkhovsky, unable to accomplish his reorganization of the army, only came to cabinet meetings at long intervals. On November 3 Bertsevzebski Dialo came out with great headlines. Citizens! Save the fatherland! I have just learned that yesterday, at a meeting of the Commission for National Defense, Minister of War General Verkhovsky, one of the principal persons responsible for the fall of Kornilov, proposed to sign a separate peace, independently of the Allies. That is treason to Russia. Terestchenko declared that the provisional government had not even examined Verkhovsky's proposition. You might think, said Terestchenko, that we were in a madhouse. The members of the commission were astounded at the general's words. General Alexeyev wept. No. It is not madness. It is worse. It is direct treason to Russia. Kerensky, Terestchenko, and Nekrasov must immediately answer us concerning the words of Verkhovsky. Citizens, arise. Russia is being sold. Save her. What Verkhovsky really said was that the Allies must be pressed to offer peace, because the Russian army could fight no longer. Both in Russia and abroad the sensation was tremendous. Verkhovsky was given indefinite leave of absence for ill health, and left the government. Obshtchi Dialo was suppressed. Sunday, November 4, was designated as the day of the Petrograd Soviet, with immense meetings planned all over the city, ostensibly to raise money for the organization and the press, really, to make a demonstration of strength. Suddenly it was announced that on the same day the Cossacks would hold a Krestny Khod procession of the cross in honor of the icon of 1612, through whose miraculous intervention Napoleon had been driven from Moscow. The atmosphere was electric, a spark might kindle civil war. The Petrograd Soviet issued a manifesto, headed Brothers Cossacks. You, Cossacks, are being incited against us, workers and soldiers. This plan of Cain is being put into operation by our common enemies, the oppressors, the privileged classes, generals, bankers, landlords, former officials, former servants of the Tsar. We are hated by all grafters, rich men, princes, nobles, generals, including your Cossack generals. They are ready at any moment to destroy the Petrograd Soviet and crush the revolution. On the 4th of November somebody is organizing a Cossack religious procession. It is a question of the free consciousness of every individual whether he will or will not take part in this procession. We do not interfere in this matter, nor do we obstruct anybody. However, we warn you, Cossacks. Look out and see to it that under the pretext of a Krestny Khod, your Kaldins do not instigate you against workmen, against soldiers. The procession was hastily called off. In the barracks and the working class quarters of the town the Bolsheviki were preaching, all power to the Soviets, and agents of the dark forces were urging the people to rise and slaughter the Jews, shopkeepers, socialist leaders. On one side the monarchist press, inciting to bloody repression, on the other Lenin's great voice roaring, insurrection. We cannot wait any longer. Even the bourgeois press was uneasy. Two Burjevaya Vedomosti, Exchange Gazette, called the Bolshevik propaganda an attack on the most elementary principles of society, personal security and the respect for private property. Appeal of the Petrograd Soviet to the Cossacks to call off their Krestny Khod, the religious procession planned for November 4, our calendar. Brothers Cossacks, it begins. The Petrograd Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies addresses you. Appeal of the Petrograd Soviet to the Cossacks to call off their Krestny Khod, the religious procession planned for November 4, our calendar. Brothers Cossacks, it begins. The Petrograd Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies addresses you. But it was the moderate socialist journals which were the most hostile. 3. The Bolsheviki are the most dangerous enemies of the revolution, declared Dialo Narita. Said the Menshevik Dian, the government ought to defend itself and defend us. Plekhanov's paper, Jedinstvo, Unity, 4, called the attention of the government to the fact that the Petrograd workers were being armed, and demanded stern measures against the Bolsheviki. Daily the government seemed to become more helpless. Even the municipal administration broke down. The columns of the morning papers were filled with accounts of the most audacious robberies and murders, and the criminals were unmolested. On the other hand, armed workers patrolled the streets at night, doing battle with marauders and requisitioning arms wherever they found them. On the 1st of November, Colonel Pokhovnikov, military commander of Petrograd, issued a proclamation. Despite the difficult days through which the country is passing, irresponsible appeals to armed demonstrations and massacres are still being spread around Petrograd, and from day to day robbery and disorder increase. This state of things is disorganizing the life of the citizens, and hinders the systematic work of the government and the municipal institutions. In full consciousness of my responsibility and my duty before my country, I command 1. Every military unit, in accordance with special instructions and within the territory of its garrison, to afford every assistance to the municipality, to the commissars, and to the militia, in the guarding of government institutions. 2. The organization of patrols, in cooperation with the district commander and the representatives of the city militia, and the taking of measures for the arrest of criminals and deserters. 3. The arrest of all persons entering barracks and inciting to armed demonstrations and massacres, and their delivery to the headquarters of the second commander of the city. 4. To suppress any armed demonstration or riot at its start, with all armed forces at hand. 5. To afford assistance to the commissars in preventing unwarranted searches in houses and unwarranted arrests. 6. To report immediately all that happens in the district under charge to the staff of the Petrograd Military District. I call upon all army committees and organizations to afford their help to the commanders in fulfillment of the duties with which they are charged. In the Council of the Republic, Kerensky declared that the government was fully aware of the Bolshevik preparations, and had sufficient force to cope with any demonstration. 5. He accused Novaya Rus and Robochi Put of both doing the same kind of subversive work. But owing to the absolute freedom of the press, he added, the government is not in a position to combat printed lies. Declaring that these were two aspects of the same propaganda, which had for its object the counter-revolution, so ardently desired by the dark forces, he went on. I am a doomed man, it doesn't matter what happens to me, and I have the audacity to say that the other enigmatic part is that of the unbelievable provocation created in the city by the Bolsheviki. On November 2 only 15 delegates to the Congress of Soviets had arrived. Next day there were 100, and the morning after that 175, of whom 103 were Bolsheviki. 400 constituted a quorum, and the Congress was only 3 days off. I spent a great deal of time at Smolny. It was no longer easy to get in. Double rows of sentries guarded the outer gates, and once inside the front door there was a long line of people waiting to be let in, 4 at a time, to be questioned as to their identity and their business. Passes were given out, and the pass system was changed every few hours, for spies continually sneaked through. Pass to Smolny Institute, issued by the Military Revolutionary Committee, giving me the right of entry at any time. Translation. Military Revolutionary Committee attached to the Petrograd Soviet of W. and SD Commandant's Office, November 16, 1917, number 955, Smolny Institute. Pass. Is given by the present to John Reed, correspondent of the American Socialist Press, until December 1, The right of free entry into Smolny Institute. Commandant. Adjutant. One day as I came up to the outer gate I saw Trotsky and his wife just ahead of me. They were halted by a soldier. Trotsky searched through his pockets, but could find no pass. "Never mind," he said finally. "You know me. My name is Trotsky." "You haven't got a pass," answered the soldier stubbornly. "You cannot go in. Names don't mean anything to me. But I am the president of the Petrograd Soviet." "Well," replied the soldier, "if you're as important a fellow as that you must at least have one little paper." Trotsky was very patient. "Let me see the commandant," he said. The soldier hesitated, grumbling something about not wanting to disturb the commandant for every devil that came along. He beckoned finally to the soldier in command of the guard. Trotsky explained matters to him. "My name is Trotsky," he repeated. "Trotsky." The other soldier scratched his head. "I've heard the name somewhere," he said at length. "I guess it's all right. You can go on in, comrade." In the corridor I met Karakhan, member of the Bolshevik Central Committee, who explained to me what the new government would be like. A loose organization, sensitive to the popular will as expressed through the Soviets, allowing local forces full play. At present the provisional government obstructs the action of the local democratic will, just as the Tsar's government did. The initiative of the new society shall come from below. The form of the government will be modeled on the constitution of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. The new Tsarika, responsible to frequent meetings of the All-Russian Congress of Soviets, will be the parliament. The various ministries will be headed by collegia committees instead of by ministers, and will be directly responsible to the Soviets. On October 30th, by appointment, I went up to a small, bare room in the attic of Smolny, to talk with Trotsky. In the middle of the room he sat on a rough chair at a bare table. Few questions from me were necessary. He talked rapidly and steadily, for more than an hour. The substance of his talk, in his own words, I give here. The provisional government is absolutely powerless. The bourgeoisie is in control, but this control is masked by a fictitious coalition with the oborontsi parties. Now, during the revolution, one sees revolts of peasants who are tired of waiting for their promised land, and all over the country, in all the toiling classes, the same disgust is evident. This domination by the bourgeoisie is only possible by means of civil war. The Kornilov method is the only way by which the bourgeoisie can control. But it is force which the bourgeoisie lacks. The army is with us. The conciliators and pacifists, socialist revolutionaries, and Mensheviki, have lost all authority because the struggle between the peasants and the landlords, between the workers and the employers, between the soldiers and the officers, has become more bitter, more irreconcilable than ever. Only by the concerted action of the popular mass, only by the victory of proletarian dictatorship, can the revolution be achieved and the people saved. The Soviets are the most perfect representatives of the people, perfect in their revolutionary experience, in their ideas and objects. Based directly upon the army in the trenches, the workers in the factories, and the peasants in the fields, they are the backbone of the revolution. There has been an attempt to create a power without the Soviets, and only powerlessness has been created. Counter-revolutionary schemes of all sorts are now being hatched in the corridors of the Council of the Russian Republic. The Cadet Party represents the counter-revolution militant. On the other side, the Soviets represent the cause of the people. Between the two camps there are no groups of serious importance. It is the lutte finale. The bourgeois counter-revolution organizes all its forces and waits for the moment to attack us. Our answer will be decisive. We will complete the work scarcely begun in March, and advanced during the Kornilov affair. He went on to speak of the new government's foreign policy. Our first act will be to call for an immediate armistice on all fronts, and a conference of peoples to discuss democratic peace terms. The quantity of democracy we get in the peace settlement depends on the quantity of revolutionary response there is in Europe. If we create here a government of the Soviets, that will be a powerful factor for immediate peace in Europe, for this government will address itself directly and immediately to all peoples, over the heads of their governments, proposing an armistice. At the moment of the conclusion of peace, the pressure of the Russian Revolution will be in the direction of no annexations, #no indemnities, the right of self-determination of peoples, and a federated Republic of Europe. At the end of this war I see Europe recreated, not by the diplomats, but by the proletariat. The Federated Republic of Europe, the United States of Europe, that is what must be. National autonomy no longer suffices. Economic evolution demands the abolition of national frontiers. If Europe is to remain split into national groups, then imperialism will recommence its work. Only a federated Republic of Europe can give peace to the world. He smiled that fine, faintly ironical smile of his. But without the action of the European masses, these ends cannot be realized now. Now, while everybody was waiting for the Bolsheviki to appear suddenly on the streets one morning and begin to shoot down people with white collars on, the real insurrection took its way quite naturally and openly. The provisional government planned to send the Petrograd garrison to the front. The Petrograd garrison numbered about 60,000 men, who had taken a prominent part in the revolution. It was they who had turned the tide in the great days of March, created the Soviets of soldiers' deputies, and hurled back Kornilov from the gates of Petrograd. Now a large part of them were Bolsheviki. When the provisional government talked of evacuating the city, it was the Petrograd garrison which answered, "If you are not capable of defending the capital, conclude peace. If you cannot conclude peace, go away and make room for a people's government which can do both." It was evident that any attempt at insurrection depended upon the attitude of the Petrograd garrison. The government's plan was to replace the garrison regiments with dependable troops, Cossacks, death battalions. The army committees, the moderate socialists and the Tsay supported the government. A widespread agitation was carried on at the front and in Petrograd, emphasizing the fact that for 8 months the Petrograd garrison had been leading an easy life in the barracks of the capital, while their exhausted comrades in the trenches starved and died. Naturally, there was some truth in the accusation that the garrison regiments were reluctant to exchange their comparative comfort for the hardships of a winter campaign. But there were other reasons why they refused to go. The Petrograd Soviet feared the government's intentions, and from the front came hundreds of delegates, chosen by the common soldiers, crying, "It is true we need reinforcements, but more important, we must know that Petrograd and the revolution are well guarded. Do you hold the rear, comrades, and we will hold the front." On October 25, behind closed doors, the Central Committee of the Petrograd Soviet discussed the formation of a special military committee to decide the whole question. The next day a meeting of the soldiers section of the Petrograd Soviet elected a committee, which immediately proclaimed a boycott of the bourgeois newspapers, and condemned the Tsay for opposing the Congress of Soviets. On the 29th, in open session of the Petrograd Soviet, Trotsky proposed that the Soviet formally sanction the Military Revolutionary Committee. "We ought," he said, "to create our special organization to march to battle, and if necessary to die." It was decided to send to the front 2 delegations, one from the Soviet and one from the garrison, to confer with the soldiers' committees and the general staff. At Pskov, the Soviet delegates were met by General Cheremizov, commander of the Northern Front, with the curt declaration that he had ordered the Petrograd garrison to the trenches, and that was all. The garrison committee was not allowed to leave Petrograd. A delegation of the soldiers section of the Petrograd Soviet asked that a representative be admitted to the staff of the Petrograd district. Refused. The Petrograd Soviet demanded that no orders be issued without the approval of the soldiers section. Refused. The delegates were roughly told, "We only recognize the Tsay. We do not recognize you. If you break any laws, we shall arrest you." On the 30th a meeting of representatives of all the Petrograd regiments passed a resolution, "The Petrograd garrison no longer recognizes the provisional government. The Petrograd Soviet is our government. We will obey only the orders of the Petrograd Soviet, through the Military Revolutionary Committee. The local military units were ordered to wait for instructions from the soldiers section of the Petrograd Soviet. Next day the TSEIK summoned its own meeting, composed largely of officers, formed a committee to cooperate with the staff, and detailed commissars in all quarters of the city. A great soldier meeting at Smolny on the 3rd resolved. Saluting the creation of the Military Revolutionary Committee, the Petrograd garrison promises it complete support in all its actions, to unite more closely the front and the rear in the interests of the revolution. The garrison moreover declares that with the revolutionary proletariat it assures the maintenance of revolutionary order in Petrograd. Every attempt at provocation on the part of the Kornilovtsi or the bourgeoisie will be met with merciless resistance. Now conscious of its power, the Military Revolutionary Committee peremptorily summoned the Petrograd staff to submit to its control. To all printing plants it gave orders not to publish any appeals or proclamations without the committee's authorization. Armed commissars visited the Kronversk arsenal and seized great quantities of arms and ammunition, halting a shipment of 10,000 bayonets which was being sent to Novocherkassk, headquarters of Kaldin. Suddenly awake to the danger, the government offered immunity if the committee would disband. Too late. At midnight November 5 Kerensky himself sent Milevsky to offer the Petrograd Soviet representation on the staff. The Military Revolutionary Committee accepted. An hour later General Manikovsky, acting Minister of War, countermanded the offer. Tuesday morning, November 6, the city was thrown into excitement by the appearance of a placard signed, Military Revolutionary Committee attached to the Petrograd Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies. To the population of Petrograd. Citizens. Counter-revolution has raised its criminal head. The Kornilovtsi are mobilizing their forces in order to crush the All-Russian Congress of Soviets and break the Constituent Assembly. At the same time the pogromists may attempt to call upon the people of Petrograd for trouble and bloodshed. The Petrograd Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies takes upon itself the guarding of revolutionary order in the city against counter-revolutionary and pogrom attempts. The Petrograd garrison will not allow any violence or disorders. The population is invited to arrest hooligans and Black Hundred agitators and take them to the Soviet commissars at the nearest barracks. At the first attempt of the dark forces to make trouble on the streets of Petrograd, whether robbery or fighting, the criminals will be wiped off the face of the earth. Citizens. We call upon you to maintain complete quiet and self-possession. The cause of order and revolution is in strong hands. List of regiments where there are commissars of the Military Revolutionary Committee. On the 3rd the leaders of the Bolsheviki had another historic meeting behind closed doors. Notified by Zalkind, I waited in the corridor outside the door, and Volodarsky as he came out told me what was going on. The first page of the resolution on the armed uprising written by Lenin and adopted by the historic meeting of the Bolshevik Central Committee. Lenin spoke, November 6 will be too early. We must have an all-Russian basis for the rising, and on the 6th all the delegates to the Congress will not have arrived. On the other hand, November 8 will be too late. By that time the Congress will be organized, and it is difficult for a large organized body of people to take swift, decisive action. We must act on the 7th, the day the Congress meets, so that we may say to it, here is the power. What are you going to do with it? In a certain upstairs room sat a thin-faced, long-haired individual, once an officer in the armies of the Tsar, then revolutionist and exile, a certain Ovsenko, called Antonov, mathematician and chess player. He was drawing careful plans for the seizure of the capital. On its side the government was preparing. Inconspicuously certain of the most loyal regiments, from widely separated divisions, were ordered to Petrograd. The Yunker artillery was drawn into the Winter Palace. Patrols of Cossacks made their appearance in the streets, for the first time since the July days. Pokrovnikov issued order after order, threatening to repress all insubordination with the utmost energy. Kishkin, Minister of Public Instruction, the worst hated member of the cabinet, was appointed special commissar to keep order in Petrograd. He named as assistants two men no less unpopular, Rutenberg and Polchinski. Petrograd, Kronstadt, and Finland were declared in a state of siege, upon which the bourgeois Novoye Vremya, New Times, remarked ironically, "Why the state of siege? The government is no longer a power. It has no moral authority and it does not possess the necessary apparatus to use force. In the most favorable circumstances it can only negotiate with anyone who consents to parley. Its authority goes no farther." Monday morning, the 5th, I dropped in at the Mariinsky Palace, to see what was happening in the Council of the Russian Republic. Bitter debate on Terestchenko's foreign policy. Echoes of the Burtsev-Verkhovsky affair. All the diplomats present except the Italian ambassador, who everybody said was prostrate by the Carso disaster. As I came in, the left socialist revolutionary Karelin was reading aloud an editorial from the London Times which said, "The remedy for Bolshevism is bullets." Turning to the cadets he cried, "That's what you think, too." Voices from the right, "Yes. Yes. Yes, I know you think so," answered Karelin, hotly. "But you haven't the courage to try it?" Then Skobeliev, looking like a matinee idol with his soft blonde beard and wavy yellow hair, rather apologetically defending the Sovietnikas. Terestchenko followed, assailed from the left by cries of resignation. Resignation. He insisted that the delegates of the government and of the Tsay-ee-ka to Paris should have a common point of view, his own. A few words about the restoration of discipline in the army, about war to victory. Tumult, and over the stubborn opposition of the truculent left, the Council of the Republic passed to the simple order of the day. There stretched the rows of Bolshevik seats empty since that first day when they left the council, carrying with them so much life. As I went down the stairs it seemed to me that in spite of the bitter wrangling, no real voice from the rough world outside could penetrate this high, cold hall, and that the provisional government was wrecked on the same rock of war and peace that had wrecked the Miliukov ministry. The doorman grumbled as he put on my coat, "I don't know what is becoming of poor Russia. All these Mensheviki and Bolsheviki and Trudoviki. This Ukraine and this Finland and the German imperialists and the English imperialists. I am 45 years old, and in all my life I never heard so many words as in this place." In the corridor I met Professor Shatsky, a rat-faced individual in a dapper frock coat, very influential in the councils of the cadet party. I asked him what he thought of the much talked of Bolshevik vystuplenny. He shrugged, sneering. "They are cattle canile," he answered. "They will not dare, or if they dare they will soon be sent flying. From our point of view it will not be bad, for then they will ruin themselves and have no power in the Constituent Assembly. But, my dear sir, allow me to outline to you my plan for a form of government to be submitted to the Constituent Assembly. You see, I am chairman of a commission appointed from this body, in conjunction with the provisional government, to work out a constitutional project. We will have a legislative assembly of 2 chambers, such as you have in the United States. In the lower chamber will be territorial representatives, in the upper, representatives of the liberal professions, zemstvos, cooperatives, and trade unions. Outside a chill, damp wind came from the west, and the cold mud underfoot soaked through my shoes. 2 companies of yunkers passed swinging up the Morskaya, tramping stiffly in their long coats and singing an old-time crashing chorus, such as the soldiers used to sing under the Tsar. At the first cross street I noticed that the city militiamen were mounted, and armed with revolvers in bright new holsters. A little group of people stood silently staring at them. At the corner of the Nevsky I bought a pamphlet by Lenin, "Will the Bolsheviki be able to hold the power?" paying for it with one of the stamps which did duty for small change. The usual streetcars crawled past, citizens and soldiers clinging to the outside in a way to make Theodore Patience green with envy. Along the sidewalk a row of deserters in uniform sold cigarettes and sunflower seeds. Up the Nevsky in the sour twilight crowds were battling for the latest papers, and knots of people were trying to make out the multitudes of appeal sticks and proclamations pasted in every flat place, From the Tsay-ee-kah, the Peasants' Soviets, the moderate socialist parties, the army committees threatening, cursing, beseeching the workers and soldiers to stay home, to support the government. An armored automobile went slowly up and down, siren screaming. On every corner, in every open space, thick groups were clustered, arguing soldiers and students. Night came swiftly down, the wide-spaced street lights flickered on, the tides of people flowed endlessly. It is always like that in Petrograd just before trouble. The city was nervous, starting at every sharp sound. But still no sign from the Bolsheviki. The soldiers stayed in the barracks, the workmen in the factories. We went to a moving picture show near the Kazan Cathedral, a bloody Italian film of passion and intrigue. Down front were some soldiers and sailors, staring at the screen in childlike wonder, totally unable to comprehend why there should be so much violent running about, and so much homicide. From there I hurried to Smolny. In room 10 on the top floor, the Military Revolutionary Committee sat in continuous session, under the chairmanship of a tow-headed, 18-year-old boy named Lazimir. He stopped, as he passed, to shake hands rather bashfully. Red Guards checking passes at Smolny. Peter Paul Fortress has just come over to us, said he, with a pleased grin. A minute ago we got word from a regiment that was ordered by the government to come to Petrograd. The men were suspicious, so they stopped the train at Gatchina and sent a delegation to us. What's the matter? They asked. What have you got to say? We have just passed a resolution, all power to the Soviets. The Military Revolutionary Committee sent back word, brothers. We greet you in the name of the revolution. Stay where you are until further instructions. All telephones, he said, were cut off, but communication with the factories and barracks was established by means of military telephonograph apparatus. A steady stream of couriers and commissars came and went. Outside the door waited a dozen volunteers, ready to carry word to the farthest quarters of the city. One of them, a gypsy-faced man in the uniform of a lieutenant, said in French, "Everything is ready to move at the push of a button." There passed Podvoisky, the thin, bearded civilian whose brain conceived the strategy of insurrection, Antonov, unshaven, his collar filthy, drunk with loss of sleep, Krylenko, the squat, wide-faced soldier, always smiling, with his violent gestures and tumbling speech, and Dybenko, the giant bearded sailor with the placid face. These were the men of the hour and of other hours to come. Downstairs in the office of the factory shop committees sat Saratov, signing orders on the government arsenal for arms, 150 rifles for each factory. Delegates waited in line, 40 of them. In the hall I ran into some of the minor Bolshevik leaders. One showed me a revolver. The game is on, he said, and his face was pale. Whether we move or not, the other side knows it must finish us or be finished. The Petrograd Soviet was meeting day and night. As I came into the great hall, Trotsky was just finishing. We are asked, he said, if we intend to have a vystuplennie. I can give a clear answer to that question. The Petrograd Soviet feels that at last the moment has arrived when the power must fall into the hands of the Soviets. This transfer of government will be accomplished by the All-Russian Congress. Whether an armed demonstration is necessary will depend on those who wish to interfere with the All-Russian Congress. We feel that our government, entrusted to the personnel of the Provisional Cabinet, is a pitiful and helpless government, which only awaits the sweep of the broom of history to give way to a really popular government. But we are trying to avoid a conflict, even now, today. We hope that the All-Russian Congress will take into its hands that power and authority which rests upon the organized freedom of the people. If, however, the government wants to utilize the short period it is expected to live, 24, 48, or 72 hours, to attack us, then we shall answer with counterattacks, blow for blow, steel for iron. 7. Amid cheers he announced that the left socialist revolutionaries had agreed to send representatives into the Military Revolutionary Committee. As I left Smolny, at 3 o'clock in the morning, I noticed that 2 rapid-firing guns had been mounted, one on each side of the door, and that strong patrols of soldiers guarded the gates and the nearby street corners. Bilshatov came bounding up the steps. "Well," he cried, "we're off. Kerensky sent the Junkers to close down our papers, Soldat and Rabochi Put. But our troops went down and smashed the government seals, and now we're sending detachments to seize the bourgeois newspaper offices." Exultantly he slapped me on the shoulder, and ran in. On the morning of the 6th I had business with the censor, whose office was in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Everywhere, on all the walls, hysterical appeals to the people to remain calm. Pokrovnikov emitted prikaz after prikaz. "I order all military units and detachments to remain in their barracks until further orders from the staff of the military district. All officers who act without orders from their superiors will be court-martialed for mutiny. I forbid absolutely any execution by soldiers of instructions from other organizations." The morning papers announced that the government had suppressed the papers Novaya Rus, Zhivoye Slovo, Rabochi Put and Soldat, and decreed the arrest of the leaders of the Petrograd Soviet and the members of the Military Revolutionary Committee. As I crossed the palace square, several batteries of Junker artillery came through the Red Arch at a jingling trot, and drew up before the palace. The great red building of the General Staff was unusually animated, several armored automobiles ranked before the door, and motors full of officers were coming and going. The censor was very much excited, like a small boy at a circus. Kerensky, he said, had just gone to the Council of the Republic to offer his resignation. I hurried down to the Mariinsky Palace, arriving at the end of that passionate and almost incoherent speech of Kerensky's, full of self-justification and bitter denunciation of his enemies. I will cite here the most characteristic passage from a whole series of articles published in Rabochi Put by Ulyanov Lenin, a state criminal who is in hiding and whom we are trying to find. This state criminal has invited the proletariat and the Petrograd garrison to repeat the experience of the 16th to 18th of July, and insists upon the immediate necessity for an armed rising. Moreover, other Bolshevik leaders have taken the floor in a series of meetings, and also made an appeal to immediate insurrection. Particularly should be noticed the activity of the present president of the Petrograd Soviet, Bronstein Trotsky. I ought to bring to your notice that the expressions and the style of a whole series of articles in Rabochi Put and Soldat resemble absolutely those of Novaya Rus. We have to do not so much with the movement of such and such political party, as with the exploitation of the political ignorance and criminal instincts of a part of the population, a sort of organization whose object it is to provoke in Russia, cost what it may, an inconscient movement of destruction and pillage, for given the state of mind of the masses, any movement at Petrograd will be followed by the most terrible massacres, which will cover with eternal shame the name of Free Russia. By the admission of Ulyanov Lenin himself, the situation of the extreme left wing of the Social Democrats in Russia is very favorable. Here Kerensky read the following quotation from Lenin's article. "Think of it, the German comrades have only one Liebknecht, without newspapers, without freedom of meeting, without a Soviet. They are opposed by the incredible hostility of all classes of society, and yet the German comrades try to act, while we, having dozens of newspapers, freedom of meeting, the majority of the Soviets, we, the best-placed international proletarians of the entire world, can we refuse to support the German revolutionists and insurrectionary organizations?" Kerensky then continued, "The organizers of rebellion recognize thus implicitly that the most perfect conditions for the free action of a political party obtain now in Russia, administered by a provisional government at the head of which is, in the eyes of this party, a usurper and a man who has sold himself to the bourgeoisie, the Minister-President Kerensky. The organizers of the insurrection do not come to the aid of the German proletariat, but of the German governing classes, and they open the Russian front to the iron fists of Wilhelm and his friends. Little matter to the provisional government the motives of these people, little matter if they act consciously or unconsciously, but in any case, from this tribune, in full consciousness of my responsibility, I qualify such acts of a Russian political party as acts of treason to Russia. I place myself at the point of view of the right, and I propose immediately to proceed to an investigation and make the necessary arrests. Uproar from the left. Listen to me, he cried in a powerful voice. At the moment when the state is in danger, because of conscious or unconscious treason, the provisional government, and myself among others, prefer to be killed rather than betray the life, the honor, and the independence of Russia. At this moment a paper was handed to Kerensky. I have just received the proclamation which they are distributing to the regiments. Here is the contents. Reading, the Petrograd Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies is menaced. We order immediately the regiments to mobilize on a war footing and to await new orders. All delay or non-execution of this order will be considered as an act of treason to the revolution. The Military Revolutionary Committee. For the President, Podvoisky. The Secretary, Antonov. In reality, this is an attempt to raise the populace against the existing order of things, to break the constituent and to open the front to the regiments of the Iron Fist of Wilhelm. I say populace intentionally, because the conscious democracy and its Tsayika, all the army organizations, all that free Russia glorifies, the good sense, the honor and the conscience of the great Russian democracy, protests against these things. I have not come here with a prayer, but to state my firm conviction that the provisional government, which defends at this moment our new liberty, that the new Russian state, destined to a brilliant future, will find unanimous support except among those who have never dared to face the truth. The provisional government has never violated the liberty of all citizens of the state to use their political rights. But now the provisional government declares, in this moment, those elements of the Russian nation, those groups and parties who have dared to lift their hands against the free will of the Russian people, at the same time threatening to open the front to Germany, must be liquidated with decision. Let the population of Petrograd understand that it will encounter a firm power, and perhaps at the last moment good sense, conscience, and honor will triumph in the hearts of those who still possess them. All through this speech, the hall rang with deafening clamor. When the minister-president had stepped down, pale-faced and wet with perspiration, and strode out with his suite of officers, speaker after speaker from the left and center attacked the right, all one angry roaring. Even the socialist revolutionaries, through Gotz. The policy of the Bolsheviki is demagogic and criminal, in their exploitation of the popular discontent. But there is a whole series of popular demands which have received no satisfaction up to now. The questions of peace, land, and the democratization of the army ought to be stated in such a fashion that no soldier, peasant or worker would have the least doubt that our government is attempting, firmly and infallibly, to solve them. We Mensheviki do not wish to provoke a cabinet crisis, and we are ready to defend the provisional government with all our energy, to the last drop of our blood, if only the provisional government, on all these burning questions, will speak the clear and precise words awaited by the people with such impatience. Then Martov, furious. The words of the minister-president, who allowed himself to speak of populace when it is question of the movement of important sections of the proletariat and the army, although led in the wrong direction, are nothing but an incitement to civil war. The order of the day proposed by the left was voted. It amounted practically to a vote of lack of confidence. 1. The armed demonstration which has been preparing for some days past has for its object a coup d'état, threatens to provoke civil war, creates conditions favorable to pogroms and counter-revolution, the mobilization of counter-revolutionary forces, such as the Black Hundreds, which will inevitably bring about the impossibility of convoking the constituent, will cause a military catastrophe, the death of the revolution, paralyze the economic life of the country and destroy Russia. 2. The conditions favorable to this agitation have been created by delay in passing urgent measures, as well as objective conditions caused by the war and the general disorder. It is necessary before everything to promulgate at once a decree transmitting the land to the peasants' land committees, and to adopt an energetic course of action abroad in proposing to the Allies to proclaim their peace terms and to begin peace parleys. 3. To cope with monarchist manifestations and pogromist movements, it is indispensable to take immediate measures to suppress these movements, and for this purpose to create at Petrograd a Committee of Public Safety, composed of representatives of the municipality and the organs of the revolutionary democracy, acting in contact with the provisional government. It is interesting to note that the Mensheviki and socialist revolutionaries all rallied to this resolution. When Kerensky saw it, however, he summoned Avksentiev to the Winter Palace to explain. If it expressed a lack of confidence in the provisional government, he begged Avksentiev to form a new cabinet. Dan, Gotz, and Avksentiev, the leaders of the compromisers, performed their last compromise. They explained to Kerensky that it was not meant as a criticism of the government. At the corner of the Morskaya and the Nevsky, squads of soldiers with fixed bayonets were stopping all private automobiles, turning out the occupants, and ordering them toward the Winter Palace. A large crowd had gathered to watch them. Nobody knew whether the soldiers belonged to the government or the Military Revolutionary Committee. Up in front of the Kazan Cathedral the same thing was happening, machines being directed back up the Nevsky. 5 or 6 sailors with rifles came along, laughing excitedly, and fell into conversation with 2 of the soldiers. On the sailors' hatbands were Avrora and Zarya Svobody, the names of the leading Bolshevik cruisers of the Baltic Fleet. One of them said, "Kronstadt is coming." It was as if, in 1792, on the streets of Paris, someone had said, "The Marseillaise are coming." For at Kronstadt were 25,000 sailors, convinced Bolsheviki and not afraid to die. Rabochi I Soldat was just out, all its front page one huge proclamation. Soldiers, workers, citizens. The enemies of the people passed last night to the offensive. The Kornilovists of the staff are trying to draw in from the suburbs Junkers and volunteer battalions. The Oranian bomb Junkers and the Tsarskoye Selo volunteers refuse to come out. A stroke of high treason is being contemplated against the Petrograd Soviet. The campaign of the counter-revolutionists is being directed against the All-Russian Congress of Soviets on the eve of its opening, against the Constituent Assembly, against the people. The Petrograd Soviet is guarding the revolution. The Military Revolutionary Committee is directing the repulse of the conspirators' attack. The entire garrison and proletariat of Petrograd are ready to deal the enemy of the people a crushing blow. The Military Revolutionary Committee decrees: 1. All regimental, division and battleship committees, together with the Soviet commissars, and all revolutionary organizations, shall meet in continuous session, concentrating in their hands all information about the plans of the conspirators. 2. Not one soldier shall leave his division without permission of the committee. 3. To send to Smolny at once 2 delegates from each military unit and 5 from each ward Soviet. 4. All members of the Petrograd Soviet and all delegates to the All-Russian Congress are invited immediately to Smolny for an extraordinary meeting. Counter-revolution has raised its criminal head. A great danger threatens all the conquests and hopes of the soldiers and workers. But the forces of the revolution by far exceed those of its enemies. The cause of the people is in strong hands. The conspirators will be crushed. No hesitation or doubts. Firmness, steadfastness, discipline, determination. Long live the revolution. The Military Revolutionary Committee. The Petrograd Soviet was meeting continuously at Smolny, a center of storm, delegates falling down asleep on the floor and rising again to take part in the debate. Trotsky, Kamenev, Volodarsky speaking 6, 8, 12 hours a day. I went down to room 18 on the first floor where the Bolshevik delegates were holding caucus, a harsh voice steadily booming, the speaker hidden by the crowd. The compromisers say that we are isolated. Pay no attention to them. Once it begins they must be dragged along with us, or else lose their following. Here he held up a piece of paper. We are dragging them. A message has just come from the Mensheviki and socialist revolutionaries. They say that they condemn our action, but that if the government attacks us they will not oppose the cause of the proletariat. Exultant shouting. As night fell the great hall filled with soldiers and workmen, a monstrous dun mass, deep humming in a blue haze of smoke. The old Tsay had finally decided to welcome the delegates to that new Congress, which would mean its own ruin and perhaps the ruin of the revolutionary order it had built. At this meeting, however, only members of the Tsay could vote. It was after midnight when Gotz took the chair and Dan rose to speak, in a tense silence, which seemed to me almost menacing. "The hours in which we live appear in the most tragic colors," he said. "The enemy is at the gates of Petrograd, the forces of the democracy are trying to organize to resist him, and yet we await bloodshed in the streets of the capital, and famine threatens to destroy, not only our homogeneous government, but the revolution itself. The masses are sick and exhausted. They have no interest in the revolution. If the Bolsheviki start anything, that will be the end of the revolution." Cries, "That's a lie. The counter-revolutionists are waiting with the Bolsheviki to begin riots and massacres. If there is any vystuplennie, there will be no constituent assembly." Cries, "Lie. Shame. It is inadmissible that in the zone of military operations the Petrograd garrison shall not submit to the orders of the staff. You must obey the orders of the staff and of the Tsay elected by you. All power to the Soviets, that means death. Robbers and thieves are waiting for the moment to loot and burn. When you have such slogans put before you, enter the houses, take away the shoes and clothes from the bourgeoisie." Tumult. Cries, "No such slogan. A lie. A lie. Well, it may start differently, but it will end that way. The Tsay has full power to act, and must be obeyed. We are not afraid of bayonets. The Tsay will defend the revolution with its body." Cries, "It was a dead body long ago." Immense continued uproar, in which his voice could be heard screaming, as he pounded the desk, "Those who are urging this are committing a crime." Voice, "You committed a crime long ago, when you captured the power and turned it over to the bourgeoisie." Gotz, ringing the chairman's bell, "Silence, or I'll have you put out." Voice, "Try it." Cheers and whistling. "Now concerning our policy about peace." Laughter. "Unfortunately Russia can no longer support the continuation of the war. There is going to be peace, but not permanent peace, not a democratic peace. Today, at the Council of the Republic, in order to avoid bloodshed, we passed an order of the day demanding the surrender of the land to the land committees and immediate peace negotiations." Laughter, and cries, "Too late." Then for the Bolsheviki, Trotsky mounted the tribune, borne on a wave of roaring applause that burst into cheers and a rising house, thunderous. His thin, pointed face was positively Mephistophelian in its expression of malicious irony. Dan's tactics prove that the masses, the great, dull, indifferent masses, are absolutely with him. Titanic mirth. He turned toward the chairman, dramatically. "When we spoke of giving the land to the peasants, you were against it. We told the peasants, if they don't give it to you, take it yourselves, and the peasants followed our advice. And now you advocate what we did 6 months ago. I don't think Kerenskay's order to suspend the death penalty in the army was dictated by his ideals. I think Kerensky was persuaded by the Petrograd garrison, which refused to obey him. Today Dan is accused of having made a speech in the Council of the Republic which proves him to be a secret Bolshevik. The time may come when Dan will say that the flower of the revolution participated in the rising of July 16th and 18th. In Dan's resolution today at the Council of the Republic there was no mention of enforcing discipline in the army, although that is urged in the propaganda of his party. No. The history of the last 7 months shows that the masses have left the Mensheviki. The Mensheviki and the socialist revolutionaries conquered the cadets, and then when they got the power, they gave it to the cadets. Dan tells you that you have no right to make an insurrection. Insurrection is the right of all revolutionists. When the downtrodden masses revolt, it is their right. Then the long-faced, cruel-tongued Lieber, greeted with groans and laughter. Engels and Marx said that the proletariat had no right to take power until it was ready for it. In a bourgeois revolution like this, The seizure of power by the masses means the tragic end of the revolution. Trotsky, as a social democratic theorist, is himself opposed to what he is now advocating. Cries, "Enough! Down with him!" Martov, constantly interrupted, "The internationalists are not opposed to the transmission of power to the democracy, but they disapprove of the methods of the Bolsheviki. This is not the moment to seize the power." Again Dan took the floor, violently protesting against the action of the Military Revolutionary Committee, which had sent a commissar to seize the office of Izvestia and censor the paper. The wildest uproar followed. Martov tried to speak, but could not be heard. Delegates of the Army and the Baltic Fleet stood up all over the hall, shouting that the Soviet was their government. Amid the wildest confusion Ehrlich offered a resolution, appealing to the workers and soldiers to remain calm and not to respond to provocations to demonstrate, recognizing the necessity of immediately creating a committee of public safety, and asking the provisional government at once to pass decrees transferring the land to the peasants and beginning peace negotiations. Then up leaped Volodarsky, shouting harshly that the Tsay-ee-kah, on the eve of the Congress, had no right to assume the functions of the Congress. The Tsay-ee-kah was practically dead, he said, and the resolution was simply a trick to bolster up its waning power. As for us, Bolsheviki, we will not vote on this resolution. Whereupon all the Bolsheviki left the hall and the resolution was passed. Toward 4 in the morning I met Zorin in the outer hall, a rifle slung from his shoulder. "We're moving," said he, calmly but with satisfaction. We pinched the Assistant Minister of Justice and the Minister of Religions. They're down cellar now. One regiment is on the march to capture the telephone exchange, another the telegraph agency, another the state bank. The Red Guard is out. On the steps of Smolny, in the chill dark, we first saw the Red Guard, a huddled group of boys in workmen's clothes, carrying guns with bayonets, talking nervously together. Far over the still roofs westward came the sound of scattered rifle fire, where the Junkers were trying to open the bridges over the Neva, to prevent the factory workers and soldiers of the Viborg quarter from joining the Soviet forces in the center of the city, and the Kronstadt sailors were closing them again. Behind us Great Smolny, bright with lights, hummed like a gigantic hive. Footnotes. 1. Resolution of the Factory Shop Committees. Workers' Control. 1. See reference in Chapter 2. 2. The organization of workers' control is a manifestation of the same healthy activity in the sphere of industrial production, as are party organizations in the sphere of politics, trade unions in employment, cooperatives in the domain of consumption, and literary clubs in the sphere of culture. 3. The working class has much more interest in the proper and uninterrupted operation of factories, than the capitalist class. Workers' control is a better security in this respect for the interests of modern society, of the whole people, than the arbitrary will of the owners, who are guided only by their selfish desire for material profits or political privileges. Therefore workers' control is demanded by the proletariat not only in their own interest, but in the interest of the whole country, and should be supported by the revolutionary peasantry as well as the revolutionary army. 4. Considering the hostile attitude of the majority of the capitalist class toward the revolution, experience shows that proper distribution of raw materials and fuel, as well as the most efficient management of factories, is impossible without workers' control. 5. Only workers' control over capitalist enterprises, cultivating the workers' conscious attitude toward work, and making clear its social meaning, can create conditions favorable to the development of a firm self-discipline in labor, and the development of all labor's possible productivity. 6. The impending transformation of industry from a war to a peace basis, and the redistribution of labor all over the country, as well as among the different factories, can be accomplished without great disturbances only by means of the democratic self-government of the workers themselves. Therefore the realization of workers' control is an indispensable preliminary to the demobilization of industry. 7. In accordance with the slogan proclaimed by the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party, Bolsheviki, workers' control on a national scale, in order to bring results, must extend to all capitalist concerns, and not be organized accidentally, without system. It must be well planned, and not separated from the industrial life of the country as a whole. 8. The economic life of the country, agriculture, industry, commerce, and transport must be subjected to one unified plan, constructed so as to satisfy the individual and social requirements of the wide masses of the people. It must be approved by their elected representatives, and carried out under the direction of these representatives by means of national and local organizations. 9. That part of the plan which deals with land labor must be carried out under supervision of the peasants and land workers' organizations, that relating to industry, trade, and transport operated by wage earners, by means of workers' control. The natural organs of workers' control inside the industrial plant will be the factory shop and similar committees, and in the labor market, the trade unions. 10. The collective wage agreements arranged by the trade unions for the majority of workers in any branch of labor, must be binding on all the owners of plants employing this kind of labor in the given district. 11. Employment bureaus must be placed under the control and management of the trade unions, as class organizations acting within the limits of the whole industrial plan, and in accordance with it. 12. Trade unions must have the right, upon their own initiative, to begin legal action against all employers who violate labor contracts or labor legislation, and also in behalf of any individual worker in any branch of labor. 13. On all questions relating to workers' control over production, distribution, and employment, the trade unions must confer with the workers of individual establishments through their factory shop committees. 14. Matters of employment and discharge, vacations, wage scales, refusal of work, degree of productivity and skill, reasons for abrogating agreements, disputes with the administration, and similar problems of the internal life of the factory, must be settled exclusively according to the findings of the factory shop committee, which has the right to exclude from participation in the discussion any members of the factory administration. 15. The factory shop committee forms a commission to control the supplying of the factory with raw materials, fuel, orders, labor power, and technical staff, including equipment, and all other supplies and arrangements, and also to assure the factory's adherence to the general industrial plan. The factory administration is obliged to surrender to the organs of workers' control, for their aid and information, all data concerning the business, to make it possible to verify this data, and to produce the books of the company upon demand of the factory shop committee. 16. Any illegal acts on the part of the administration discovered by the factory shop committees, or any suspicion of such illegal acts, which cannot be investigated or remedied by the workers alone, shall be referred to the district central organization of factory shop committees charged with the particular branch of labor involved, which shall discuss the matter with the institutions charged with the execution of the general industrial plan, and find means to deal with the matter, even to the extent of confiscating the factory. 17. The union of the factory shop committees of different concerns must be accomplished on the basis of the different trades, in order to facilitate control over the whole branch of industry, so as to come within the general industrial plan, and so as to create an effective plan of distribution among the different factories of orders, raw materials, fuel, technical and labor power, and also to facilitate cooperation with the trade unions, which are organized by trades. 18. The central city councils of trade unions and factory shop committees represent the proletariat in the corresponding provincial and local institutions formed to elaborate and carry out the general industrial plan, and to organize economic relations between the towns and the villages, workers and peasants. They also possess final authority for the management of factory shop committees and trade unions, so far as workers' control in their district is concerned, and they shall issue obligatory regulations concerning workers' discipline in the routine of production, which regulations, however, must be approved by vote of the workers themselves. 2. The Bourgeois Press on the Bolsheviki Russkaya Volia, October 28. The decisive moment approaches. It is decisive for the Bolsheviki. Either they will give us a second edition of the events of July 16 to 18, or they will have to admit that with their plans and intentions, with their impertinent policy of wishing to separate themselves from everything consciously national, they have been definitely defeated. What are the chances of Bolshevik success? It is difficult to answer that question, for their principal support is the ignorance of the popular masses. They speculate on it, they work upon it by a demagogy which nothing can stop. The government must play its part in this affair. Supporting itself morally by the Council of the Republic, the government must take a clearly defined attitude toward the Bolsheviki. And if the Bolsheviki provoke an insurrection against the legal power, and thus facilitate the German invasion, they must be treated as mutineers and traitors. Birjavaya Vedomosti, October 28. Now that the Bolsheviki have separated themselves from the rest of the democracy, the struggle against them is very much simpler, and it is not reasonable, in order to fight against Bolshevism, to wait until they make a manifestation. The government should not even allow the manifestation. The appeals of the Bolsheviki to insurrection and anarchy are acts punishable by the criminal courts, and in the freest countries, their authors would receive severe sentences. For what the Bolsheviki are carrying on is not a political struggle against the government, or even for the power, it is propaganda for anarchy, massacres, and civil war. This propaganda must be extirpated at its roots. It would be strange to wait, in order to begin action against an agitation for pogroms, until the pogroms actually occurred. Novoye Vremya, November 1st. Why is the government excited only about November 2nd, date of calling of the Congress of Soviets, and not about September 12th, or October 3rd? This is not the first time that Russia burns and falls in ruins, and that the smoke of the terrible conflagration makes the eyes of our allies smart. Since it came to power, has there been a single order issued by the government for the purpose of halting anarchy, or has anyone attempted to put out the Russian conflagration? There were other things to do. The government turned its attention to a more immediate problem. It crushed an insurrection, the Kornilov attempt, concerning which everyone is now asking, did it ever exist? 3 Moderate Socialist Press on the Bolsheviki Dialo Narita, October 28, Socialist Revolutionary. The most frightful crime of the Bolsheviki against the revolution is that they impute exclusively to the bad intentions of the revolutionary government all the calamities which the masses are so cruelly suffering, when as a matter of fact these calamities spring from objective causes. They make golden promises to the masses, knowing in advance that they can fulfill none of them. They lead the masses on a false trail, deceiving them as to the source of all their troubles. The Bolsheviki are the most dangerous enemies of the revolution. Dain, October 30, Menshevik. Is this really the freedom of the press? Every day Novaya Rus and Rabochi put openly incite to insurrection. Every day these two papers commit in their columns actual crimes. Every day they urge pogroms. Is that the freedom of the press? The government ought to defend itself and defend us. We have the right to insist that the government machinery does not remain passive while the threat of bloody riots endangers the lives of its citizens. For Yedinstvo Plekhanov's paper, Yedinstvo, suspended publication a few weeks after the Bolsheviki seized the power. Contrary to popular report, Yedinstvo was not suppressed by the Soviet government. An announcement in the last number admitted that it was unable to continue because there were too few subscribers. 5 were the Bolsheviki conspirators. The French newspaper Entente of Petrograd, on November 15, published an article of which the following is a part. The government of Kerensky discusses and hesitates. The government of Lenin and Trotsky attacks and acts. This last is called a government of conspirators, but that is wrong. Government of usurpers, yes, like all revolutionary governments which triumph over their adversaries. Conspirators, no. No. They did not conspire. On the contrary, openly, audaciously, without mincing words, without dissimulating their intentions, they multiplied their agitation, intensified their propaganda in the factories, the barracks, at the front, in the country, everywhere, even fixing in advance the date of their taking up arms, the date of their seizure of the power. They conspirators? Never. 6 Appeal against insurrection from the Central Army Committee. Above everything we insist upon the inflexible execution of the organized will of the majority of the people, expressed by the provisional government in accord with the Council of the Republic and the Tsay-ee-ka, as organ of the popular power. Any demonstration to depose this power by violence, at a moment when a government crisis will infallibly create disorganization, the ruin of the country, and civil war, will be considered by the army as a counter-revolutionary act, and repressed by force of arms. The interests of private groups and classes should be submitted to a single interest, that of augmenting industrial production, and distributing the necessities of life with fairness. All who are capable of sabotage, disorganization, or disorder, all deserters, all slackers, all looters, should be forced to do auxiliary service in the rear of the army. We invite the provisional government to form, out of these violators of the people's will, these enemies of the revolution, labor detachments to work in the rear, on the front, in the trenches under enemy fire. 7 Events of the night. November 6. Toward evening, bands of Red Guards began to occupy the printing shops of the bourgeois press, where they printed Rabochi Put, Soldat, and various proclamations by the 100,000. The city militia was ordered to clear these places, but found the offices barricaded, and armed men defending them. Soldiers who were ordered to attack the print shops refused. About midnight a colonel with a company of Junkers arrived at the Club Free Mind, with a warrant to arrest the editor of Rabochi Put. Immediately an enormous mob gathered in the street outside and threatened to lynch the Junkers. The colonel thereupon begged that he and the Junkers be arrested and taken to Peter Paul prison for safety. This request was granted. At 1 a.m. a detachment of soldiers and sailors from Smolny occupied the telegraph agency. At 1:35 the post office was occupied. Toward morning the military hotel was taken, and at 5 o'clock the telephone exchange. At dawn the State Bank was surrounded. And at 10 a.m. a cordon of troops was drawn about the Winter Palace. Chapter 4. The Fall of the Provisional Government. Wednesday, November 7. I rose very late. The noon cannon boomed from Peter Paul as I went down the Nevsky. It was a raw, chill day. In front of the State Bank some soldiers with fixed bayonets were standing at the closed gates. "What side do you belong to?" I asked. "The government." "No more government," one answered with a grin, "Slava Bogu." Glory to God. That was all I could get out of him. The streetcars were running on the Nevsky, men, women, and small boys hanging on every projection. Shops were open, and there seemed even less uneasiness among the street crowds than there had been the day before. A whole crop of new appeals against insurrection had blossomed out on the walls during the night, to the peasants, to the soldiers at the front, to the workmen of Petrograd. One read from the Petrograd Municipal Duma. The Municipal Duma informs the citizens that in the extraordinary meeting of November 6 the Duma formed a committee of public safety, composed of members of the Central and Ward Dumas, and representatives of the following revolutionary democratic organizations: the Tsay-ee-ka, the All-Russian Executive Committee of Peasant Deputies, the Army Organizations, the Tsentroflot, the Petrograd Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies, the Council of Trade Unions, and others. Members of the Committee of Public Safety will be on duty in the building of the Municipal Duma. Telephones No 15 to 40, 223 to 77, 138 to 36. November 7, 1917. Though I didn't realize it then, this was the Duma's declaration of war against the Bolsheviki. I bought a copy of Rabochi Put, the only newspaper which seemed on sale, and a little later paid a soldier 50 kopecks for a second-hand copy of Dien. The Bolshevik paper, printed on large-sized sheets in the Concord office of the Russkaya Volia, had huge headlines: "All power to the Soviets of workers, soldiers, and peasants. Peace. Bread. Land." The leading article was signed Zinoviev, Lenin's companion in hiding. It began: "Every soldier, every worker, every real socialist, every honest Democrat realizes that there are only two alternatives to the present situation. Either the power will remain in the hands of the bourgeois landlord crew, and this will mean every kind of repression for the workers, soldiers, and peasants, continuation of the war, inevitable hunger and death. Or the power will be transferred to the hands of the revolutionary workers, soldiers, and peasants, and in that case it will mean a complete abolition of landlord tyranny, immediate check of the capitalists, immediate proposal of a just peace. Then the land is assured to the peasants, then control of industry is assured to the workers, then bread is assured to the hungry, then the end of this nonsensical war. Diane contained fragmentary news of the agitated night. Bolsheviki capture of the telephone exchange, the Baltic station, the telegraph agency, the Peterhof Junkers unable to reach Petrograd, the Cossacks undecided, arrest of some of the ministers, shooting of chief of the city militia Meyer, arrests, counter-arrests, skirmishes between clashing patrols of soldiers, Junkers, and Red Guards. 1. On the corner of the Morskaya I ran into Captain Gomberg, Menshevik Obronets, secretary of the military section of his party. When I asked him if the insurrection had really happened, he shrugged his shoulders in a tired manner and replied, "Chort znает. The devil knows." Well, perhaps the Bolsheviki can seize the power, but they won't be able to hold it more than 3 days. They haven't the men to run a government. Perhaps it's a good thing to let them try, that will furnish them. The military hotel at the corner of St. Isaac's Square was picketed by armed sailors. In the lobby were many of the smart young officers, walking up and down or muttering together. The sailors wouldn't let them leave. Suddenly came the sharp crack of a rifle outside, followed by a scattered burst of firing. I ran out. Something unusual was going on around the Mariinsky Palace, where the Council of the Russian Republic met. Diagonally across the wide square was drawn a line of soldiers, rifles ready, staring at the hotel roof. "Provocatia! Shot at us," snapped one, while another went running toward the door. At the western corner of the palace lay a big armored car with a red flag flying from it, newly lettered in red paint, S.R.S.D, Soviet Rabochik Soldatskih Deputatov, all the guns trained toward St. Isaac's. A barricade had been heaped up across the mouth of Novaya Ulitsa, boxes, barrels, an old bed spring, a wagon. A pile of lumber barred the end of the Moika quay. Short logs from a neighboring woodpile were being built up along the front of the building to form breastworks. "Is there going to be any fighting?" I asked. Soon, answered a soldier, nervously. "Go away, comrade, you'll get hurt. They will come from that direction," pointing toward the Admiralty. "Who will?" "That I couldn't tell you, brother," he answered, and spat. Before the door of the palace was a crowd of soldiers and sailors. A sailor was telling of the end of the Council of the Russian Republic. "We walked in there," he said, "and filled all the doors with comrades. I went up to the counter-revolutionist Kornilovitz, who sat in the president's chair. 'No more council,' I says. 'Run along home now, hashtag.' There was laughter. By waving assorted papers I managed to get around to the door of the press gallery. There an enormous smiling sailor stopped me, and when I showed my pass, just said, 'If you were St. Michael himself, comrade, you couldn't pass here.' Through the glass of the door I made out the distorted face and gesticulating arms of a French correspondent, locked in. Around in front stood a little, grey-mustached man in the uniform of a general, the center of a knot of soldiers. He was very red in the face. 'I am General Alexeyev,' he cried. 'As your superior officer and as a member of the Council of the Republic I demand to be allowed to pass.' The guard scratched his head, looking uneasily out of the corner of his eye. He beckoned to an approaching officer, who grew very agitated when he saw who it was and saluted before he realized what he was doing. 'Vashiv Wysoko Prefoskaditelstvo, Your High Excellency,' he stammered, in the manner of the old regime, 'access to the palace is strictly forbidden, I have no right.' An automobile came by, and I saw Gott sitting inside, laughing apparently with great amusement. A few minutes later another, with armed soldiers on the front seat, full of arrested members of the Provisional Government. Peters, Lettish member of the Military Revolutionary Committee, came hurrying across the square. "I thought you bagged all those gentlemen last night," said I, pointing to them. "Oh," he answered, with the expression of a disappointed small boy. "The damn fools let most of them go again before we made up our minds." Down the Voskresenskaya Prospect a great mass of sailors were drawn up, and behind them came marching soldiers, as far as the eye could reach. We went toward the Winter Palace by way of the Admiraltysky. All the entrances to the palace square were closed by sentries, and a cordon of troops stretched clear across the western end, besieged by an uneasy throng of citizens. Except for far-away soldiers who seemed to be carrying wood out of the palace courtyard and piling it in front of the main gateway, everything was quiet. We couldn't make out whether the sentries were pro-government or pro-Soviet. Our papers from Smolny had no effect, however, so we approached another part of the line with an important air and showed our American passports, saying official business, and shouldered through. At the door of the palace the same old Schweizeri, in their brass-buttoned blue uniforms with the red and gold collars, politely took our coats and hats, and we went upstairs. In the dark, gloomy corridor, stripped of its tapestries, a few old attendants were lounging about, and in front of Kerenskaya's door a young officer paced up and down, gnawing his mustache. We asked if we could interview the minister-president. He bowed and clicked his heels. "No, I am sorry," he replied in French. "Alexander Fyodorovich is extremely occupied just now." He looked at us for a moment. "In fact, he is not here." "Where is he?" "He has gone to the front." And do you know, there wasn't enough gasoline for his automobile. We had to send to the English hospital and borrow some." "Are the ministers here?" "They are meeting in some room I don't know where." "Are the Bolsheviki coming?" "Of course." "Certainly, they are coming. I expect a telephone call every minute to say that they are coming." "But we are ready. We have yunkers in the front of the palace." "Through that door there." "Can we go in there?" "No. Certainly not. It is not permitted." Abruptly he shook hands all around and walked away. We turned to the forbidden door, set in a temporary partition dividing the hall and locked on the outside. On the other side were voices, and somebody laughing. Except for that the vast spaces of the old palace were silent as the grave. An old Schweitzer ran up. "No, Baron, you must not go in there." "Why is the door locked?" "To keep the soldiers in," he answered. After a few minutes he said something about having a glass of tea and went back up the hall. We unlocked the door. Just inside a couple of soldiers stood on guard, but they said nothing. At the end of the corridor was a large, ornate room with gilded cornices and enormous crystal lustres, and beyond it several smaller ones, wainscoted with dark wood. On both sides of the parquet floor lay rows of dirty mattresses and blankets, upon which occasional soldiers were stretched out. Everywhere was a litter of cigarette butts, bits of bread, cloth, and empty bottles with expensive French labels. More and more soldiers, with the red shoulder straps of the Junker schools, moved about in a stale atmosphere of tobacco smoke and unwashed humanity. One had a bottle of white Burgundy, evidently filched from the cellars of the palace. They looked at us with astonishment as we marched past, through room after room, until at last we came out into a series of great state salons, fronting their long and dirty windows on the square. The walls were covered with huge canvases in massive gilt frames, historical battle scenes. 12 October 1812 and 6 November 1812 and 16/28 August 1813. One had a gash across the upper right-hand corner. The place was all a huge barrack, and evidently had been for weeks, from the look of the floor and walls. Machine guns were mounted on window sills, rifles stacked between the mattresses. As we were looking at the pictures an alcoholic breath assailed me from the region of my left ear, and a voice said in thick but fluent French, "I see, by the way you admire the paintings, that you are foreigners." He was a short, puffy man with a baldish head as he removed his cap. Americans. Enchanted. I am Stabs-Kapitan Vladimir Artsabashev, absolutely at your service. It did not seem to occur to him that there was anything unusual in four strangers, one a woman, wandering through the defenses of an army awaiting attack. He began to complain of the state of Russia. Not only these Bolsheviki, he said, but the fine traditions of the Russian army are broken down. Look around you. These are all students in the officers' training schools. But are they gentlemen? Kerensky opened the officers' schools to the ranks, to any soldier who could pass an examination. Naturally there are many who are contaminated by the revolution. Without consequence he changed the subject. I am very anxious to go away from Russia. I have made up my mind to join the American army. Will you please go to your consul and make arrangements? I will give you my address. In spite of our protestations he wrote it on a piece of paper, and seemed to feel better at once. I have it still. Orani and Bomskaya Shkola Praporshchikov 2nd, Staraya Peterhof. We had a review this morning early, he went on, as he guided us through the rooms and explained everything. The women's battalion decided to remain loyal to the government. Are the women soldiers in the palace? Yes, they are in the back rooms, where they won't be hurt if any trouble comes. He sighed. It is a great responsibility, said he. For a while we stood at the window, looking down on the square before the palace, where 3 companies of long-coated yunkers were drawn up under arms, being harangued by a tall, energetic-looking officer I recognized as Stankievich, chief military commissar of the provisional government. After a few minutes 2 of the companies shouldered arms with a clash, barked 3 sharp shouts, and went swinging off across the square, disappearing through the Red Arch into the quiet city. They are going to capture the telephone exchange, said someone. 3 cadets stood by us, and we fell into conversation. They said they had entered the schools from the ranks, and gave their names: Robert Olev, Alexei Vasilyenko, and Ernie Sachs, an Estonian. But now they didn't want to be officers anymore, because officers were very unpopular. They didn't seem to know what to do, as a matter of fact, and it was plain that they were not happy. But soon they began to boast. If the Bolsheviki come, we shall show them how to fight. They do not dare to fight, they are cowards. But if we should be overpowered, well, every man keeps 1 bullet for himself. At this point there was a burst of rifle fire not far off. Out on the square all the people began to run, falling flat on their faces, and the izvoshchiki, standing on the corners, galloped in every direction. Inside all was uproar, soldiers running here and there, grabbing up guns, rifle belts, and shouting, "Here they come! Here they come!" But in a few minutes it quieted down again. The izvoshchiki came back, the people lying down stood up. Through the Red Arch appeared the yunkers, marching a little out of step, one of them supported by 2 comrades. It was getting late when we left the palace. The sentries in the square had all disappeared. The great semicircle of government buildings seemed deserted. We went into the Hotel France for dinner, and right in the middle of soup the waiter, very pale in the face, came up and insisted that we move to the main dining room at the back of the house, because they were going to put out the lights in the cafe. There will be much shooting, he said. When we came out on the Morskaya again it was quite dark, except for 1 flickering street light on the corner of the Nevsky. Under this stood a big armored automobile, with racing engine and oil smoke pouring out of it. A small boy had climbed up the side of the thing and was looking down the barrel of a machine gun. Soldiers and sailors stood around, evidently waiting for something. We walked back up to the Red Arch, where a knot of soldiers was gathered staring at the brightly lighted Winter Palace and talking in loud tones. "No, comrades," one was saying. "How can we shoot at them? The women's battalion is in there. They will say we have fired on Russian women." As we reached the Nevsky again another armored car came around the corner, and a man poked his head out of the turret top. "Come on," he yelled. Let's go on through and attack. The driver of the other car came over, and shouted so as to be heard above the roaring engine. The committee says to wait. They have got artillery behind the woodpiles in there. Here the streetcars had stopped running, few people passed, and there were no lights, but a few blocks away we could see the trams, the crowds, the lighted shop windows and the electric signs of the moving picture shows, life going on as usual. We had tickets to the ballet at the Mariinsky Theatre. All theaters were open, but it was too exciting out of doors. In the darkness we stumbled over lumber piles barricading the police bridge, and before the Stroganov Palace made out some soldiers wheeling into position a 3-inch field gun. Men in various uniforms were coming and going in an aimless way, and doing a great deal of talking. Up the Nevsky the whole city seemed to be out promenading. On every corner immense crowds were massed around a core of hot discussion. Pickets of a dozen soldiers with fixed bayonets lounged at the street crossings, red-faced old men in rich fur coats shook their fists at them, smartly dressed women screamed epithets, the soldiers argued feebly, with embarrassed grins. Armored cars went up and down the street, named after the first Tsars Oleg, Rurik, Sviatoslav, and daubed with huge red letters, RSDRP, Rossiyskaya Parsha. At the Mikhailovsky a man appeared with an armful of newspapers, and was immediately stormed by frantic people, offering a ruble, 5 rubles, 10 rubles, tearing at each other like animals. It was Rabochi Soldat, announcing the victory of the proletarian revolution, the liberation of the Bolsheviki still in prison, calling upon the army front and rear for support. A feverish little sheet of 4 pages, running to enormous type, containing no news. On the corner of the Sadovaya about 2,000 citizens had gathered, staring up at the roof of a tall building, where a tiny red spark glowed and waned. "See," said a tall peasant, pointing to it. "It is a provocator. Presently he will fire on the people." Apparently no one thought of going to investigate. The massive facade of Smolny blazed with lights as we drove up, and from every street converged upon it streams of hurrying shapes dim in the gloom. Automobiles and motorcycles came and went, an enormous elephant-colored armored automobile, with 2 red flags flying from the turret, lumbered out with screaming siren. It was cold, and at the outer gate the Red Guards had built themselves a bonfire. At the inner gate, too, there was a blaze, by the light of which the sentries slowly spelled out our passes and looked us up and down. The canvas covers had been taken off the 4 rapid-fire guns on each side of the doorway, and the ammunition belts hung snake-like from their breeches. A dun herd of armored cars stood under the trees in the courtyard, engines going. The long, bare, dimly illuminated halls roared with the thunder of feet, calling, shouting. There was an atmosphere of recklessness. A crowd came pouring down the staircase, workers in black blouses and round black fur hats, many of them with guns slung over their shoulders, soldiers in rough dirt-colored coats and grey fur shapki pinched flat, a leader or so Lunacharsky, Kameniev hurrying along in the center of a group all talking at once, with harassed anxious faces, and bulging portfolios under their arms. The extraordinary meeting of the Petrograd Soviet was over. I stopped Kameniev, a quick-moving little man, with a wide, vivacious face set close to his shoulders. Without preface he read in rapid French a copy of the resolution just passed. "Now that we've won the power and are sweeping all Russia," he declared, "all they ask of us are 3 little things: 1. To surrender the power. 2. To make the soldiers continue the war. 3. To make the peasants forget about the land." Lenin appeared for a moment, to answer the accusations of the socialist revolutionaries. They charge us with stealing their land program. If that is so, we bow to them. It is good enough for us. So the meeting roared on, leader after leader explaining, exhorting, arguing, soldier after soldier, workman after workman, standing up to speak his mind and his heart. The audience flowed, changing and renewed continually. From time to time men came in, yelling for the members of such and such a detachment, to go to the front, others, relieved, wounded, or coming to Smolny for arms and equipment, poured in. It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning when, as we left the hall, Holtzman, of the Military Revolutionary Committee, came running down the hall with a transfigured face. "It's all right," he shouted, grabbing my hands. "Telegram from the front. Kerensky is smashed. Look at this." He held out a sheet of paper, scribbled hurriedly in pencil, and then, seeing we couldn't read it, he declaimed aloud. "Pulkovo. Staff. 2:10 a.m. The night of October 30th to 31st will go down in history. The attempt of Kerensky to move counter-revolutionary troops against the capital of the revolution has been decisively repulsed. Kerensky is retreating, we are advancing. The soldiers, sailors, and workers of Petrograd have shown that they can and will with arms in their hands enforce the will and authority of the democracy. The bourgeoisie tried to isolate the revolutionary army. Kerensky attempted to break it by the force of the Cossacks. Both plans met a pitiful defeat. The grand idea of the domination of the worker and peasant democracy closed the ranks of the army and hardened its will. All the country from now on will be convinced that the power of the Soviets is no ephemeral thing, but an invincible fact. The repulse of Kerensky is the repulse of the landowners, the bourgeoisie, and the Kornilovists in general. The repulse of Kerensky is the confirmation of the right of the people to a peaceful free life, to land, bread and power. The Pulkovo detachment by its valorous blow has strengthened the cause of the workers and peasants' revolution. There is no return to the past. Before us are struggles, obstacles and sacrifices. But the road is clear and victory is certain. Revolutionary Russia and the Soviet power can be proud of their Pulkovo detachment, acting under the command of Colonel Walden. Eternal memory to those who fell. Glory to the warriors of the revolution, the soldiers and the officers who were faithful to the people. Long live revolutionary, popular, socialist Russia. In the name of the Council. L. Trotsky, People's Commissar. Driving home across Znamensky Square, we made out an unusual crowd in front of the Nikolai railway station. Several thousand sailors were massed there, bristling with rifles. Standing on the steps, a member of the Viktual was pleading with them. "Comrades, we cannot carry you to Moscow. We are neutral. We do not carry troops for either side. We cannot take you to Moscow, where already there is terrible civil war." All the seething square roared at him, the sailors began to surge forward. Suddenly another door was flung wide, in it stood 2 or 3 brakemen, a fireman, or so. "This way, comrades," cried one. "We will take you to Moscow or Vladivostok, if you like. Long live the revolution." Footnotes 1. Kerensky's advance. On November 9, Kerensky and his Cossacks arrived at Gatchina, where the garrison, hopelessly split into 2 factions, immediately surrendered. The members of the Gatchina Soviet were arrested, and at first threatened with death, later they were released on good behavior. The Cossack advance guards, practically unopposed, occupied Pavlovsk, Alexandrovsk and other stations, and reached the outskirts of Tsarskoye Selo next morning, November 10. At once the garrison divided into 3 groups: the officers, loyal to Kerensky, part of the soldiers and non-commissioned officers, who declared themselves neutral, and most of the rank and file, who were for the Bolsheviki. The Bolshevik soldiers, who were without leaders or organization, fell back toward the capital. The local Soviet also withdrew to the village of Pulkovo. From Pulkovo 6 members of the Tsarskoye Selo Soviet went with an automobile load of proclamations to Gatchina, to propagandize the Cossacks. They spent most of the day going around Gatchina from one Cossack barracks to another, pleading, arguing and explaining. Toward evening some officers discovered their presence and they were arrested and brought before General Krasnov, who said, "You fought against Kornilov, now you are opposing Kerensky. I'll have you all shot." After reading aloud to them the order appointing him commander-in-chief of the Petrograd district, Krasnov asked if they were Bolsheviki. They replied in the affirmative, upon which Krasnov went away. A short time later an officer came and set them free, saying that it was by order of General Krasnov. In the meanwhile delegations continued to arrive from Petrograd, from the Duma, the Committee for Salvation, and, last of all, from the Vikzhel. The Union of Railway Workers insisted that some agreement be reached to halt the civil war, and demanded that Kerensky treat with the Bolsheviki, and that he stop the advance on Petrograd. In case of refusal, the Vikzhel threatened a general strike at midnight of November 11. Kerensky asked to be allowed to discuss the matter with the socialist ministers and with the Committee for Salvation. He was plainly undecided. On the 11th Cossack outposts reached Krasnoye Selo, from which the local Soviet and the heterogeneous forces of the Military Revolutionary Committee precipitately retired, some of them surrendering. That night they also touched Pulkovo, where the first real resistance was encountered. Cossacks deserters began to dribble into Petrograd, declaring that Kerensky had lied to them, that he had spread broadcast over the front proclamations which said that Petrograd was burning, that the Bolsheviki had invited the Germans to come in, and that they were murdering women and children and looting indiscriminately. The Military Revolutionary Committee immediately sent out some dozens of agitators, with thousands of printed appeals, to inform the Cossacks of the real situation. 2 proclamations of the Military Revolutionary Committee. To all Soviets of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants Deputies. The All-Russian Congress of Soviets of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants Deputies charges the local Soviets immediately to take the most energetic measures to oppose all counter-revolutionary anti-Semitic disturbances, and all pogroms of whatever nature. The honor of the workers, peasants, and soldiers' revolution cannot tolerate any disorders. The Red Guard of Petrograd, the revolutionary garrison and the sailors have maintained complete order in the capital. Workers, soldiers, and peasants, everywhere you should follow the example of the workers and soldiers of Petrograd. Comrades soldiers and Cossacks, on us falls the duty of keeping real revolutionary order. All revolutionary Russia and the whole world have their eyes on you. The All-Russian Congress of Soviets decrees to abolish capital punishment at the front, which was reintroduced by Kerensky. Complete freedom of propaganda is to be re-established in the country. All soldiers and revolutionary officers now under arrest for so-called political crimes are at once to be set free. The ex-premier Kerensky, overthrown by the people, refuses to submit to the Congress of Soviets and attempts to struggle against the legal government elected by the All-Russian Congress, the Council of People's Commissars. The front has refused to aid Kerensky. Moscow has rallied to the new government. In many cities, Minsk, Mogilev, Kharkov, the power is in the hands of the Soviets. No infantry detachment consents to march against the workers' and peasants' government, which, in accord with the firm will of the army and the people, has begun peace negotiations and has given the land to the peasants. We give public warning that if the Cossacks do not halt Kerensky, who has deceived them and is leading them against Petrograd, the revolutionary forces will rise with all their might for the defense of the precious conquests of the revolution, peace and land. Citizens of Petrograd. Kerensky fled from the city, abandoning the authority to Kishkin, who wanted to surrender the capital to the Germans, Rutenberg, of the Black Band, who sabotaged the municipal food supply, and Polchinsky, hated by the whole democracy. Kerensky has fled, abandoning you to the Germans, to famine, to bloody massacres. The revolting people have arrested Kerensky's ministers, and you have seen how the order and supplying of Petrograd at once improved. Kerensky, at the demand of the aristocrat proprietors, the capitalists, speculators, marches against you for the purpose of giving back the land to the landowners, and continuing the hated and ruinous war. Citizens of Petrograd. We know that the great majority of you are in favor of the people's revolutionary authority, against the Kornilovцы led by Kerensky. Do not be deceived by the lying declarations of the impotent bourgeois conspirators, who will be pitilessly crushed. Workers, soldiers, peasants. We call upon you for revolutionary devotion and discipline. Millions of peasants and soldiers are with us. The victory of the People's Revolution is assured. 3 Acts of the Council of People's Commissars. In this book I am giving only such decrees as are in my opinion pertinent to the Bolshevik conquest of power. The rest belong to a detailed account of the structure of the Soviet state, for which I have no place in this work. This will be dealt with very fully in the second volume, now in preparation, Kornilov to Brest-Litovsk. Concerning dwelling places. 1. The independent municipal self-governments have the right to sequestrate all unoccupied or uninhabited dwelling places. 2. The municipalities may, according to laws and arrangements established by them, install in all available lodgings citizens who have no place to live, or who live in congested or unhealthy lodgings. 3. The municipalities may establish a service of inspection of dwelling places, organize it and define its powers. 4. The municipalities may issue orders on the institution of house committees, define their organization, their powers, and give them juridical authority. 5. The municipalities may create housing tribunals, define their powers and their authority. 6. This decree is promulgated by telegraph. People's Commissar of the Interior. A.I. Rykov. On social insurance. The Russian proletariat has inscribed on its banners the promise of complete social insurance of wage workers, as well as of the town and village poor. The government of the Tsar, the proprietors, and the capitalists, as well as the government of coalition and conciliation, failed to realize the desires of the workers with regard to social insurance. The workers' and peasants' government, relying upon the support of the Soviets of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants' Deputies, announces to the working class of Russia and to the town and village poor, that it will immediately prepare laws on social insurance based on the formulas proposed by the labor organizations. 1. Insurance for all wage workers without exception, as well as for all urban and rural poor. 2. Insurance to cover all categories of loss of working capacity, such as illness, infirmities, old age, childbirth, widowhood, orphanage, and unemployment. 3. All the costs of insurance to be charged to employers. 4. Compensation of at least full wages in all loss of working capacity and unemployment. 5. Complete workers' self-government of all insurance institutions. In the name of the government of the Russian Republic. The People's Commissar of Labor. Alexander Shliapnikov. On popular education. Citizens of Russia. With the insurrection of November 7 the working masses have won for the first time the real power. The All-Russian Congress of Soviets has temporarily transferred this power both to its Executive Committee and to the Council of People's Commissars. By the will of the revolutionary people, I have been appointed People's Commissar of Education. The work of guiding in general the people's education, inasmuch as it remains with the central government, is, until the Constituent Assembly meets, entrusted to a Commission on the People's Education, whose chairman and executive is the People's Commissar. Upon what fundamental propositions will rest this State Commission? How is its sphere of competence determined? The general line of educational activity, every genuinely democratic power must, in the domain of education, in a country where illiteracy and ignorance reign supreme, make its first aim the struggle against this darkness. It must acquire in the shortest time universal literacy, by organizing a network of schools answering to the demands of modern pedagogics. It must introduce universal, obligatory, and free tuition for all, and establish at the same time a series of such teachers' institutes and seminaries as will in the shortest time furnish a powerful army of people's teachers so necessary for the universal instruction of the population of our boundless Russia. Decentralization. The State Commission on People's Education is by no means a central power governing the institutions of instruction and education. On the contrary, the entire school work ought to be transferred to the organs of local self-government. The independent work of the workers, soldiers, and peasants, establishing on their own initiative cultural educational organizations, must be given full autonomy, both by the state center and the municipal centers. The work of the State Commission serves as a link and helpmate to organize resources of material and moral support to the municipal and private institutions, particularly to those with a class character established by the workers. The State Committee on People's Education, a whole series of invaluable law projects was elaborated from the beginning of the revolution by the State Committee for People's Education, a tolerably democratic body as to its composition, and rich in experts. The State Commission sincerely desires the collaboration of this committee. It has addressed itself to the Bureau of the Committee, with the request at once to convoke an extraordinary session of the committee for the fulfillment of the following program. 1. The revision of rules of representation in the committee, in the sense of greater democratization. 2. The revision of the committee's rights in the sense of widening them, and of converting the committee into a fundamental state institute for the elaboration of law projects calculated to reorganize public instruction and education in Russia upon democratic principles. 3. The revision, jointly with the new State Commission, of the laws already created by the committee, a revision required by the fact that in editing them the committee had to take into account the bourgeois spirit of previous ministries, which obstructed it even in this its narrowed form. After this revision these laws will be put into effect without any bureaucratic red tape, in the revolutionary order. The pedagogues and the societists, the State Commission welcomes the pedagogues to the bright and honorable work of educating the people, the masters of the country. No one measure in the domain of the people's education ought to be adopted by any power without the attentive deliberation of those who represent the pedagogues. On the other hand, a decision cannot by any means be reached exclusively through the cooperation of specialists. This refers as well to reforms of the institutes of general education. The cooperation of the pedagogues with the social forces. This is how the Commission will work both in its own constitution, in the State Committee, and in all its activities. As its first task the Commission considers the improvement of the teacher's status, and first of all of those very poor though almost most important contributors to the work of culture, the elementary school teachers. Their just demands ought to be satisfied at once and at any cost. The proletariat of the schools has in vain demanded an increase of salary to 100 rubles per month. It would be a disgrace any longer to keep in poverty the teachers of the overwhelming majority of the Russian people. But a real democracy cannot stop at mere literacy, at universal elementary instruction. It must endeavor to organize a uniform secular school of several grades. The ideal is, equal and if possible higher education for all the citizens. So long as this idea has not been realized for all, the natural transition through all the schooling grades up to the university, a transition to a higher stage, must depend entirely upon the pupil's aptitude, and not upon the resources of his family. The problem of a genuinely democratic organization of instruction is particularly difficult in a country impoverished by a long, criminal, imperialistic war, but the workers who have taken the power must remember that education will serve them as the greatest instrument in their struggle for a better lot and for a spiritual growth. However needful it may be to curtail other articles of the people's budget, the expenses on education must stand high. A large educational budget is the pride and glory of a nation. The free and enfranchised peoples of Russia will not forget this. The fight against illiteracy and ignorance cannot be confined to a thorough establishment of school education for children and youths. Adults, too, will be anxious to save themselves from the debasing position of a man who cannot read and write. The school for adults must occupy a conspicuous place in the general plan of popular instruction. Instruction and education, one must emphasize the difference between instruction and education. Instruction is the transmission of ready knowledge by the teacher to his pupil. Education is a creative process. The personality of the individual is being educated throughout life, is being formed, grows richer in content, stronger and more perfect. The toiling masses of the people, the workmen, the peasants, the soldiers, are thirsting for elementary and advanced instruction. But they are also thirsting for education. Neither the government nor the intellectuals nor any other power outside of themselves can give it to them. The school, the book, the theater, the museum, etc., may hereby only aids. They have their own ideas, formed by their social position, so different from the position of those ruling classes and intellectuals who have hitherto created culture. They have their own ideas, their own emotions, their own ways of approaching the problems of personality and society. The city laborer, according to his own fashion, the rural toiler according to his, will each build his clear world conception permeated with the class idea of the workers. There is no more superb or beautiful phenomenon than the one of which our nearest descendants will be both witnesses and participants, the building by collective labor of its own general, rich and free soul. Instruction will surely be an important but not a decisive element. What is more important here is the criticism, the creativeness of the masses themselves, for science and art have only in some of their parts a general human importance. They suffer radical changes with every far-reaching class upheaval. Throughout Russia, particularly among the city laborers, but also among the peasants, a powerful wave of cultural educational movement has arisen. Workers' and soldiers' organizations of this kind are multiplying rapidly. To meet them, to lend them support, to clear the road before them is the first task of a revolutionary and popular government in the domain of democratic education. The Constituent Assembly will doubtless soon begin its work. It alone can permanently establish the order of national and social life in our country, and at the same time the general character of the organization of popular education. Now, however, with the passage of power to the Soviets, the really democratic character of the Constituent Assembly is assured. The line which the State Commission, relying upon the State Committee, will follow, will hardly suffer any modification under the influence of the Constituent Assembly. Without predetermining it, the new People's Government considers itself within its rights in enacting in this domain a series of measures which aim at enriching and enlightening as soon as possible the spiritual life of the country. The Ministry, the present work must in the interim proceed through the Ministry of the People's Education. Of all the necessary alterations in its composition and construction the State Commission will have charge, elected by the Executive Committee of the Soviets and the State Committee. Of course the order of state authority in the domain of the people's education will be established by the Constituent Assembly. Until then, the Ministry must play the part of the executive apparatus for both the State Committee and the State Commission for People's Education. The pledge of the country's safety lies in the cooperation of all its vital and genuinely democratic forces. We believe that the energetic effort of the working people and of the honest enlightened intellectuals will lead the country out of its painful crisis, and through complete democracy to the reign of socialism and the brotherhood of nations. People's Commissar on Education. A.V. Lunacharsky. On the order in which the laws are to be ratified and published. 1. Until the convocation of the Constituent Assembly, the enacting and publishing of laws shall be carried out in the order decreed by the present Provisional Workmen's and Peasants' Government, elected by the All-Russian Congress of Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers' Deputies. 2. Every bill is presented for consideration of the government by the respective ministry, signed by the duly authorized People's Commissar, or it is presented by the legislative section attached to the government, signed by the chief of the section. 3. After its ratification by the government, the decree in its final edition, in the name of the Russian Republic, is signed by the President of the Council of People's Commissars, or for him by the People's Commissar who presented it for the consideration of the government, and is then published. 4. The date of publishing it in the official Gazette of the Provisional Workmen's and Peasants' Government, is the date of its becoming law. 5. In the decree there may be appointed a date, other than the date of publication, on which it shall become law, or it may be promulgated by telegraph, in which case it is to be regarded in every locality as becoming law upon the publication of the telegram. 6. The promulgation of legislative acts of the government by the State Senate is abolished. The legislative section attached to the Council of People's Commissars issues periodically a collection of regulations and orders of the government which possess the force of law. 7. The Central Executive Committee of the Soviets of Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers' Deputies, CEEK, has at all times the right to cancel, alter, or annul any of the government decrees. In the name of the Russian Republic, the President of the Council of People's Commissars. V. Ulyanov Lenin. 4. The Liquor Problem. Order issued by the Military Revolutionary Committee. 1. Until further order the production of alcohol and alcoholic drinks is prohibited. 2. It is ordered to all producers of alcohol and alcoholic drinks to inform not later than on the 27th inst of the exact site of their stores. 3. All culprits against this order will be tried by a military revolutionary court. The Military Revolutionary Committee. 5. Order number 2. From the Committee of the Finland Guard Reserve Regiment to all House Committees and to the citizens of Vasili Ostrov. The bourgeoisie has chosen a very sinister method of fighting against the proletariat. It has established in various parts of the city huge wine depots, and distributes liquor among the soldiers, in this manner attempting to sow dissatisfaction in the ranks of the Revolutionary Army. It is herewith ordered to all House Committees, that at 3 o'clock, the time set for posting this order, they shall in person and secretly notify the President of the Committee of the Finland Guard Regiment, concerning the amount of wine in their premises. Those who violate this order will be arrested and given trial before a merciless court, and their property will be confiscated, and the stock of wine discovered will be blown up with dynamite 2 hours after this warning, because more lenient measures, as experience has shown, do not bring the desired results. Remember, there will be no other warning before the explosions. Regimental Committee of the Finland Guard Regiment. Chapter 9. Victory. Order number I. To the troops of the Pulkovo Detachment. November 13, 1917. 38 minutes past 9 a.m. After a cruel fight, the troops of the Pulkovo Detachment completely routed the counter-revolutionary forces, who retreated from their positions in disorder, and under cover of Tsarskoye Selo fell back toward Pavlovsk II and Gatchina. Our advanced units occupied the northeastern extremity of Tsarskoye Selo and the station Alexandrovskaya. The Kolpino detachment was on our left, the Krasnoye Selo detachment to our right. I ordered the Pulkovo forces to occupy Tsarskoye Selo, to fortify its approaches, especially on the side of Gatchina. Also to pass and occupy Pavlovskoye, fortifying its southern side, and to take up the railroad as far as Dino. The troops must take all measures to strengthen the positions occupied by them, arranging trenches and other defensive works. They must enter into close liaison with the detachments of Kolpino and Krasnoye Selo, and also with the staff of the Commander-in-Chief for the defense of Petrograd. Signed. Commander-in-Chief over all forces acting against the counter-revolutionary troops of Kerensky. Lieutenant Colonel Muravyov. Tuesday morning. But how is this? Only 2 days ago the Petrograd Campagna was full of leaderless bands, wandering aimlessly, without food, without artillery, without a plan. What had fused that disorganized mass of undisciplined Red Guards, and soldiers without officers, into an army obedient to its own elected high command, tempered to meet and break the assault of cannon and Cossack cavalry? 1. People in revolt have a way of defying military precedent. The ragged armies of the French Revolution are not forgotten. Valmy and the lines of Weissenberg. Massed against the Soviet forces were Junkers, Cossacks, landowners, nobility, black hundreds, the Tsar come again, Okhrana and Siberian chains, and the vast and terrible menace of the Germans. Victory, in the words of Carlyle, meant apotheosis and millennium without end. Sunday night, the commissars of the Military Revolutionary Committee returning desperately from the field, the garrison of Petrograd elected its committee of 5, its battle staff, 3 soldiers and 2 officers, all certified free from counter-revolutionary taint. Colonel Muravyov, expatriate, was in command, an efficient man, but to be carefully watched. At Kolpino, at Obukhov, at Pulkovo and Krasnoye Selo were formed provisional detachments, increased in size as the stragglers came in from the surrounding country, mixed soldiers, sailors and Red Guards, parts of regiments, infantry, cavalry and artillery all together, and a few armored cars. Day broke, and the pickets of Kerensky's Cossacks came in touch. Scattered rifle fire, summons to surrender. Over the bleak plain on the cold quiet air spread the sound of battle, falling upon the ears of roving bands as they gathered about their little fires, waiting. So it was beginning. They made toward the battle, and the worker hordes pouring out along the straight roads quickened their pace. Thus upon all the points of attack automatically converged angry human swarms, to be met by commissars and assigned positions, or work to do. This was their battle, for their world. The officers in command were elected by them. For the moment that incoherent multiple will was one will. Those who participated in the fighting described to me how the sailors fought until they ran out of cartridges, and then stormed, how the untrained workmen rushed the charging Cossacks and tore them from their horses, how the anonymous hordes of the people, gathering in the darkness around the battle, rose like a tide and poured over the enemy. Before midnight of Monday the Cossacks broke and were fleeing, leaving their artillery behind them, and the army of the proletariat, on a long ragged front, moved forward and rolled into Tsarskoye, before the enemy had a chance to destroy the great government wireless station, from which now the commissars of Smolny were hurling out to the world paeans of triumph. To all Soviets of workers and soldiers deputies. The 12th of November, in a bloody combat near Tsarskoye Selo, the Revolutionary Army defeated the counter-revolutionary troops of Kerensky and Kornilov. In the name of the revolutionary government I order all regiments to take the offensive against the enemies of the revolutionary democracy, and to take all measures to arrest Kerensky, and also to oppose any adventure which might menace the conquests of the revolution and the victory of the proletariat. Long live the Revolutionary Army! Muravyov. News from the provinces. At Sevastopol the local Soviet had assumed the power. A huge meeting of the sailors on the battleships in the harbor had forced their officers to line up and swear allegiance to the new government. At Nizhny Novgorod the Soviet was in control. From Kazan came reports of a battle in the streets, Yunkers and a brigade of artillery against the Bolshevik garrison. Desperate fighting had broken out again in Moscow. The Yunkers and White Guards held the Kremlin and the center of the town, beaten upon from all sides by the troops of the Military Revolutionary Committee. The Soviet artillery was stationed in Skobelev Square, bombarding the City Duma building, the prefecture and the Hotel Metropole. The cobblestones of the Tverskaya and Nikitskaya had been torn up for trenches and barricades. A hail of machine gun fire swept the quarters of the great banks and commercial houses. There were no lights, no telephones. The bourgeois population lived in the cellars. The last bulletin said that the Military Revolutionary Committee had delivered an ultimatum to the Committee of Public Safety, demanding the immediate surrender of the Kremlin, or bombardment would follow. Bombard the Kremlin, cried the ordinary citizen. They dare not. From Vologda to Chita in far Siberia, from Pskov to Sevastopol on the Black Sea, in great cities and little villages, civil war burst into flame. From thousands of factories, peasant communes, regiments and armies, ships on the wide sea, greetings poured into Petrograd, greetings to the government of the people. The Cossack government at Novocherkassk telegraphed to Kerensky, the government of the Cossack troops invites the provisional government and the members of the Council of the Republic to come, if possible, to Novocherkassk, where we can organize in common the struggle against the Bolsheviki. In Finland, also, things were stirring. The Soviet of Helsingfors and the Centrabalt, Central Committee of the Baltic Fleet, jointly proclaimed a state of siege, and declared that all attempts to interfere with the Bolshevik forces, and all armed resistance to its orders, would be severely repressed. At the same time the Finnish Railway Union called a countrywide general strike, to put into operation the laws passed by the Socialist Diet of June, 1917, dissolved by Kerensky. Early in the morning I went out to Smolny. Going up the long wooden sidewalk from the outer gate I saw the first thin, hesitating snowflakes fluttering down from the grey, windless sky. "Snow," cried the soldier at the door, grinning with delight. "Good for the health." Inside, the long, gloomy halls and bleak rooms seemed deserted. No one moved in all the enormous pile. A deep, uneasy sound came to my ears, and looking around, I noticed that everywhere on the floor, along the walls, men were sleeping. Rough, dirty men, workers and soldiers, spattered and caked with mud, sprawled alone or in heaps, in the careless attitudes of death. Some wore ragged bandages marked with blood. Guns and cartridge belts were scattered about. The victorious proletarian army. In the upstairs buffet so thick they lay that one could hardly walk. The air was foul. Through the clouded windows a pale light streamed. A battered samovar, cold, stood on the counter, and many glasses holding dregs of tea. Beside them lay a copy of the Military Revolutionary Committee's last bulletin, upside down, scrawled with painful handwriting. It was a memorial written by some soldier to his comrades fallen in the fight against Kerensky, just as he had set it down before falling on the floor to sleep. The writing was blurred with what looked like tears. Alexei Vinogradov. D. Moskvin. S. Stolbikov. A. Voskresensky. D. Liansky. D. Preobrazhensky. V. Ladensky. M. Burchakov. These men were drafted into the army on November 15, 1916. Only 3 are left of the above. Mikhail Burchakov. Alexei Voskresensky. Dmitry Liansky. Sleep, warrior eagles, sleep with peaceful soul. You have deserved, our own ones, happiness and eternal peace. Under the earth of the grave. You have straightly closed your ranks. Sleep, citizens. Only the Military Revolutionary Committee still functioned, unsleeping. Skrinik, emerging from the inner room, said that Gotz had been arrested, but had flatly denied signing the proclamation of the Committee for Salvation, as had Avksentiev, and the Committee for Salvation itself had repudiated the appeal to the garrison. There was still disaffection among the city regiments, Skrinik reported. The Volinsky regiment had refused to fight against Kerensky. Several detachments of neutral troops, with Chernov at their head, were at Gatchina, trying to persuade Kerensky to halt his attack on Petrograd. Skrinik laughed. There can be no neutrals now, he said. We've won. His sharp, bearded face glowed with an almost religious exaltation. More than 60 delegates have arrived from the front, with assurances of support by all the armies except the troops on the Romanian front, who have not been heard from. The army committees have suppressed all news from Petrograd, but we now have a regular system of couriers. Down in the front hall Kamenev was just entering, worn out by the all-night session of the conference to form a new government, but happy. Already the socialist revolutionaries are inclined to admit us into the new government, he told me. The right-wing groups are frightened by the revolutionary tribunals, they demand, in a sort of panic, that we dissolve them before going any further. We have accepted the proposition of the Viktual to form a homogeneous socialist ministry, and they're working on that now. You see, it all springs from our victory. When we were down, they wouldn't have us at any price. Not everybody's in favor of some agreement with the Soviets. What we need is a really decisive victory. Kerensky wants an armistice, but he'll have to surrender too. Order given me at staff headquarters by command of the Council of People's Commissars, to transmit the first dispatch out of Petrograd after the November Revolution, over the government wires to America. Translation. Staff Military Revolutionary Committee SOV. W. and SD November 2, 1917. Number 1860 certificate. Is given by the present to the journalist of the New York Socialist Press John Reed, that the text of the telegram, herewith, has been examined by the Government of People's Commissars, and there is no objection to its transmission, and also it is recommended that all cooperate in every way to transmit same to its destination. For the Commander-in-Chief, Antonov. Chief of Staff, Vlad Vonkbruevich. That was the temper of the Bolshevik leaders. To a foreign journalist who asked Trotsky what statement he had to make to the world, Trotsky replied, "At this moment the only statement possible is the one we are making through the mouths of our cannon." But there was an undercurrent of real anxiety in the tide of victory, the question of finances. Instead of opening the banks, as had been ordered by the Military Revolutionary Committee, the Union of Bank Employees had held a meeting and declared a formal strike. Smolny had demanded some 35 millions of rubles from the state bank, and the cashier had locked the vaults, only paying out money to the representatives of the provisional government. The reactionaries were using the state bank as a political weapon. For instance, when the Viktul demanded money to pay the salaries of the employees of the government railroads, it was told to apply to Smolny. I went to the state bank to see the new commissar, a red-haired Ukrainian Bolshevik named Petrovich. He was trying to bring order out of the chaos in which affairs had been left by the striking clerks. In all the offices of the huge place perspiring volunteer workers, soldiers, and sailors, their tongues sticking out of their mouths in the intensity of their effort, were poring over the great ledgers with a bewildered air. The Duma building was crowded. There were still isolated cases of defiance toward the new government, but they were rare. The Central Land Committee had appealed to the peasants, ordering them not to recognize the land decree passed by the Congress of the Soviets, because it would cause confusion and civil war. Mayor Schreider announced that because of the Bolshevik insurrection, the elections to the Constituent Assembly would have to be indefinitely postponed. Two questions seemed to be uppermost in all minds, shocked by the ferocity of the civil war: first, a truce to the bloodshed; second, the creation of a new government. There was no longer any talk of destroying the Bolsheviki and very little about excluding them from the government, except from the populist socialists and the peasants' soviets. Even the Central Army Committee at the Stavka, the most determined enemy of Smolny, telephoned from Mogilev: if, to constitute the new ministry, it is necessary to come to an understanding with the Bolsheviki, we agree to admit them in a minority to the cabinet. Pravda, ironically calling attention to Kerensky's humanitarian sentiments, published his dispatch to the Committee for Salvation. In accord with the proposals of the Committee for Salvation and all the democratic organizations united around it, I have halted all military action against the rebels. A delegate of the committee has been sent to enter into negotiations. Take all measures to stop the useless shedding of blood. The Viktul sent a telegram to all Russia. The conference of the Union of Railway Workers with the representatives of both the belligerent parties, who admit the necessity of an agreement, protest energetically against the use of political terrorism in the civil war, especially when it is carried on between different factions of the revolutionary democracy, and declare that political terrorism, in whatever form, is in contradiction to the very idea of the negotiations for a new government. Delegations from the conference were sent to the front, to Gatchina. In the conference itself everything seemed on the point of final settlement. It had even been decided to elect a provisional People's Council, composed of about 400 members, 75 representing Smolny, 75 the old Tsaika, and the rest split up among the town dumas, the trade unions, land committees, and political parties. Chernov was mentioned as the new premier. Lenin and Trotsky, rumor said, were to be excluded. Popular leaflets sold in the streets just after the Bolshevik insurrection, containing rhymes and jokes about the defeated bourgeoisie and the moderate socialist leaders, called, "How the Bourgeoisie, Lost the Power." About noon I was again in front of Smolny, talking with the driver of an ambulance bound for the Revolutionary Front. Could I go with him? Certainly. He was a volunteer, a university student, and as we rolled down the street shouted over his shoulder to me phrases of execrable German, also, Gut. We're nach die Kasernen zu essen gehen. I made out that there would be lunch at some barracks. On the Kirochnaya we turned into an immense courtyard surrounded by military buildings, and mounted a dark stairway to a low room lit by one window. At a long wooden table were seated some 20 soldiers, eating shchi, cabbage soup, from a great tin washtub with wooden spoons, and talking loudly with much laughter. "Welcome to the battalion committee of the 6th Reserve Engineers Battalion," cried my friend, and introduced me as an American socialist. Whereat everyone rose to shake my hand, and one old soldier put his arms around me and gave me a hearty kiss. A wooden spoon was produced and I took my place at the table. Another tub, full of kasha, was brought in, a huge loaf of black bread, and of course the inevitable teapots. At once everyone began asking me questions about America. Was it true that people in a free country sold their votes for money? If so, how did they get what they wanted? How about this Tammany? Was it true that in a free country a little group of people could control a whole city, and exploited it for their personal benefit? Why did the people stand it? Even under the Tsar such things could not happen in Russia. True, here there was always graft, but to buy and sell a whole city full of people. And in a free country? Had the people no revolutionary feeling? I tried to explain that in my country people tried to change things by law. Of course, nodded a young sergeant, named Baklanov, who spoke French. But you have a highly developed capitalist class. Then the capitalist class must control the legislatures and the courts. How then can the people change things? I am open to conviction, for I do not know your country, but to me it is incredible. I said that I was going to Tsarskoye Selo. I, too, said Baklanov, suddenly. And I the whole roomful decided on the spot to go to Tsarskoye Selo. Just then came a knock on the door. It opened, and in it stood the figure of the colonel. No one rose, but all shouted a greeting. May I come in? Asked the colonel. Prosim. Prosim, they answered heartily. He entered, smiling, a tall, distinguished figure in a goatskin cape embroidered with gold. I think I heard you say that you were going to Tsarskoye Selo, comrades, he said. Could I go with you? Baklanov considered. I do not think there is anything to be done here today, he answered. Yes, comrade, we shall be very glad to have you. The colonel thanked him and sat down, filling a glass of tea. In a low voice, for fear of wounding the colonel's pride, Baklanov explained to me. You see, I am the chairman of the committee. We control the battalion absolutely, except in action, when the colonel is delegated by us to command. In action his orders must be obeyed, but he is strictly responsible to us. In barracks he must ask our permission before taking any action. You might call him our executive officer. Arms were distributed to us, revolvers and rifles. We might meet some Cossacks, you know, and we all piled into the ambulance, together with 3 great bundles of newspapers for the front. Straight down the Litini we rattled, and along the Zagorodny Prospect. Next to me sat a youth with the shoulder straps of a lieutenant, who seemed to speak all European languages with equal fluency. He was a member of the battalion committee. I am not a Bolshevik, he assured me, emphatically. My family is a very ancient and noble one. I, myself, am, you might say, a cadet. But how? I began, bewildered. Oh, yes, I am a member of the committee. I make no secret of my political opinions, but the others do not mind, because they know I do not believe in opposing the will of the majority. I have refused to take any action in the present civil war, however, for I do not believe in taking up arms against my brother Russians. Provocator. Kornilovitz, the others cried at him gaily, slapping him on the shoulder. Passing under the huge grey stone archway of the Moskovsky Gate, covered with golden hieroglyphics, ponderous imperial eagles and the names of tsars, we sped out on the wide straight highway, grey with the first light fall of snow. It was thronged with Red Guards, stumbling along on foot toward the revolutionary front, shouting and singing, and others, grey-faced and muddy, coming back. Most of them seemed to be mere boys. Women with spades, some with rifles and bandoliers, others wearing the Red Cross on their armbands, the bowed, toilworm women of the slums. Squads of soldiers marching out of step, with an affectionate jeer for the Red Guards, sailors, grim-looking, children with bundles of food for their fathers and mothers, all these, coming and going, trudged through the whitened mud that covered the cobbles of the highway inches deep. We passed cannon, jingling southward with their caissons, trucks bound both ways, bristling with armed men, ambulances full of wounded from the direction of the battle, and once a peasant cart, creaking slowly along, in which sat a white-faced boy bent over his shattered stomach and screaming monotonously. In the fields on either side women and old men were digging trenches and stringing barbed wire entanglements. Back northward the clouds rolled away dramatically, and the pale sun came out. Across the flat, marshy plain Petrograd glittered. To the right, white and gilded and colored bulbs and pinnacles, to the left, tall chimneys, some pouring out black smoke, and beyond, a lowering sky over Finland. On each side of us were churches, monasteries. Occasionally a monk was visible, silently watching the pulse of the proletarian army throbbing on the road. At Pulkovo the road divided, and there we halted in the midst of a great crowd, where the human streams poured from three directions, friends meeting, excited and congratulatory, describing the battle to one another. A row of houses facing the crossroads was marked with bullets, and the earth was trampled into mud half a mile around. The fighting had been furious here. In the near distance riderless Cossack horses circled hungrily, for the grass of the plain had died long ago. Right in front of us an awkward Red Guard was trying to ride one, falling off again and again, to the childlike delight of 1,000 rough men. The left road, along which the remnants of the Cossacks had retreated, led up a little hill to a hamlet, where there was a glorious view of the immense plain, grey as a windless sea, tumultuous clouds towering over, and the imperial city disgorging its thousands along all the roads. Far over to the left lay the little hill of Krasnoye Selo, the parade ground of the Imperial Guard's summer camp, and the Imperial Dairy. In the middle distance nothing broke the flat monotony but a few walled monasteries and convents, some isolated factories, and several large buildings with unkempt grounds that were asylums and orphanages. Here, said the driver, as we went on over a barren hill, here was where Vera Slutskaya died. Yes, the Bolshevik member of the Duma. It happened early this morning. She was in an automobile with Zalkind and another man. There was a truce, and they started for the front trenches. They were talking and laughing, when all of a sudden, from the armored train in which Kerensky himself was riding, somebody saw the automobile and fired a cannon. The shell struck Vera Slutskaya and killed her. And so we came into Tsarskoye, all bustling with the swaggering heroes of the proletarian horde. Now the palace where the Soviet had met was a busy place. Red Guards and sailors filled the courtyard, sentries stood at the doors, and a stream of couriers and commissars pushed in and out. In the Soviet room a samovar had been set up, and 50 or more workers, soldiers, sailors, and officers stood around, drinking tea and talking at the top of their voices. In one corner 2 clumsy-handed workingmen were trying to make a multigraphing machine go. At the center table, the huge Dybenko bent over a map, marking out positions for the troops with red and blue pencils. In his free hand he carried, as always, the enormous blue steel revolver. Anon he sat himself down at a typewriter and pounded away with one finger. Every little while he would pause, pick up the revolver, and lovingly spin the chamber. A detachment of sailors commanded by Dybenko on its way to fight Kerensky's troops. A couch lay along the wall, and on this was stretched a young workman. 2 Red Guards were bending over him, but the rest of the company did not pay any attention. In his breast was a hole, through his clothes fresh blood came welling up with every heartbeat. His eyes were closed and his young, bearded face was greenish-white. Faintly and slowly he still breathed, with every breath sighing, "Mir Budet. Mir Budet. Peace is coming. Peace is coming." Dybenko looked up as we came in. "Ah," he said to Baklanov. "Comrade, will you go up to the commandant's headquarters and take charge? Wait, I will write you credentials." He went to the typewriter and slowly picked out the letters. The new commandant of Tsarskoye Selo and I went toward the Ekaterina Palace, Baklanov very excited and important. In the same ornate, white room some Red Guards were rummaging curiously around, while my old friend, the colonel, stood by the window biting his mustache. He greeted me like a long-lost brother. At a table near the door sat the French Bessarabian. The Bolsheviki had ordered him to remain, and continue his work. "What could I do?" he muttered. "People like myself cannot fight on either side in such a war as this, no matter how much we may instinctively dislike the dictatorship of the mob. I only regret that I am so far from my mother in Bessarabia." Baklanov was formally taking over the office from the commandant. "Here," said the colonel nervously, "are the keys to the desk." A Red Guard interrupted. "Where's the money?" he asked rudely. The colonel seemed surprised. "Money? Money? Ah, you mean the chest." "There it is," said the colonel, "just as I found it when I took possession 3 days ago." "Keys?" The colonel shrugged. "I have no keys." The Red Guard sneered knowingly. "Very convenient," he said. "Let us open the chest," said Baklanov. "Bring an axe. Here is an American comrade. Let him smash the chest open, and write down what he finds there." I swung the axe. The wooden chest was empty. "Let's arrest him," said the Red Guard, venomously. "He is Kerensky's man. He has stolen the money and given it to Kerensky." Baklanov did not want to. "Oh, no," he said. "It was the Kornilovits before him. He is not to blame." "The devil," cried the Red Guard. "He is Kerensky's man, I tell you. If you won't arrest him, then we will, and we'll take him to Petrograd and put him in Peter Paul, where he belongs." At this the other Red Guards growled assent. With a piteous glance at us the colonel was led away. Down in front of the Soviet Palace an auto truck was going to the front. Half a dozen Red Guards, some sailors, and a soldier or two, under command of a huge workman, clambered in, and shouted to me to come along. Red Guards issued from headquarters, each of them staggering under an armload of small, corrugated iron bombs, filled with grubit which, they say, is 10 times as strong, and 5 times as sensitive as dynamite. These they threw into the truck. A 3-inch cannon was loaded and then tied onto the tail of the truck with bits of rope and wire. We started with a shout, at top speed of course, the heavy truck swaying from side to side. The cannon leaped from one wheel to the other, and the grubit bombs went rolling back and forth over our feet, fetching up against the sides of the car with a crash. The big Red Guard, whose name was Vladimir Nikolaevich, plied me with questions about America. Why did America come into the war? Are the American workers ready to throw over the capitalists? What is the situation in the Mooney case now? Will they extradite Berkman to San Francisco, and other, very difficult to answer, all delivered in a shout above the roaring of the truck, while we held on to each other and danced amid the Karoming bombs. Occasionally a patrol tried to stop us. Soldiers ran out into the road before us, shouted "Shtoy," and threw up their guns. We paid no attention. "The devil take you," cried the Red Guards. "We don't stop for anybody. We're Red Guards." And we thundered imperiously on, while Vladimir Nikolaevich bellowed to me about the internationalization of the Panama Canal, and such matters. About 5 miles out we saw a squad of sailors marching back, and slowed down. "Where's the front, brothers?" The foremost sailor halted and scratched his head. "This morning," he said, "it was about half a kilometer down the road. But the damn thing isn't anywhere now. We walked and walked and walked, but we couldn't find it." They climbed into the truck, and we proceeded. It must have been about a mile further that Vladimir Nikolaevich cocked his ear and shouted to the chauffeur to stop. "Firing," he said. "Do you hear it?" For a moment dead silence, and then, a little ahead and to the left, 3 shots in rapid succession. Along here the side of the road was heavily wooded. Very much excited now, we crept along, speaking in whispers, until the truck was nearly opposite the place where the firing had come from. Descending, we spread out, and every man carrying his rifle, went stealthily into the forest. 2 comrades, meanwhile, detached the cannon and slewed it around until it aimed as nearly as possible at our backs. It was silent in the woods. The leaves were gone, and the tree trunks were a pale wan color in the low, sickly autumn sun. Not a thing moved, except the ice of little woodland pools shivering under our feet. Was it an ambush? We went uneventfully forward until the trees began to thin, and paused. Beyond, in a little clearing, 3 soldiers sat around a small fire, perfectly oblivious. Vladimir Nikolaevich stepped forward. "Zdravstvuyte, comrades," he greeted, while behind him 1 cannon, 20 rifles and a truckload of Grubit bombs hung by a hair. The soldiers scrambled to their feet. "What was the shooting going on around here?" One of the soldiers answered, looking relieved, "Why, we were just shooting a rabbit or 2, comrade." The truck hurtled on toward Romanov, through the bright, empty day. At the first crossroads 2 soldiers ran out in front of us, waving their rifles. We slowed down, and stopped. "Passes, comrades." The Red Guards raised a great clamor. "We are Red Guards. We don't need any passes. Go on, never mind them." But a sailor objected. "This is wrong, comrades. We must have revolutionary discipline. Suppose some counter-revolutionaries came along in a truck and said, 'We don't need any passes. The comrades don't know you.'" At this there was a debate. One by one, however, the sailors and soldiers joined with the first. Grumbling, each Red Guard produced his dirty bumaga, paper. All were alike except mine, which had been issued by the revolutionary staff at Smolny. The sentries declared that I must go with them. The Red Guards objected strenuously, but the sailor who had spoken first insisted. "This comrade we know to be a true comrade," he said. "But there are orders of the committee, and these orders must be obeyed. That is revolutionary discipline." In order not to make any trouble, I got down from the truck, and watched it disappear careening down the road, all the company waving farewell. The soldiers consulted in low tones for a moment, and then led me to a wall, against which they placed me. It flashed upon me suddenly, they were going to shoot me. In all 3 directions not a human being was in sight. The only sign of life was smoke from the chimney of a dacha, a rambling wooden house a quarter of a mile up the side road. The 2 soldiers were walking out into the road. Desperately I ran after them. "But comrades, see. Here is the seal of the Military Revolutionary Committee." They stared stupidly at my pass, then at each other. "It is different from the others," said one, sullenly. "We cannot read, brother." I took him by the arm. "Come," I said. "Let's go to that house. Someone there can surely read." They hesitated. "No," said one. The other looked me over. "Why not?" he muttered. "After all, it is a serious crime to kill an innocent man." We walked up to the front door of the house and knocked. A short, stout woman opened it, and shrank back in alarm, babbling, "I don't know anything about them. I don't know anything about them." One of my guards held out the pass. She screamed. "Just to read it, comrade." Hesitatingly she took the paper and read aloud, swiftly. "The bearer of this pass, John Reed, is a representative of the American Social Democracy, an internationalist." Out on the road again the 2 soldiers held another consultation. "We must take you to the regimental committee," they said. In the fast deepening twilight we trudged along the muddy road. Occasionally we met squads of soldiers, who stopped and surrounded me with looks of menace, handling my pass around and arguing violently as to whether or not I should be killed. It was dark when we came to the barracks of the 2nd Tsarskoye Selo Rifles, low sprawling buildings huddled along the post road. A number of soldiers slouching at the entrance asked eager questions. "A spy? A provocateur?" We mounted a winding stair and emerged into a great, bare room with a huge stove in the center, and rows of cots on the floor, where about 1,000 soldiers were playing cards, talking, singing, and asleep. In the roof was a jagged hole made by Kerensky's cannon. I stood in the doorway, and a sudden silence ran among the groups, who turned and stared at me. Of a sudden they began to move, slowly and then with a rush, thundering, with faces full of hate. "Comrades! Comrades!" yelled one of my guards. "Committee! Committee!" The throng halted, banked around me, muttering. Out of them shouldered a lean youth, wearing a red armband. "Who is this?" he asked roughly. The guards explained. "Give me the paper." He read it carefully, glancing at me with keen eyes. Then he smiled and handed me the pass. "Comrades, this is an American comrade. I am chairman of the committee, and I welcome you to the regiment." A sudden general buzz grew into a roar of greeting, and they pressed forward to shake my hand. "You have not dined? Here we have had our dinner. You shall go to the officers' club, where there are some who speak your language." He led me across the courtyard to the door of another building. An aristocratic-looking youth, with the shoulder straps of a lieutenant, was entering. The chairman presented me, and shaking hands, went back. "I am Stepan Georgievich Morovsky, at your service," said the lieutenant, in perfect French. From the ornate entrance hall a ceremonial staircase led upward, lighted by glittering lustres. On the second floor billiard rooms, card rooms, a library opened from the hall. We entered the dining room, at a long table in the center of which sat about 20 officers in full uniform, wearing their gold and silver-handled swords, the ribbons and crosses of imperial decorations. All rose politely as I entered, and made a place for me beside the colonel, a large, impressive man with a grizzled beard. Orderlies were deftly serving dinner. The atmosphere was that of any officer's mess in Europe. Where was the revolution? "You are not Bolsheviki?" I asked Morovsky. A smile went around the table, but I caught one or two glancing furtively at the orderly. "No," answered my friend. "There is only one Bolshevik officer in this regiment. He is in Petrograd tonight. The colonel is a Menshevik. Captain Krylov there is a cadet. I myself am a socialist revolutionary of the right wing. I should say that most of the officers in the army are not Bolsheviki, but like me they believe in democracy, they believe that they must follow the soldier masses." Dinner over, maps were brought, and the colonel spread them out on the table. The rest crowded around to see. "Here," said the colonel, pointing to pencil marks, "were our positions this morning. Vladimir Kirillovich, where is your company?" Captain Krylov pointed. "According to orders, we occupied the position along this road. Karsavin relieved me at 5 o'clock. Just then the door of the room opened, and there entered the chairman of the regimental committee, with another soldier. They joined the group behind the colonel, peering at the map. "Good," said the colonel. "Now the Cossacks have fallen back 10 kilometers in our sector. I do not think it is necessary to take up advanced positions. Gentlemen, for tonight you will hold the present line, strengthening the positions by—" "If you please," interrupted the chairman of the regimental committee. "The orders are to advance with all speed, and prepare to engage the Cossacks north of Gatchina in the morning. A crushing defeat is necessary. Kindly make the proper dispositions." There was a short silence. The colonel again turned to the map. "Very well," he said, in a different voice. "Stepan Georgievich, you will please rapidly tracing lines with a blue pencil," he gave his orders, while a sergeant made shorthand notes. The sergeant then withdrew, and 10 minutes later returned with the orders typewritten, and one carbon copy. The chairman of the committee studied the map with a copy of the orders before him. "All right," he said, rising. Folding the carbon copy, he put it in his pocket. Then he signed the other, stamped it with a round seal taken from his pocket, and presented it to the colonel. Here was the revolution. I returned to the Soviet palace in Tsarskoye in the regimental staff automobile. Still the crowds of workers, soldiers, and sailors pouring in and out, still the choking press of trucks, armored cars, cannon before the door, and the shouting, the laughter of unwanted victory. Half a dozen Red Guards forced their way through, a priest in the middle. This was Father Ivan, they said, who had blessed the Cossacks when they entered the town. I heard afterward that he was shot. 4. Dybenko was just coming out, giving rapid orders right and left. In his hand he carried the big revolver. An automobile stood with racing engine at the curb. Alone, he climbed in the rear seat, and was off to Gatchina, to conquer Kerensky. Toward nightfall he arrived at the outskirts of the town, and went on afoot. What Dybenko told the Cossacks nobody knows, but the fact is that General Krasnov and his staff and several thousand Cossacks surrendered, and advised Kerensky to do the same. 5. As for Kerensky, I reprint here the deposition made by General Krasnov on the morning of November 14. Gatchina, November 1, 1917. Today, about 3 o'clock a.m., I was summoned by the Supreme Commander, Kerensky. He was very agitated, and very nervous. "General," he said to me, "you have betrayed me. Your Cossacks declare categorically that they will arrest me and deliver me to the sailors." "Yes," I answered, "there is talk of it, and I know that you have no sympathy anywhere. But the officers say the same thing." "Yes, most of all it is the officers who are discontented with you. What shall I do? I ought to commit suicide. If you are an honorable man, you will go immediately to Petrograd with a white flag, you will present yourself to the Military Revolutionary Committee, and enter into negotiations as chief of the provisional government." "All right. I will do that, General. I will give you a guard and ask that a sailor go with you." "No, no, not a sailor. Do you know whether it is true that Dybenko is here?" "I don't know who Dybenko is. He is my enemy. There is nothing to do. If you play for high stakes you must know how to take a chance." "Yes. I'll leave tonight." "Why?" "That would be a flight. Leave calmly and openly, so that everyone can see that you are not running away." "Very well. But you must give me a guard on which I can count." "Good." I went out and called the Cossack Ruskov, of the 10th Regiment of the Don, and ordered him to pick out 10 Cossacks to accompany the Supreme Commander. Half an hour later the Cossacks came to tell me that Kerensky was not in his quarters, that he had run away. I gave the alarm and ordered that he be searched for, supposing that he could not have left Gatchina, but he could not be found. And so Kerensky fled, alone, disguised in the uniform of a sailor, and by that act lost whatever popularity he had retained among the Russian masses. I went back to Petrograd riding on the front seat of an auto truck, driven by a workman and filled with Red Guards. We had no kerosene, so our lights were not burning. The road was crowded with the proletarian army going home, and new reserves pouring out to take their places. Immense trucks like ours, columns of artillery, wagons, loomed up in the night, without lights, as we were. We hurtled furiously on, wrenched right and left to avoid collisions that seemed inevitable, scraping wheels, followed by the epithets of pedestrians. Across the horizon spread the glittering lights of the capital, immeasurably more splendid by night than by day, like a dike of jewels heaped on the barren plain. The old workman who drove held the wheel in one hand, while with the other he swept the far-gleaming capital in an exultant gesture. "Mine," he cried, his face all alight. "All mine now? My Petrograd." Footnotes. 1 Military Revolutionary Committee. Bulletin No. 2 November 12. In the evening, Kerensky sent a proposition to the revolutionary troops to lay down their arms. Kerensky's men opened artillery fire. Our artillery answered and compelled the enemy to be silent. The Cossacks assumed the offensive. The deadly fire of the sailors, the Red Guards and the soldiers forced the Cossacks to retreat. Our armored cars rushed in among the ranks of the enemy. The enemy is fleeing. Our troops are in pursuit. The order has been given to arrest Kerensky. Tsarskoye Selo has been taken by the revolutionary troops. The Lettish riflemen, the Military Revolutionary Committee has received precise information that the valiant Lettish riflemen have arrived from the front and taken up a position in the rear of Kerensky's bands. From the staff of the Military Revolutionary Committee. The seizure of Gatchina and Tsarskoye Selo by Kerensky's detachments is to be explained by the complete absence of artillery and machine guns in these places, whereas Kerensky's cavalry was provided with artillery from the beginning. The last 2 days were days of enforced work for our staff, to provide the necessary quantity of guns, machine guns, field telephones, etc., for the revolutionary troops. When this work with the energetic assistance of the district Soviets and the factories, the Putilov Works, Obukhov and others, was accomplished, the issue of the expected encounter left no place for doubt. On the side of the revolutionary troops there was not only a surplus in quantity and such a powerful material base as Petrograd, but also an enormous moral advantage. All the Petrograd regiments moved out to the positions with tremendous enthusiasm. The Garrison Conference elected a control commission of 5 soldiers, thus securing a complete unity between the commander-in-chief and the garrison. At the Garrison Conference it was unanimously decided to begin decisive action. The artillery fire on the 12th of November developed with extraordinary force by 3 p.m. The Cossacks were completely demoralized. A parliamentarian came from them to the staff of the detachment at Krasnoye Selo, and proposed to stop the firing, threatening otherwise to take decisive measures. He was answered that the firing would cease when Kerensky laid down his arms. In the developing encounter all sections of the troops, the sailors, soldiers, and the Red Guards showed unlimited courage. The sailors continued to advance until they had fired all their cartridges. The number of casualties has not been established yet, but it is larger on the part of the counter-revolutionary troops, who experienced great losses through one of our armored cars. Kerensky's staff, fearing that they would be surrounded, gave the order to retreat, which retreat speedily assumed a disorderly character. By 11 to 12 p.m., Tsarskoye Selo, including the wireless station, was entirely occupied by the troops of the Soviets. The Cossacks retreated towards Gatchina and Kolpino. The morale of the troops is beyond all praise. The order has been given to pursue the retreating Cossacks. From the Tsarskoye Selo station a radio telegram was sent immediately to the front and to all local Soviets throughout Russia. Further details will be communicated. 2 events of the 13th in Petrograd. 3 regiments of the Petrograd garrison to take any part in the battle against Kerensky. On the morning of the 13th they summoned to a joint conference 60 delegates from the front, in order to find some way to stop the civil war. This conference appointed a committee to go and persuade Kerensky's troops to lay down their arms. They proposed to ask the government soldiers the following questions: 1. Will the soldiers and Cossacks of Kerensky recognize the Tsaik as the repository of governmental power, responsible to the Congress of Soviets? 2. Will the soldiers and Cossacks accept the decrees of the Second Congress of Soviets? 3. Will they accept the land and peace decrees? 4. Will they agree to cease hostilities and return to their units? 5. Will they consent to the arrest of Kerensky, Krasnov and Savinkov? At the meeting of the Petrograd Soviet, Zinoviev said, "It would be foolish to think that this committee could finish a fair. The enemy can only be broken by force. However, it would be a crime for us not to try every peaceful means to bring the Cossacks over to us. What we need is a military victory. The news of an armistice is premature. Our staff will be ready to conclude an armistice when the enemy can no longer do any harm. At present, the influence of our victory is creating new political conditions. Today the socialist revolutionaries are inclined to admit the Bolsheviki into the new government. A decisive victory is indispensable, so that those who hesitate will have no further hesitation." At the City Duma all attention was concentrated on the formation of the new government. In many factories and barracks already revolutionary tribunals were operating, and the Bolsheviki were threatening to set up more of these, and Trigots and Avksentiev before them. Dan proposed that an ultimatum be sent demanding the abolition of these revolutionary tribunals, or the other members of the conference would immediately break off all negotiations with the Bolsheviki. Shingarayev, cadet, declared that the municipality ought not to take part in any agreement with the Bolsheviki. Any agreement with the maniacs is impossible until they lay down their arms and recognize the authority of independent courts of law. Yartsev, for the Yedinstvo group, declared that any agreement with the Bolsheviki would be equivalent to a Bolshevik victory. Mayor Schreider, for the Socialist Revolutionaries, stated that he was opposed to all agreement with the Bolsheviki. As for a government, that ought to spring from the popular will, and since the popular will has been expressed in the municipal elections, the popular will which can create a government is actually concentrated in the Duma. After other speakers, of which only the representative of the Mensheviki internationalists was in favor of considering the admission of the Bolsheviki into the new government, the Duma voted to continue its representatives in the Victuals Conference, but to insist upon the restoration of the provisional government before everything, and to exclude the Bolsheviki from the new power. 3. Truce. Krasnov's answer to the Committee for Salvation. In answer to your telegram proposing an immediate armistice, the Supreme Commander, not wishing further feudal bloodshed, consents to enter into negotiations and to establish relations between the armies of the government and the insurrectionists. He proposes to the General Staff of the insurrectionists to recall its regiments to Petrograd, to declare the line Ligovo-Pulkovo-Kolpino neutral, and to allow the advance guards of the government cavalry to enter Tsarskoye Selo, for the purpose of establishing order. The answer to this proposal must be placed in the hands of our envoys before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Krasnov. 4 events at Tsarskoye Selo. On the evening that Kerensky's troops retreated from Tsarskoye Selo, some priests organized a religious procession through the streets of the town, making speeches to the citizens in which they asked the people to support the rightful authority, the provisional government. When the Cossacks had retreated, and the first Red Guards entered the town, witnesses reported that the priests had incited the people against the Soviets, and had said prayers at the grave of Rasputin, which lies behind the imperial palace. One of the priests, Father Ivan Kucherov, was arrested and shot by the infuriated Red Guards. Just as the Red Guards entered the town, the electric lights were shut off, plunging the streets in complete darkness. The director of the electric light plant, Lubovich, was arrested by the Soviet troops and asked why he had shut off the lights. He was found some time later in the room where he had been imprisoned with a revolver in his hand and a bullet hole in his temple. The Petrograd anti-Bolshevik papers came out next day with headlines, Plekhanov's temperature 39 degrees. Plekhanov lived at Tsarskoye Selo, where he was lying ill in bed. Red Guards arrived at the house and searched it for arms, questioning the old man. "What class of society do you belong to?" they asked him. "I am a revolutionist," answered Plekhanov, who for 40 years has devoted his life to the struggle for liberty. "Anyway," said a workman, "you have now sold yourself to the bourgeoisie." The workers no longer knew Plekhanov, pioneer of the Russian social democracy. 5. Appeal of the Soviet government. The detachments at Gatchina, deceived by Kerensky, have laid down their arms and decided to arrest Kerensky. That chief of the counter-revolutionary campaign has fled. The army, by an enormous majority, has pronounced in favor of the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets, and of the government which it has created. Scores of delegates from the front have hastened to Petrograd to assure the Soviet government of the army's fidelity. No twisting of the facts, no calumny against the revolutionary workers, soldiers, and peasants, has been able to defeat the people. The workers' and soldiers' revolution is victorious. The Tsay-ee-kah appeals to the troops which march under the flag of the counter-revolution, and invites them immediately to lay down their arms to shed no longer the blood of their brothers in the interests of a handful of landowners and capitalists. The workers', soldiers', and peasants' revolution curses those who remain even for a moment under the flag of the people's enemies. Cossacks, come over to the rank of the victorious people. Railwaymen, postmen, telegraphers all, all support the new government of the people. Chapter X. Moscow. The Military Revolutionary Committee, with a fierce intensity, followed up its victory. November 14. To all Army, Corps, Divisional and Regimental Committees, to all Soviets of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants Deputies, to all, conforming to the agreement between the Cossacks, Junkers, soldiers, sailors, and workers, it has been decided to arraign Alexander Fyodorovich Kerensky before a tribunal of the people. We demand that Kerensky be arrested, and that he be ordered, in the name of the organizations hereinafter mentioned, to come immediately to Petrograd and present himself to the tribunal. Signed. The Cossacks of the 1st Division of Ussuri Cavalry, the Committee of Junkers of the Petrograd Detachment of Franktireurs, the Delegate of the 5th Army. People's Commissar Dybenko. The Committee for Salvation, the Duma, the Central Committee of the Socialist Revolutionary Party proudly claiming Kerensky as a member all passionately protested that he could only be held responsible to the Constituent Assembly. On the evening of November 16 I watched 2,000 Red Guards swing down the Zagorodny Prospect behind a military band playing the Marseillaise, and how appropriate it sounded with blood-red flags over the dark ranks of workmen, to welcome home again their brothers who had defended Red Petrograd. In the bitter dusk they tramped, men and women, their tall bayonets swaying, through streets faintly lighted and slippery with mud, between silent crowds of bourgeois, contemptuous but fearful. All were against them businessmen, speculators, investors, landowners, army officers, politicians, teachers, students, professional men, shopkeepers, clerks, agents. The other socialist parties hated the Bolsheviki with an implacable hatred. On the side of the Soviets were the rank and file of the workers, the sailors, all the undemoralized soldiers, the landless peasants, and a very few intellectuals. From the farthest corners of Great Russia, whereupon desperate street fighting burst like a wave, news of Kerensky's defeat came echoing back the immense roar of proletarian victory. Kazan, Saratov, Novgorod, Vinnytsia where the streets had run with blood, Moscow, where the Bolsheviki had turned their artillery against the last stronghold of the bourgeoisie, the Kremlin. They are bombarding the Kremlin. The news passed from mouth to mouth in the streets of Petrograd, almost with a sense of terror. Travelers from white and shining little Mother Moscow told fearful tales. Thousands killed, the Tverskaya and the Kuznetskaya most in flames, the church of Vasily Blazhiny a smoking ruin, Uspensky Cathedral crumbling down, the Spasskaya Gate of the Kremlin tottering, the Duma burned to the ground. 1. Nothing that the Bolsheviki had done could compare with this fearful blasphemy in the heart of Holy Russia. To the ears of the devout sounded the shock of guns crashing in the face of the Holy Orthodox Church, and pounding to dust the sanctuary of the Russian nation. On November 15, Lunacharsky, Commissar of Education, broke into tears at the session of the Council of People's Commissars, and rushed from the room, crying, "I cannot stand it. I cannot bear the monstrous destruction of beauty and tradition." That afternoon his letter of resignation was published in the newspapers. I have just been informed, by people arriving from Moscow, what has happened there. The Cathedral of St. Basil the Blessed, the Cathedral of the Assumption, are being bombarded. The Kremlin, where are now gathered the most important art treasures of Petrograd and of Moscow, is under artillery fire. There are thousands of victims. The fearful struggle there has reached a pitch of bestial ferocity. What is left? What more can happen? I cannot bear this. My cup is full. I am unable to endure these horrors. It is impossible to work under the pressure of thoughts which drive me mad. That is why I am leaving the Council of People's Commissars. I fully realize the gravity of this decision. But I can bear no more. 2. That same day the White Guards and Junkers in the Kremlin surrendered, and were allowed to march out unharmed. The Treaty of Peace follows. 1. The Committee of Public Safety ceases to exist. 2. The White Guard gives up its arms and dissolves. The officers retain their swords and regulation sidearms. In the military schools are retained only the arms necessary for instruction, all others are surrendered by the Junkers. The Military Revolutionary Committee guarantees the liberty and inviolability of the person. 3. To settle the question of disarmament, as set forth in Section 2, a special commission is appointed, consisting of representatives from all organizations which took part in the peace negotiations. 4. From the moment of the signature of this peace treaty, both parties shall immediately give order to cease firing and halt all military operations, taking measures to ensure punctual obedience to this order. 5. At the signature of the treaty, all prisoners made by the two parties shall be released. For 2 days now the Bolsheviki had been in control of the city. The frightened citizens were creeping out of their cellars to seek their dead, the barricades in the streets were being removed. Instead of diminishing, however, the stories of destruction in Moscow continued to grow. And it was under the influence of these fearful reports that we decided to go there. Petrograd, after all, in spite of being for a century the seat of government, is still an artificial city. Moscow is real Russia, Russia as it was and will be. In Moscow we would get the true feeling of the Russian people about the revolution. Life was more intense there. For the past week the Petrograd Military Revolutionary Committee, aided by the rank and file of the railway workers, had seized control of the Nikolai Railroad, and hurled trainload after trainload of sailors and Red Guards southwest. We were provided with passes from Smolny, without which no one could leave the capital. When the train backed into the station, a mob of shabby soldiers, all carrying huge sacks of eatables, stormed the doors, smashed the windows, and poured into all the compartments, filling up the aisles and even climbing onto the roof. 3 of us managed to wedge our way into a compartment, but almost immediately about 20 soldiers entered. There was room for only 4 people, we argued, expostulated, and the conductor joined us, but the soldiers merely laughed. Were they to bother about the comfort of a lot of bourgeois? We produced the passes from Smolny. Instantly the soldiers changed their attitude. "Come, comrades," cried one, "these are American tovarishchi. They have come 30,000 versts to see our revolution, and they are naturally tired." With polite and friendly apologies the soldiers began to leave. Shortly afterward we heard them breaking into a compartment occupied by 2 stout, well-dressed Russians, who had bribed the conductor and locked their door. About 7 o'clock in the evening we drew out of the station, an immense long train drawn by a weak little locomotive burning wood, and stumbled along slowly, with many stops. The soldiers on the roof kicked with their heels and sang whining peasant songs, and in the corridor, so jammed that it was impossible to pass, violent political debates raged all night long. Occasionally the conductor came through, as a matter of habit, looking for tickets. He found very few except ours, and after a half-hour of futile wrangling, lifted his arms despairingly and withdrew. The atmosphere was stifling, full of smoke and foul odors. If it hadn't been for the broken windows we would doubtless have smothered during the night. In the morning, hours late, we looked out upon a snowy world. It was bitter cold. About noon a peasant woman got on with a basketful of bread chunks and a great can of lukewarm coffee substitute. From then on until dark there was nothing but the packed train, jolting and stopping, and occasional stations where a ravenous mob swooped down on the scantily furnished buffet and swept it clean. At one of these halts I ran into Nogin and Rykov, the seceding commissars, who were returning to Moscow to put their grievances before their own Soviet, and further along was Bukharin, a short, red-bearded man with the eyes of a fanatic more left than Lenin, they said of him. Then the 3 strokes of the bell and we made a rush for the train, worming our way through the packed and noisy aisle. A good-natured crowd, bearing the discomfort with humorous patience, interminably arguing about everything from the situation in Petrograd to the British trade union system, and disputing loudly with the few bourgeois who were on board. Before we reached Moscow almost every car had organized a committee to secure and distribute food, and these committees became divided into political factions, who wrangled over fundamental principles. The station at Moscow was deserted. We went to the office of the commissar, in order to arrange for our return tickets. He was a sullen youth with the shoulder straps of a lieutenant. When we showed him our papers from Smolny, he lost his temper and declared that he was no Bolshevik, that he represented the Committee of Public Safety. It was characteristic in the general turmoil attending the conquest of the city, the chief railway station had been forgotten by the victors. Not a cab in sight. A few blocks down the street, however, we woke up a grotesquely padded izvostchik asleep upright on the box of his little sleigh. How much to the center of the town? He scratched his head. The Barini won't be able to find a room in any hotel, he said. But I'll take you around for 100 rubles, before the revolution it cost 2. We objected, but he simply shrugged his shoulders. It takes a good deal of courage to drive a sleigh nowadays, he went on. We could not beat him down below 50. As we sped along the silent, snowy half-lighted streets, he recounted his adventures during the 6 days' fighting. Driving along, or waiting for a fare on the corner, he said, all of a sudden poof, a cannonball exploding here, poof, a cannonball there, rat, a machine gun. I gallop, the devils shooting all around. I get to a nice quiet street and stop, doze a little, poof. Another cannonball, rat. Devils. 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 Brrr. In the center of the town the snow-piled streets were quiet with the stillness of convalescence. Only a few arc lights were burning, only a few pedestrians hurried along the sidewalks. An icy wind blew from the great plain, cutting to the bone. At the first hotel we entered an office illuminated by 2 candles. Yes, we have some very comfortable rooms, but all the windows are shot out. If the господин does not mind a little fresh air. Down the Tverskia the shop windows were broken, and there were shell holes and torn up paving stones in the street. Hotel after hotel, all full, or the proprietors still so frightened that all they could say was, no, there is no room. There is no room. On the main streets, where the great banking houses and mercantile houses lay, the Bolshevik artillery had been indiscriminately effective. As one Soviet official told me, whenever we didn't know just where the Junkers and White Guards were, we bombarded their pocketbooks. A reinforced tram platform used in the November fighting in Moscow's Zamoskvorekai district. At the big Hotel National they finally took us in, for we were foreigners, and the Military Revolutionary Committee had promised to protect the dwellings of foreigners. On the top floor the manager showed us where shrapnel had shattered several windows. The animals, said he, shaking his fist at imaginary Bolsheviki. But wait. Their time will come, in just a few days now their ridiculous government will fall, and then we shall make them suffer. We dined at a vegetarian restaurant with the enticing name, I Eat Nobody, and Tolstoy's picture prominent on the walls, and then sallied out into the streets. The headquarters of the Moscow Soviet was in the palace of the former Governor-General, an imposing white building fronting Skobeliev Square. Red guards stood sentry at the door. At the head of the wide, formal stairway, whose walls were plastered with announcements of committee meetings and addresses of political parties, we passed through a series of lofty anterooms, hung with red-shrouded pictures in gold frames, to the splendid state salon, with its magnificent crystal lustres and gilded cornices. A low-voiced hum of talk, underlaid with the whirring bass of a score of sewing machines, filled the place. Huge bolts of red and black cotton cloth were unrolled, serpentining across the parquet floor and over tables, at which sat 100 women, cutting and sewing streamers and banners for the funeral of the revolutionary dead. The faces of these women were roughened and scarred with life at its most difficult. They worked now sternly, many of them with eyes red from weeping. The losses of the Red Army had been heavy. At a desk in one corner was Rogov, an intelligent, bearded man with glasses, wearing the black blouse of a worker. He invited us to march with the Central Executive Committee in the funeral procession next morning. It is impossible to teach the socialist revolutionaries and the Mensheviki anything, he exclaimed. They compromise from sheer habit. Imagine. They proposed that we hold a joint funeral with the Junkers. Across the hall came a man in a ragged soldier coat and shapka, whose face was familiar. I recognized Melnichinsky, whom I had known as the watchmaker George Melcher in Bayonne, New Jersey, during the Great Standard Oil strike. Now, he told me, he was secretary of the Moscow Metal Workers Union, and a commissar of the Military Revolutionary Committee during the fighting. Distributed to all bourgeois households in Moscow by the Moscow Military Revolutionary Committee, so as to provide a basis for the requisition of clothing for the army and the poor workers. For translation C3. You see me, he cried, showing his decrepit clothing. I was with the boys in the Kremlin when the Junkers came the first time. They shut me up in the cellar and swiped my overcoat, my money, watch and even the ring on my finger. This is all I've got to wear. From him I learned many details of the bloody Six-Day Battle which had rent Moscow in two. Unlike in Petrograd, in Moscow the City Duma had taken command of the Junkers and White Guards. Rudna, the mayor, and Miner, president of the Duma, had directed the activities of the Committee of Public Safety and the troops. Ryabtsev, commandant of the city, a man of democratic instincts, had hesitated about opposing the Military Revolutionary Committee, but the Duma had forced him. It was the mayor who had urged the occupation of the Kremlin. They will never dare fire on you there, he said. One garrison regiment, badly demoralized by long inactivity, had been approached by both sides. The regiment held a meeting to decide what action to take. Resolved, that the regiment remain neutral, and continue its present activities which consisted in peddling rubbers and sunflower seeds. But worst of all, said Melnichinsky, we had to organize while we were fighting. The other side knew just what it wanted, but here the soldiers had their Soviet and the workers theirs. There was a fearful wrangle over who should be commander-in-chief. Some regiments talked for days before they decided what to do, and when the officers suddenly deserted us, we had no battle staff to give orders. Vivid little pictures he gave me. On a cold grey day he had stood at a corner of the Nikitskaya, which was swept by blasts of machine gun fire. A throng of little boys were gathered there, street waifs who used to be newsboys. Shrill, excited as if with a new game, they waited until the firing slackened, and then tried to run across the street. Many were killed, but the rest dashed backward and forward, laughing, daring each other. Late in the evening I went to the Dvoryanskoy Sobrany, the Nobles Club, where the Moscow Bolsheviki were to meet and consider the report of Nogin, Rykov, and the others who had left the Council of People's Commissars. The meeting place was a theater, in which, under the old regime, two audiences of officers and glittering ladies, amateur presentations of the latest French comedy had once taken place. At first the place filled with the intellectuals, those who lived near the center of the town. Nogin spoke, and most of his listeners were plainly with him. It was very late before the workers arrived. The working class quarters were on the outskirts of the town, and no streetcars were running. But about midnight they began to clump up the stairs, in groups of 10 or 20 big, rough men, in coarse clothes, fresh from the battle line, where they had fought like devils for a week, seeing their comrades fall all about them. Scarcely had the meeting formally opened before Nogin was assailed with a tempest of jeers and angry shouts. In vain he tried to argue, to explain. They would not listen. He had left the Council of People's Commissars. He had deserted his post while the battle was raging. As for the bourgeois press, here in Moscow there was no more bourgeois press. Even the City Duma had been dissolved. For Bukharin stood up, savage, logical, with a voice which plunged and struck, plunged and struck. Him they listened to with shining eyes. Resolution, to support the action of the Council of People's Commissars, passed by overwhelming majority. So spoke Moscow. Late in the night we went through the empty streets and under the Iberian Gate to the great red square in front of the Kremlin. The church of Vasili Blazhinae loomed fantastic, its bright-colored, convoluted, and blazoned cupolas vague in the darkness. There was no sign of any damage. Along one side of the square the dark towers and walls of the Kremlin stood up. On the high walls flickered redly the light of hidden flames, voices reached us across the immense place, and the sound of picks and shovels. We crossed over. Translation. By this the Military Revolutionary Committee requests to give a pass for the purpose of investigating the Kremlin, the representatives of the American Socialist Party attached to the Socialist Press, Comrades Reed and Bryant. Chief of the Military Revolutionary Committee. For the Secretary. Mountains of dirt and rock were piled high near the base of the wall. Climbing these we looked down into two massive pits, 10 or 15 feet deep and 50 yards long, where hundreds of soldiers and workers were digging in the light of huge fires. A young student spoke to us in German. The Brotherhood grave, he explained. Tomorrow we shall bury here 500 proletarians who died for the revolution. He took us down into the pit. In frantic haste swung the picks and shovels, and the earth mountains grew. No one spoke. Overhead the night was thick with stars, and the ancient imperial Kremlin wall towered up immeasurably. Here in this holy place, said the student, holiest of all Russia, we shall bury our most holy. Here where are the tombs of the Tsars, our Tsar the people shall sleep, his arm was in a sling, from a bullet wound gained in the fighting. He looked at it. You foreigners look down on us Russians because so long we tolerated a medieval monarchy, said he. But we saw that the Tsar was not the only tyrant in the world, capitalism was worse, and in all the countries of the world capitalism was emperor. Russian revolutionary tactics are best. As we left, the workers in the pit, exhausted and running with sweat in spite of the cold, began to climb wearily out. Across the red square a dark knot of men came hurrying. They swarmed into the pits, picked up the tools and began digging, without a word. So, all the long night volunteers of the people relieved each other, never halting in their driving speed, and the cold light of the dawn laid bare the great square, white with snow, and the yawning brown pits of the Brotherhood grave, quite finished. We rose before sunrise, and hurried through the dark streets to Skobeliev Square. In all the great city not a human being could be seen, but there was a faint sound of stirring, far and near, like a deep wind coming. In the pale half-light a little group of men and women were gathered before the Soviet headquarters, with a sheaf of gold-lettered red banners, the Central Executive Committee of the Moscow Soviets. It grew light. From afar the vague stirring sound deepened and became louder, a steady and tremendous bass. The city was rising. We set out down the Tverskaya, the banners flapping overhead. The little street chapels along our way were locked and dark, as was the chapel of the Iberian Virgin, which each new Tsar used to visit before he went to the Kremlin to crown himself, and which, day or night, was always open and crowded, and brilliant with the candles of the devout gleaming on the gold and silver and jewels of the icons. Now, for the first time since Napoleon was in Moscow, they say, the candles were out. The Holy Orthodox Church had withdrawn the light of its countenance from Moscow, the nest of irreverent vipers who had bombarded the Kremlin. Dark and silent and cold were the churches, the priests had disappeared. There were no popes to officiate at the Red Burial, there had been no sacrament for the dead, nor were any prayers to be said over the grave of the blasphemers. Tikhon, Metropolitan of Moscow, was soon to excommunicate the Soviets. Also the shops were closed, and the propertied classes stayed at home but for other reasons. This was the day of the people, the rumor of whose coming was thunderous as surf. Already through the Iberian Gate a human river was flowing, and the vast red square was spotted with people, thousands of them. I remarked that as the throng passed the Iberian Chapel, where always before the passerby had crossed himself, they did not seem to notice it. We forced our way through the dense mass packed near the Kremlin wall, and stood upon one of the dirt mountains. Already several men were there, among them Muranov, the soldier who had been elected commandant of Moscow, a tall, simple-looking, bearded man with a gentle face. Through all the streets to the Red Square the torrents of people poured, thousands upon thousands of them, all with the look of the poor and the toiling. A military band came marching up, playing the Internationale, and spontaneously the song caught and spread like wind ripples on a sea, slow and solemn. From the top of the Kremlin wall gigantic banners unrolled to the ground, red, with great letters in gold and in white, saying, "Martyrs of the beginning of world social revolution, and long live the brotherhood of workers of the world." A bitter wind swept the square, lifting the banners. Now from the far quarters of the city the workers of the different factories were arriving, with their dead. They could be seen coming through the gate, the blare of their banners, and the dull red like blood of the coffins they carried. These were rude boxes, made of unplaned wood and daubed with crimson, borne high on the shoulders of rough men who marched with tears streaming down their faces, and followed by women who sobbed and screamed, or walked stiffly, with white, dead faces. Some of the coffins were open, the lid carried behind them, others were covered with gilded or silvered cloth, or had a soldier's hat nailed on the top. There were many wreaths of hideous artificial flowers. Through an irregular lane that opened and closed again the procession slowly moved toward us. Now through the gate was flowing an endless stream of banners, all shades of red, with silver and gold lettering, knots of crepe hanging from the top and some anarchist flags, black with white letters. The band was playing the revolutionary funeral march, and against the immense singing of the mass of people, standing uncovered, the parader sang hoarsely, choked with sobs. Between the factory workers came companies of soldiers with their coffins, too, and squadrons of cavalry, riding at salute, and artillery batteries, the cannon wound with red and black forever, it seemed. Their banners said, "Long live the Third International," or "We want an honest, general, democratic peace." Slowly the marchers came with their coffins to the entrance of the grave, and the bearers clambered up with their burdens and went down into the pit. Many of them were women, squat, strong proletarian women. Behind the dead came other women young and broken, or old, wrinkled women making noises like hurt animals, who tried to follow their sons and husbands into the brotherhood grave, and shrieked when compassionate hands restrained them. The poor love each other so. All the long day the funeral procession passed, coming in by the Iberian Gate and leaving the square by way of the Nikolskaya, a river of red banners, bearing words of hope and brotherhood and stupendous prophecies, against a background of 50,000 people under the eyes of the world's workers and their descendants forever. One by one the 500 coffins were laid in the pits. Dusk fell, and still the banners came drooping and fluttering, the band played the funeral march, and the huge assemblage chanted. In the leafless branches of the trees above the grave the wreaths were hung, like strange, multicolored blossoms. 200 men began to shovel in the dirt. It rained dully down upon the coffins with a thudding sound, audible beneath the singing. The lights came out. The last banners passed, and the last moaning women, looking back with awful intensity as they went. Slowly from the great square ebbed the proletarian tide. I suddenly realized that the devout Russian people no longer needed priests to pray them into heaven. On earth they were building a kingdom more bright than any heaven had to offer, and for which it was a glory to die. Footnotes. 1. Damage to the Kremlin. I myself verified the damage to the Kremlin, which I visited immediately after the bombardment. The Little Nikolai Palace, a building of no particular importance, which was occupied occasionally by receptions of one of the Grand Duchesses, had served as barracks for the Junkers. It was not only bombarded, but pretty well sacked. Fortunately there was nothing in it of particular historical value. Uspensky Cathedral had a shell hole in one of the cupolas, but except for a few feet of mosaic in the ceiling, was undamaged. The frescoes on the porch of Blagoveshchensky Cathedral were badly damaged by a shell. Another shell hit the corner of Ivan Veliki. Chudovsky Monastery was hit about 30 times, but only one shell went through a window into the interior, the others breaking the brick window molding and the roof cornices. The clock over the Spasskaya Gate was smashed. Troitsky Gate was battered, but easily reparable. One of the lower towers had lost its brick spire. The church of St. Basil was untouched, as was the great imperial palace, with all the treasures of Moscow and Petrograd in its cellar, and the crown jewels in the treasury. These places were not even entered. To Lunacharsky's declaration: comrades, you are the young masters of the country, and although now you have much to do and think about, you must know how to defend your artistic and scientific treasures. Comrades, that which is happening at Moscow is a horrible, irreparable misfortune. The people in its struggle for the power has mutilated our glorious capital. It is particularly terrible in these days of violent struggle, of destructive warfare, to be Commissar of Public Education. Only the hope of the victory of socialism, the source of a new and superior culture, brings me comfort. On me weighs the responsibility of protecting the artistic wealth of the people. Not being able to remain at my post, where I had no influence, I resigned. My comrades, the other commissars, considered this resignation inadmissible. I shall therefore remain at my post. And moreover, I understand that the damage done to the Kremlin is not as serious as has been reported. But I beg you, comrades, to give me your support. Preserve for yourselves and your descendants the beauty of our land, be the guardians of the property of the people. Soon, very soon, even the most ignorant, who have been held in ignorance so long, will awake and understand what a source of joy, strength, and wisdom is art. 3. Questionnaire for the bourgeoisie. 4. Revolutionary financial measure. Order. In virtue of the powers vested in me by the Military Revolutionary Committee attached to the Moscow Soviet of Workers' and Soldiers' Deputies, I decree: 1. All banks with branches, the Central State Savings Bank with branches, and the savings banks at the post and telegraph offices are to be opened beginning November 22, from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. until further order. 2. On current accounts and on the books of the savings banks, payments will be made by the above-mentioned institutions, of not more than 150 rubles for each depositor during the course of the next week. 3. Payments of amounts exceeding 150 rubles a week on current accounts and savings banks books, also payments on other accounts of all kinds, will be allowed during the next 3 days, November 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, only in the following cases. A. On the accounts of military organizations for the satisfaction of their needs. B. For the payment of salaries of employees and the earnings of workers according to the tables and lists certified by the factory committees or Soviets of employees, and attested by the signatures of the commissars, or the representatives of the Military Revolutionary Committee, and the District Military Revolutionary Committees. 4. Not more than 150 rubles are to be paid against drafts, the remaining sums are to be entered on current account, payments on which are to be made in the order established by the present decree. 5. All other banking operations are prohibited during these 3 days. 6. The receipt of money on all accounts is allowed for any amount. 7. The representatives of the Finance Council for the certification of the authorizations indicated in Clause 3 will hold their office in the building of the Stock Exchange, Ilyinka Street, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. 8. The banks and savings banks shall send the totals of daily cash operations by 5 p.m. to the headquarters of the Soviet, Skobeliev Square, to the Military Revolutionary Committee, for the Finance Council. 9. All employees and managers of credit institutions of all kinds who refuse to comply with this decree shall be responsible as enemies of the revolution and of the mass of the population, before the revolutionary tribunals. Their names shall be published for general information. 10. For the control of the operations of branches of the savings banks and banks within the limits of this decree, the District Military Revolutionary Committees shall elect 3 representatives and appoint their place of business. Fully authorized Commissar of the Military Revolutionary Committee. Shcheverdan Maximenko. Chapter 11. The Conquest of Power 1. Declaration of the Rights of the Peoples of Russia 2. The First Congress of Soviets, in June of this year, proclaimed the right of the peoples of Russia to self-determination. The Second Congress of Soviets, in November last, confirmed this inalienable right of the peoples of Russia more decisively and definitely. Executing the will of these Congresses, the Council of People's Commissars has resolved to establish as a basis for its activity in the question of nationalities, the following principles. 1. The equality and sovereignty of the peoples of Russia. 2. The right of the peoples of Russia to free self-determination, even to the point of separation and the formation of an independent state. 3. The abolition of any and all national and national religious privileges and disabilities. 4. The free development of national minorities and ethnographic groups inhabiting the territory of Russia. Decrees will be prepared immediately upon the formation of a Commission on Nationalities. In the name of the Russian Republic. People's Commissar for Nationalities. Yusuf Jugashvili Stalin. President of the Council of People's Commissars. V. Ulyanov, Lenin. The Central Rada at Kiev immediately declared Ukraine an independent republic, as did the government of Finland, through the Senate at Helsingfors. Independent governments spring up in Siberia and the Caucasus. The Polish Chief Military Committee swiftly gathered together the Polish troops in the Russian army, abolished their committees and established an iron discipline. All these governments and movements had two characteristics in common: they were controlled by the propertied classes, and they feared and detested Bolshevism. Steadily, amid the chaos of shocking change, the Council of People's Commissars hammered at the scaffolding of the socialist order. Decree on social insurance, on workers' control, regulations for volost land committees, abolition of ranks and titles, abolition of courts and the creation of people's tribunals. 3. Army after army, fleet after fleet, sent deputations, joyfully to greet the new government of the people. In front of Smolny, one day, I saw a ragged regiment just come from the trenches. The soldiers were drawn up before the great gates, thin and grey-faced, looking up at the building as if God were in it. Some pointed out the imperial eagles over the door, laughing. Red Guards came to mount guard. All the soldiers turned to look, curiously, as if they had heard of them but never seen them. They laughed good-naturedly and pressed out of line to slap the Red Guards on the back, with half-joking, half-admiring remarks. The provisional government was no more. On November 15, in all the churches of the capital, the priests stopped praying for it. But as Lenin himself told the Tsay-ee-ka, that was only the beginning of the conquest of power. Deprived of arms, the opposition, which still controlled the economic life of the country, settled down to organize disorganization, with all the Russian genius for cooperative action to obstruct, cripple and discredit the Soviets. The strike of government employees was well organized, financed by the banks and commercial establishments. Every move of the Bolsheviki to take over the government apparatus was resisted. Trotsky went to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the functionaries refused to recognize him, locked themselves in, and when the doors were forced, resigned. He demanded the keys of the archives, only when he brought workmen to force the locks were they given up. Then it was discovered that Neratov, former assistant foreign minister, had disappeared with the secret treaties. Shlyapnikov tried to take possession of the Ministry of Labor. It was bitterly cold, and there was no one to light the fires. Of all the hundreds of employees, not one would show him where the office of the minister was. Alexandra Kollontai, appointed the 13th of November Commissar of Public Welfare, the Department of Charities and Public Institutions, was welcomed with a strike of all but 40 of the functionaries in the ministry. Immediately the poor of the great cities, the inmates of institutions, were plunged in miserable want. Delegations of starving cripples, of orphans with blue, pinched faces, besieged the building. With tears streaming down her face, Kollontai arrested the strikers until they should deliver the keys of the office and the safe. When she got the keys, however, it was discovered that the former minister, Countess Panina, had gone off with all the funds, which she refused to surrender except on the order of the Constituent Assembly. 4. In the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Supplies, the Ministry of Finance, similar incidents occurred. And the employees, summoned to return or forfeit their positions and their pensions, either stayed away or returned to sabotage. Almost all the intelligentsia being anti-Bolshevik, there was nowhere for the Soviet government to recruit new staffs. The private banks remained stubbornly closed, with a back door open for speculators. When Bolshevik commissars entered, the clerks left, secreting the books and removing the funds. All the employees of the state bank struck except the clerks in charge of the vaults and the manufacture of money, who refused all demands from Smolny and privately paid out huge sums to the Committee for Salvation and the City Duma. Twice a commissar, with a company of Red Guards, came formally to insist upon the delivery of large sums for government expenses. The first time, the City Duma members and the Menshevik and Socialist revolutionary leaders were present in imposing numbers, and spoke so gravely of the consequences that the commissar was frightened. The second time he arrived with a warrant, which he proceeded to read aloud in due form, but someone called his attention to the fact that it had no date and no seal, and the traditional Russian respect for documents forced him again to withdraw. The officials of the Credit Chancery destroyed their books, so that all record of the financial relations of Russia with foreign countries was lost. The supply committees, the administrations of the municipal-owned public utilities, either did not work at all, or sabotaged. And when the Bolsheviki, compelled by the desperate needs of the city population, attempted to help or to control the public service, all the employees went on strike immediately, and the Duma flooded Russia with telegrams about Bolshevik violation of municipal autonomy. At military headquarters, and in the offices of the Ministries of War and Marine, where the old officials had consented to work, the army committees and the high command blocked the Soviets in every way possible, even to the extent of neglecting the troops at the front. The Vikzhel was hostile, refusing to transport Soviet troops. Every troop train that left Petrograd was taken out by force, and railway officials had to be arrested each time, whereupon the Vikzhel threatened an immediate general strike unless they were released. Smolny was plainly powerless. The newspapers said that all the factories of Petrograd must shut down for lack of fuel in 3 weeks. The Vikzhel announced that trains must cease running by December 1st, there was food for 3 days only in Petrograd, and no more coming in, and the army on the front was starving. The Committee for Salvation, the various central committees, sent word all over the country, exhorting the population to ignore the government decrees. And the Allied embassies were either coldly indifferent, or openly hostile. The opposition newspapers, suppressed one day and reappearing next morning under new names, heaped bitter sarcasm on the new regime. 5 Even Novaya Zhizn characterized it as a combination of demagoguery and impotence. From day to day, it said, the government of the People's Commissars sinks deeper and deeper into the mire of superficial haste. Having easily conquered the power, the Bolsheviki cannot make use of it. Powerless to direct the existing mechanism of government, they are unable at the same time to create a new one which might work easily and freely according to the theories of social experimenters. Just a little while ago the Bolsheviki hadn't enough men to run their growing party, a work above all of speakers and writers. Where then are they going to find trained men to execute the diverse and complicated functions of government? The new government acts and threatens, it sprays the country with decrees, each one more radical and more socialist than the last. But in this exhibition of socialism on paper more likely designed for the stupefaction of our descendants, there appears neither the desire nor the capacity to solve the immediate problems of the day. Meanwhile the Vikzhel's conference to form a new government continued to meet night and day. Both sides had already agreed in principle to the basis of the government. The composition of the People's Council was being discussed, the cabinet was tentatively chosen, with Chernov as premier. The Bolsheviki were admitted in a large minority, but Lenin and Trotsky were barred. The central committees of the Menshevik and Socialist Revolutionary parties, the executive committee of the Peasants' Soviets, resolved that, although unalterably opposed to the criminal politics of the Bolsheviki, they would, in order to halt the fratricidal bloodshed, not oppose their entrance into the People's Council. The flight of Kerensky, however, and the astounding success of the Soviets everywhere, altered the situation. On the 16th, In a meeting of the TSEIK, the left socialist revolutionaries insisted that the Bolsheviki should form a coalition government with the other socialist parties, otherwise they would withdraw from the Military Revolutionary Committee and the TSEIK. Malkin said, "The news from Moscow, where our comrades are dying on both sides of the barricades, determines us to bring up once more the question of organization of power, and it is not only our right to do so, but our duty. We have won the right to sit with the Bolsheviki here within the walls of Smolny Institute, and to speak from this tribune. After the bitter internal party struggle, we shall be obliged, if you refuse to compromise, to pass to open battle outside. We must propose to the democracy terms of an acceptable compromise." After a recess to consider this ultimatum, the Bolsheviki returned with a resolution, read by Kamenev. The TSEIK considers it necessary that there enter into the government representatives of all the socialist parties composing the Soviets of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants, deputies who recognize the conquests of the Revolution of November 7th, that is to say, the establishment of a government of Soviets, the decrees on peace, land, workers' control over industry, and the arming of the working class. The TSEIK therefore resolves to propose negotiations concerning the constitution of the government to all parties of the Soviet, and insists upon the following conditions as a basis. The government is responsible to the TSEIK. The TSEIK shall be enlarged to 150 members. To these 150 delegates of the Soviets of Workers and Soldiers deputies shall be added 75 delegates of the Provincial Soviets of Peasants deputies, 80 from the front organizations of the Army and Navy, 40 from the trade unions, 25 from the various All-Russian unions, in proportion to their importance, 10 from the Viktual, and 5 from the post and telegraph workers, and 50 delegates from the socialist groups in the Petrograd City Duma. In the ministry itself, at least one-half the portfolios must be reserved to the Bolsheviki. The ministries of Labor, Interior, and Foreign Affairs must be given to the Bolsheviki. The command of the garrisons of Petrograd and Moscow must remain in the hands of delegates of the Moscow and Petrograd Soviets. The government undertakes the systematic arming of the workers of all Russia. It is resolved to insist upon the candidature of comrades Lenin and Trotsky. Kamenev explained. The so-called People's Council, he said, proposed by the conference, would consist of about 420 members, of which about 150 would be Bolsheviki. Besides, there would be delegates from the counter-revolutionary Old TSEIK, 100 members chosen by the Municipal Dumas Kornilovsky all, 100 delegates from the Peasants' Soviets appointed by Avksentiev, and 80 from the old army committees, who no longer represent the soldier masses. We refuse to admit the old TSEIK, and also the representatives of the Municipal Dumas. The delegates from the Peasants' Soviets shall be elected by the Congress of Peasants, which we have called, and which will at the same time elect a new executive committee. The proposal to exclude Lenin and Trotsky is a proposal to decapitate our party, and we do not accept it. And finally, we see no necessity for a People's Council anyway. The Soviets are open to all socialist parties, and the TSEIK represents them in their real proportions among the masses. Karelin, for the left socialist revolutionaries, declared that his party would vote for the Bolshevik resolution, reserving the right to modify certain details, such as the representation of the peasants, and demanding that the Ministry of Agriculture be reserved for the left socialist revolutionaries. This was agreed to. Later, at a meeting of the Petrograd Soviet, Trotsky answered a question about the formation of the new government. "I don't know anything about that. I am not taking part in the negotiations. However, I don't think that they are of great importance." That night there was great uneasiness in the conference. The delegates of the City Duma withdrew. But at Smolny itself, in the ranks of the Bolshevik party, a formidable opposition to Lenin's policy was growing. On the night of November 17 the Great Hall was packed and ominous for the meeting of the TSEIK. Lenin, Bolshevik, declared that the moment of elections to the Constituent Assembly approached, and it was time to do away with political terrorism. The measures taken against the freedom of the press should be modified. They had their reason during the struggle, but now they have no further excuse. The press should be free, except for appeals to riot and insurrection. In a storm of hisses and hoots from his own party, Lerin offered the following resolution. The decree of the Council of People's Commissars concerning the press is herewith repealed. Measures of political repression can only be employed subject to decision of a special tribunal, elected by the Tsay proportionally to the strength of the different parties represented, and this tribunal shall have the right also to reconsider measures of repression already taken. This was met by a thunder of applause, not only from the left socialist revolutionaries, but also from a part of the Bolsheviki. Avanasov, for the Leninites, hastily proposed that the question of the press be postponed until after some compromise between the socialist parties had been reached. Overwhelmingly voted down. The revolution which is now being accomplished, went on Avanasov, has not hesitated to attack private property, and it is as private property that we must examine the question of the press. Thereupon he read the official Bolshevik resolution. The suppression of the bourgeois press was dictated not only by purely military needs in the course of the insurrection, and for the checking of counter-revolutionary action, but it is also necessary as a measure of transition toward the establishment of a new regime with regard to the press, a regime under which the capitalist owners of printing presses and of paper cannot be the all-powerful and exclusive manufacturers of public opinion. We must further proceed to the confiscation of private printing plants and supplies of paper, which should become the property of the Soviets, both in the capital and in the provinces, so that the political parties and groups can make use of the facilities of printing in proportion to the actual strength of the ideas they represent, in other words, proportionally to the number of their constituents. The re-establishment of the so-called freedom of the press, the simple return of printing presses and paper to the capitalists, poisoners of the mind of the people, this would be an inadmissible surrender to the will of capital, a giving up of one of the most important conquests of the revolution. In other words, it would be a measure of unquestionably counter-revolutionary character. Proceeding from the above, the Tsay categorically rejects all propositions aiming at the re-establishment of the old regime in the domain of the press, and unequivocally supports the point of view of the Council of People's Commissars on this question, against pretensions and ultimatums dictated by petty bourgeois prejudices, or by evident surrender to the interests of the counter-revolutionary bourgeoisie. The reading of this resolution was interrupted by ironical shouts from the left socialist revolutionaries, and bursts of indignation from the insurgent Bolsheviki. Karelin was on his feet, protesting. 3 weeks ago the Bolsheviki were the most ardent defenders of the freedom of the press. The arguments in this resolution suggest singularly the point of view of the old Black Hundreds and the censors of the Tsarist regime, for they also talked of poisoners of the mind of the people. Trotsky spoke at length in favor of the resolution. He distinguished between the press during the Civil War, and the press after the victory. During civil war the right to use violence belongs only to the oppressed. Cries of "Who's the oppressed now? Cannibal!" The victory over our adversaries is not yet achieved, and the newspapers are arms in their hands. In these conditions, the closing of the newspapers is a legitimate measure of defense. Then passing to the question of the press after the victory, Trotsky continued. The attitude of socialists on the question of freedom of the press should be the same as their attitude toward the freedom of business. The rule of the democracy which is being established in Russia demands that the domination of the press by private property must be abolished, just as the domination of industry by private property. The power of the Soviets should confiscate all printing plants. Cries, confiscate the printing shop of Pravda. The monopoly of the press by the bourgeoisie must be abolished. Otherwise it isn't worthwhile for us to take the power. Each group of citizens should have access to print shops and paper. The ownership of print type and of paper belongs first to the workers and peasants, and only afterwards to the bourgeois parties, which are in a minority. The passing of the power into the hands of the Soviets will bring about a radical transformation of the essential conditions of existence, and this transformation will necessarily be evident in the press. If we are going to nationalize the banks, can we then tolerate the financial journals? The old regime must die, that must be understood once and for all. Applause and angry cries. Karelin declared that the Tsay had no right to pass upon this important question, which should be left to a special committee. Again, passionately, he demanded that the press be free. Then Lenin, calm, unemotional, his forehead wrinkled, as he spoke slowly, choosing his words, each sentence falling like a hammer blow. The civil war is not yet finished, the enemy is still with us, consequently it is impossible to abolish the measures of repression against the press. We Bolsheviki have always said that when we reached a position of power we would close the bourgeois press. To tolerate the bourgeois newspapers would mean to cease being a socialist. When one makes a revolution, one cannot mark time, one must always go forward or go back. He who now talks about the freedom of the press goes backward, and halts our headlong course towards socialism. We have thrown off the yoke of capitalism, just as the first revolution threw off the yoke of Tsarism. If the first revolution had the right to suppress the monarchist papers, then we have the right to suppress the bourgeois press. It is impossible to separate the question of the freedom of the press from the other questions of the class struggle. We have promised to close these newspapers, and we shall do it. The immense majority of the people is with us. Now that the insurrection is over, we have absolutely no desire to suppress the papers of the other socialist parties, except inasmuch as they appeal to armed insurrection, or to disobedience to the Soviet government. However, we shall not permit them, under the pretense of freedom of the socialist press, to obtain, through the secret support of the bourgeoisie, a monopoly of printing presses, ink, and paper. These essentials must become the property of the Soviet government, and be apportioned, first of all, to the socialist parties in strict proportion to their voting strength. Then the vote. The resolution of Lenin and the left socialist revolutionaries was defeated by 31 to 22, the Lenin motion was carried by 34 to 24. Among the minority were the Bolsheviki Ryazanov and Lazovsky, who declared that it was impossible for them to vote against any restriction on the freedom of the press. Upon this the left socialist revolutionaries declared they could no longer be responsible for what was being done, and withdrew from the Military Revolutionary Committee and all other positions of executive responsibility. 5 members Nogin, Rykov, Miliutin, Tidorovich, and Shiapnikov resigned from the Council of People's Commissars, declaring, "We are in favor of a socialist government composed of all the parties in the Soviets. We consider that only the creation of such a government can possibly guarantee the results of the heroic struggle of the working class and the revolutionary army. Outside of that, there remains only one way, the constitution of a purely Bolshevik government by means of political terrorism. This last is the road taken by the Council of People's Commissars. We cannot and will not follow it. We see that this leads directly to the elimination from political life of many proletarian organizations, to the establishment of an irresponsible regime, and to the destruction of the revolution and the country. We cannot take the responsibility for such a policy, and we renounce before the Tsay our function as People's Commissars." Other commissars, without resigning their positions, signed the declaration: Ryazanov, Derbyshев of the Press Department, Arbuzov, of the Government Printing Plant, Uranev, of the Red Guard, Fyodorov, of the Commissariat of Labor, and Larin, Secretary of the Section of Elaboration of Decrees. At the same time Kamenev, Rykov, Miliutin, Zinoviev, and Nogin resigned from the Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party, making public their reasons. The constitution of such a government, composed of all the parties of the Soviet, is indispensable to prevent a new flow of blood, the coming famine, the destruction of the revolution by the Kaldinists, to assure the convocation of the Constituent Assembly at the proper time, and to apply effectively the program adopted by the Congress of Soviets. We cannot accept the responsibility for the disastrous policy of the Central Committee, carried on against the will of an enormous majority of the proletariat and the soldiers, who are eager to see the rapid end of the bloodshed between the different political parties of the democracy. We renounce our title as members of the Central Committee, in order to be able to say openly our opinion to the masses of workers and soldiers. We leave the Central Committee at the moment of victory. We cannot calmly look on while the policy of the chiefs of the Central Committee leads toward the loss of the fruits of victory and the crushing of the proletariat. The masses of the workers, the soldiers of the garrison, stirred restlessly, sending their delegations to Smolny, to the conference for formation of the new government, where the break in the ranks of the Bolsheviki caused the liveliest joy. But the answer of the Leninites was swift and ruthless. Shlyapnikov and Tidorovich submitted to party discipline and returned to their posts. Kamenev was stripped of his powers as president of the Tsay-ee-kah, and Sverdlov elected in his place. Zinoviev was deposed as president of the Petrograd Soviet. On the morning of the 5th, Pravda contained a ferocious proclamation to the people of Russia, written by Lenin, which was printed in hundreds of thousands of copies, posted on the walls everywhere, and distributed over the face of Russia. The Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets gave the majority to the Bolshevik Party. Only a government formed by this party can therefore be a Soviet government. And it is known to all that the Central Committee of the Bolshevik Party, a few hours before the formation of the new government and before proposing the list of its members to the All-Russian Congress of Soviets, invited to its meeting three of the most eminent members of the left Socialist Revolutionary Group, Comrades Kamkov, Spiro, and Karelin, and asked them to participate in the new government. We regret infinitely that the invited comrades refused. We consider their refusal inadmissible for revolutionists and champions of the working class. We are willing at any time to include the left socialist revolutionaries in the government, but we declare that, as the party of the majority at the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets, we are entitled and bound before the people to form a government. Comrades, several members of the Central Committee of our party and the Council of People's Commissars, Kamenev, Zinoviev, Nogin, Rykov, Milyutin, and a few others left yesterday, November 17, the Central Committee of our party, and the last three, the Council of People's Commissars. The comrades who left us acted like deserters, because they not only abandoned the posts entrusted to them, but also disobeyed the direct instructions of the Central Committee of our party, to the effect that they should await the decisions of the Petrograd and Moscow party organizations before retiring. We blame decisively such desertion. We are firmly convinced that all conscious workers, soldiers, and peasants, belonging to our party or sympathizing with it, will also disapprove of the behavior of the deserters. Remember, comrades, that two of these deserters, Kamenev and Zinoviev, even before the uprising in Petrograd, appeared as deserters and strike-breakers, by voting at the decisive meeting of the Central Committee, October 23, 1917, against the insurrection, and even after the resolution passed by the Central Committee, they continued their campaign at a meeting of the party workers. But the great impulse of the masses, the great heroism of millions of workers, soldiers, and peasants, in Moscow, Petrograd, at the front, in the trenches, in the villages, pushed aside the deserters as a railway train scatters sawdust. Shame upon those who are of little faith, hesitate, who doubt, who allow themselves to be frightened by the bourgeoisie, or who succumb before the cries of the latter's direct or indirect accomplices. There is not a shadow of hesitation in the masses of Petrograd, Moscow, and the rest of Russia. We shall not submit to any ultimatums from small groups of intellectuals which are not followed by the masses, which are practically only supported by Kornilovists, Savinkovists, Junkers, and so forth. The response from the whole country was like a blast of hot storm. The insurgents never got a chance to say openly their opinion to the masses of workers and soldiers. Upon the Tsay-ee-kah rolled in like breakers the fierce popular condemnation of the deserters. 4 days Smolny was thronged with angry delegations and committees, from the front, from the Volga, from the Petrograd factories. Why did they dare leave the government? Were they paid by the bourgeoisie to destroy the revolution? They must return and submit to the decisions of the Central Committee. Only in the Petrograd garrison was there still uncertainty. A great soldier meeting was held on November 24, addressed by representatives of all the political parties. by a vast majority Lenin's policy was sustained, and the left socialist revolutionaries were told that they must enter the government. The Mensheviki delivered a final ultimatum, demanding that all ministers and yunkers be released, that all newspapers be allowed full freedom, that the Red Guard be disarmed and the garrison put under command of the Duma. To this Smolny answered that all the socialist ministers and also all but a very few yunkers had been already set free, that all newspapers were free except the bourgeois press, and that the Soviet would remain in command of the armed forces. On the 19th the conference to form a new government disbanded, and the opposition one by one slipped away to Mogilev, where, under the wing of the General Staff, they continued to form government after government, until the end. Announcement, posted on the walls of Petrograd, of the result of a meeting of representatives of the garrison regiments, called to consider the question of forming a new government. 6. Meanwhile the Bolsheviki had been undermining the power of the Vikzhel. An appeal of the Petrograd Soviet to all railway workers called upon them to force the Vikzhel to surrender its powers. On the 15th, the Tsay-ee-kah, following its procedure toward the peasants, called an all-Russian Congress of Railway Workers for December 1. The Vikzhel immediately called its own Congress for 2 weeks later. On November 16, the Vikzhel members took their seats in the Tsay-ee-kah. On the night of December 2, at the opening session of the All-Russian Congress of Railway Workers, the Tsay-ee-kah formally offered the post of Commissar of Ways and Communications to the Vikzhel, which accepted. Having settled the question of power, the Bolsheviki turned their attention to problems of practical administration. First of all, the city, the country, the army must be fed. Bands of sailors and Red Guards scoured the warehouses, the railway terminals, even the barges in the canals, unearthing and confiscating thousands of poods of food held by private speculators. Emissaries were sent to the provinces, where with the assistance of the land committees they seized the storehouses of the great grain dealers. Expeditions of sailors, heavily armed, were sent out in groups of 5,000, to the south, to Siberia, with roving commissions to capture cities still held by the White Guards, establish order and get food. Passenger traffic on the Trans-Siberian Railroad was suspended for 2 weeks, while 13 trains, loaded with bolts of cloth and bars of iron assembled by the factory shop committees, were sent out eastward, each in charge of a commissar, to barter with the Siberian peasants for grain and potatoes. Kaldin being in possession of the coal mines of the Don, the fuel question became urgent. Smolny shut off all electric lights in theaters, shops, and restaurants, cut down the number of streetcars, and confiscated the private stores of firewood held by the fuel dealers. And when the factories of Petrograd were about to close down for lack of coal, the sailors of the Baltic Fleet turned over to the workers 200,000 poods from the bunkers of battleships. Toward the end of November occurred the wine pogrom, 7 looting of the wine cellars beginning with the plundering of the Winter Palace vaults. 4 days there were drunken soldiers on the streets. In all this was evident the hand of the counter-revolutionists, who distributed among the regiments plans showing the location of the stores of liquor. The commissars of Smolny began by pleading and arguing, which did not stop the growing disorder, followed by pitched battles between soldiers and Red Guards. Finally the Military Revolutionary Committee sent out companies of sailors with machine guns, who fired mercilessly upon the rioters, killing many, and by executive order the wine cellars were invaded by committees with hatchets, who smashed the bottles or blew them up with dynamite. Companies of Red Guards, disciplined and well paid, were on duty at the headquarters of the Ward Soviets day and night, replacing the old militia. In all quarters of the city small elective revolutionary tribunals were set up by the workers and soldiers to deal with petty crime. The great hotels, where the speculators still did a thriving business, were surrounded by Red Guards, and the speculators thrown into jail. 8. Alert and suspicious, the working class of the city constituted itself a vast spy system, through the servants prying into bourgeois households, and reporting all information to the Military Revolutionary Committee, which struck with an iron hand, unceasing. In this way was discovered the monarchist plot led by former Duma member Purishkevich and a group of nobles and officers, who had planned an officers' uprising, and had written a letter inviting Kaldin to Petrograd. 9. In this way was unearthed the conspiracy of the Petrograd cadets, who were sending money and recruits to Kaldin. Neratov, frightened at the outburst of popular fury provoked by his flight, returned and surrendered the secret treaties to Trotsky, who began their publication in Pravda, scandalizing the world. The restrictions on the press were increased by a Decree 10 making advertisements a monopoly of the official government newspaper. At this all the other papers suspended publication as a protest, or disobeyed the law and were closed. Only 3 weeks later did they finally submit. Bolshevik order. A proclamation of the Committee to Fight Against Pogroms, attached to the Petrograd Soviet. 11. Still the strike of the ministries went on, still the sabotage of the old officials, the stoppage of normal economic life. Behind Smolny was only the will of the vast, unorganized popular masses, and with them the Council of People's Commissars dealt, directing revolutionary mass action against its enemies. In eloquent proclamations 12 couched in simple words and spread over Russia, Lenin explained the revolution, urged the people to take the power into their own hands, by force to break down the resistance of the propertied classes, by force to take over the institutions of government. Revolutionary order. Revolutionary discipline. Strict accounting and control. No strikes. No loafing. Appeal of the Petrograd Soviet, the Petrograd Council of Professional Unions, and the Petrograd Council of Factory Shop Committees, to the workers of Petrograd, urging them to work hard and not to strike. 13. On the 20th of November the Military Revolutionary Committee issued a warning. The rich classes oppose the power of the Soviets, the government of workers, soldiers, and peasants. Their sympathizers halt the work of the employees of the government and the Duma, incite strikes in the banks, try to interrupt communication by the railways, the post, and the telegraph. We warn them that they are playing with fire. The country and the army are threatened with famine. To fight against it, the regular functioning of all services is indispensable. The workers' and peasants' government is taking every measure to assure the country and the army all that is necessary. Opposition to these measures is a crime against the people. We warn the rich classes and their sympathizers that, if they do not cease their sabotage and their provocation in halting the transportation of food, they will be the first to suffer. They will be deprived of the right of receiving food. All the reserves which they possess will be requisitioned. The property of the principal criminals will be confiscated. We have done our duty in warning those who play with fire. We are convinced that in case decisive measures become necessary, we shall be solidly supported by all workers, soldiers, and peasants. On the 22nd of November the walls of the city were placarded with a sheet headed Extraordinary Communication. The Council of People's Commissars has received an urgent telegram from the staff of the Northern Front. There must be no further delay, do not let the army die of hunger. The armies of the Northern Front have not received a crust of bread now for several days, and in 2 or 3 days they will not have any more biscuits which are being doled out to them from reserve supplies until now never touched. Already delegates from all parts of the front are talking of a necessary removal of part of the army to the rear, foreseeing that in a few days there will be headlong flight of the soldiers, dying from hunger, ravaged by the 3 years' war in the trenches, sick, insufficiently clothed, barefooted, driven mad by superhuman misery. The Military Revolutionary Committee brings this to the notice of the Petrograd garrison and the workers of Petrograd. The situation at the front demands the most urgent and decisive measures. Meanwhile the higher functionaries of the government institutions, banks, railroads, post, and telegraph, are on strike and impeding the work of the government in supplying the front with provisions. Each hour of delay may cost the life of thousands of soldiers. The counter-revolutionary functionaries are the most dishonest criminals toward their hungry and dying brethren on the front. The Military Revolutionary Committee gives these criminals a last warning. In event of the least resistance or opposition on their part, the harshness of the measures which will be adopted against them will correspond to the seriousness of their crime. The masses of workers and soldiers responded by a savage tremor of rage, which swept all Russia. In the capital, the government and bank employees got out hundreds of proclamations and appeals, 14, protesting, defending themselves, such as this one. To the attention of all citizens. The state bank is closed. Why? Because the violence exercised by the Bolsheviki against the state bank has made it impossible for us to work. The first act of the People's Commissars was to demand 10 million rubles, and on November 27 they demanded 25 millions, without any indication as to where this money was to go. We functionaries cannot take part in plundering the people's property. We stopped work. Citizens. The money in the state bank is yours, the people's money, acquired by your labor, your sweat and blood. Citizens. Save the people's property from robbery, and us from violence, and we shall immediately resume work. Employees of the State Bank. From the Ministry of Supplies, the Ministry of Finance, from the Special Supply Committee, declarations that the Military Revolutionary Committee made it impossible for the employees to work, appeals to the population to support them against Smolny. But the dominant worker and soldier did not believe them. It was firmly fixed in the popular mind that the employees were sabotaging, starving the army, starving the people. In the long bread lines, which as formerly stood in the iron winter streets, it was not the government which was blamed, as it had been under Kerensky, but the chinovniki, the sabotagers, for the government was their government, their Soviets, and the functionaries of the ministries were against it. At the center of all this opposition was the Duma, and its militant organ, the Committee for Salvation, protesting against all the decrees of the Council of People's Commissars, voting again and again not to recognize the Soviet government, openly cooperating with the new counter-revolutionary governments set up at Mogilev. On the 17th of November, for example, the Committee for Salvation addressed all municipal governments, zemstvos, and all democratic and revolutionary organizations of peasants, workers, soldiers and other citizens, in these words. Do not recognize the government of the Bolsheviki, and struggle against it. Form local committees for salvation of country and revolution, who will unite all democratic forces, so as to aid the All-Russian Committee for Salvation in the tasks which it has set itself. Meanwhile, the elections for the Constituent Assembly in Petrograd 15 gave an enormous plurality to the Bolsheviki, so that even the Mensheviki internationalists pointed out that the Duma ought to be re-elected, as it no longer represented the political composition of the Petrograd population. At the same time, floods of resolutions from workers' organizations, from military units, even from the peasants in the surrounding country, poured in upon the Duma, calling it counter-revolutionary, Kornilovitz, and demanding that it resign. The last days of the Duma were stormy with the bitter demands of the municipal workers for decent living wages, and the threat of strikes. On the 23rd, a formal decree of the Military Revolutionary Committee dissolved the Committee for Salvation. On the 29th, the Council of People's Commissars ordered the dissolution and re-election of the Petrograd City Duma. In view of the fact that the Central Duma of Petrograd, elected September 2, has definitely lost the right to represent the population of Petrograd, being in complete disaccord with its state of mind and its aspirations, and in view of the fact that the personnel of the Duma majority, although having lost all political following, continues to make use of its prerogatives to resist in a counter-revolutionary manner the will of the workers, soldiers, and peasants, to sabotage and obstruct the normal work of the government, the Council of People's Commissars considers it its duty to invite the population of the capital to pronounce judgment on the policy of the organ of municipal autonomy. To this end, the Council of People's Commissars resolves: 1. To dissolve the Municipal Duma, the dissolution to take effect November 30, 1917. 2. All functionaries elected or appointed by the present Duma shall remain at their posts and fulfill the duties confided to them, until their places shall be filled by representatives of the new Duma. 3. All municipal employees shall continue to fulfill their duties. Those who leave the service of their own accord shall be considered discharged. 4. The new elections for the Municipal Duma of Petrograd are fixed for December 9, 1917. 5. The Municipal Duma of Petrograd shall meet December 11, 1917, at 2 o'clock. 6. Those who disobey this decree, as well as those who intentionally harm or destroy the property of the municipality, shall be immediately arrested and brought before the revolutionary tribunals. The Duma met defiantly, passing resolutions to the effect that it would defend its position to the last drop of its blood, and appealing desperately to the population to save their own elected city government. But the population remained indifferent or hostile. On the 31st, Mayor Schreider and several members were arrested, interrogated, and released. That day and the next the Duma continued to meet, interrupted frequently by Red Guards and sailors, who politely requested the assembly to disperse. At the meeting of December 2, an officer and some sailors entered the Nikolai Hall while a member was speaking, and ordered the members to leave, or force would be used. They did so, protesting to the last, but finally ceding to violence. The new Duma, which was elected 10 days later, and for which the moderate socialists refused to vote, was almost entirely Bolshevik. There remained several centers of dangerous opposition, such as the republics of Ukraine and Finland, which were showing definitely anti-Soviet tendencies. Both at Helsingfors and at Kiev the governments were gathering troops which could be depended upon, and entering upon campaigns of crushing Bolshevism, and of disarming and expelling Russian troops. The Ukrainian Rada had taken command of all southern Russia, and was furnishing Kaldin reinforcements and supplies. Both Finland and Ukraine were beginning secret negotiations with the Germans, and were promptly recognized by the Allied governments, which loaned them huge sums of money, joining with the propertied classes to create counter-revolutionary centers of attack upon Soviet Russia. In the end, when Bolshevism had conquered in both these countries, the defeated bourgeoisie called in the Germans to restore them to power. But the most formidable menace to the Soviet government was internal and two-headed the Kaldin movement, and the staff at Mogilev, where General Dukhanin had assumed command. The ubiquitous Muravyov was appointed commander of the war against the Cossacks, and a Red Army was recruited from among the factory workers. Hundreds of propagandists were sent to the Don. The Council of People's Commissars issued a proclamation to the Cossacks 16 explaining what the Soviet government was, how the propertied classes, the chinovniki, landlords, bankers, and their allies, the Cossack princes, landowners, and generals, were trying to destroy the revolution, and prevent the confiscation of their wealth by the people. Proclamation of the Commission of Public Education attached to the City Duma, concerning the strike of school teachers, just before the Christmas holidays. The Duma had been re-elected, and was composed almost entirely of Bolsheviki. 17. On November 27 a committee of Cossacks came to Smolny to see Trotsky and Lenin. They demanded if it were true that the Soviet government did not intend to divide the Cossack lands among the peasants of Great Russia. No, answered Trotsky. The Cossacks deliberated for a while. Well, they asked, does the Soviet government intend to confiscate the estates of our great Cossack landowners and divide them among the working Cossacks? To this Lenin replied. That, he said, is for you to do. We shall support the working Cossacks in all their actions. The best way to begin is to form Cossack Soviets. You will be given representation in the Tsaik, and then it will be your government, too. The Cossacks departed, thinking hard. 2 weeks later General Kaldin received a deputation from his troops. Will you, they asked, promise to divide the great estates of the Cossack landlords among the working Cossacks? Only over my dead body, responded Kaldin. A month later, seeing his army melt away before his eyes, Kaldin blew out his brains. And the Cossack movement was no more. Meanwhile at Mogilev were gathered the old Tsaik, the moderate socialist leaders from Avksentiev to Chernov, the active chiefs of the old army committees, and the reactionary officers. The staff steadily refused to recognize the Council of People's Commissars. It had united about it the Death Battalions, the Knights of St. George, and the Cossacks of the Front, and was in close and secret touch with the Allied military attaches, and with the Khaldan movement and the Ukrainian Rada. The Allied governments had made no reply to the peace decree of November 8, in which the Congress of Soviets had asked for a general armistice. On November 20 Trotsky addressed a note to the Allied ambassadors 18. I have the honor to inform you, Mr. Ambassador, that the All-Russian Congress of Soviets on November 8 constituted a new government of the Russian Republic, in the form of the Council of People's Commissars. The president of this government is Vladimir Ilyich Lenin. The direction of foreign affairs has been entrusted to me, People's Commissar for Foreign Affairs. In drawing your attention to the text, approved by the All-Russian Congress, of the proposition for an armistice and a democratic peace without annexations or indemnities, based on the right of self-determination of peoples, I have the honor to request you to consider that document as a formal proposal of an immediate armistice on all fronts, and the opening of immediate peace negotiations, a proposal which the authorized government of the Russian Republic addresses at the same time to all the belligerent peoples and their governments. Please accept, Mr. Ambassador, the profound assurance of the esteem of the Soviet government toward your people, who cannot but wish for peace, like all the other peoples exhausted and drained by this unexampled butchery. The same night the Council of People's Commissars telegraphed to General Dukhanin. The Council of People's Commissars considers it indispensable without delay to make a formal proposal of armistice to all the powers, both enemy and allied. A declaration conforming to this decision has been sent by the Commissar for Foreign Affairs to the representatives of the Allied powers at Petrograd. The Council of People's Commissars orders you, Citizen Commander, to propose to the enemy military authorities immediately to cease hostilities, and enter into negotiations for peace. In charging you with the conduct of these preliminary pourparlers, the Council of People's Commissars orders you 1. To inform the Council by direct wire immediately of any and all steps in the pourparlers with the representatives of the enemy armies. 2. Not to sign the Act of Armistice until it has been passed upon by the Council of People's Commissars. The Allied ambassadors received Trotsky's note with contemptuous silence, accompanied by anonymous interviews in the newspapers, full of spite and ridicule. The order to Dukhanin was characterized openly as an act of treason. As for Dukhanin, he gave no sign. On the night of November 22 he was communicated with by telephone, and asked if he intended to obey the order. Dukhanin answered that he could not, unless it emanated from a government sustained by the army and the country. By telegraph he was immediately dismissed from the post of Supreme Commander, and Krylenko appointed in his place. Following his tactics of appealing to the masses, Lenin sent a radio to all regimental, divisional, and corps committees, to all soldiers and sailors of the army and the fleet, acquainting them with Dukhanin's refusal, and ordering that the regiments on the front shall elect delegates to begin negotiations with the enemy detachments opposite their positions. On the 23rd, the military attachés of the Allied nations, acting on instructions from their governments, presented a note to Dukhanin, in which he was solemnly warned not to violate the conditions of the treaties concluded between the powers of the Entente. The note went on to say that if a separate armistice with Germany were concluded, that act would result in the most serious consequences to Russia. This communication Dukhanin at once sent out to all the soldiers' committees. Next morning Trotsky made another appeal to the troops, characterizing the note of the Allied representatives as a flagrant interference in the internal affairs of Russia, and a bald attempt to force by threats the Russian army and the Russian people to continue the war in execution of the treaties concluded by the Tsar. From Smolny poured out proclamation after proclamation 19 denouncing Dukhanin and the counter-revolutionary officers about him, denouncing the reactionary politicians gathered at Mogilev, rousing, from one end of the 1,000-mile front to the other, millions of angry, suspicious soldiers. And at the same time Krylenko, accompanied by 3 detachments of fanatical sailors, set out for the Stavka, breathing threats of vengeance 20 and received by the soldiers everywhere with tremendous ovations a triumphal progress. The Central Army Committee issued a declaration in favor of Dukhanin, and at once 10,000 troops moved upon Mogilev. On December 2 the garrison of Mogilev rose and seized the city, arresting Tukhanin and the army committee, and going out with victorious red banners to meet the new supreme commander. Krylenko entered Mogilev next morning, to find a howling mob gathered about the railway car in which Tukhanin had been imprisoned. Krylenko made a speech in which he implored the soldiers not to harm Tukhanin, as he was to be taken to Petrograd and judged by the revolutionary tribunal. When he had finished, suddenly Tukhanin himself appeared at the window, as if to address the throng. But with a savage roar the people rushed the car, and falling upon the old general, dragged him out and beat him to death on the platform. So ended the revolt of the Stavka. Immensely strengthened by the collapse of the last important stronghold of hostile military power in Russia, the Soviet government began with confidence the organization of the state. Many of the old functionaries flocked to its banner, and many members of other parties entered the government service. The financially ambitious, however, were checked by the decree on salaries of government employees, fixing the salaries of the people's commissars the highest at 500 rubles, about $50, a month. The strike of government employees, led by the Union of Unions, collapsed, deserted by the financial and commercial interests which had been backing it. The bank clerks returned to their jobs. With the decree on the nationalization of banks, the formation of the Supreme Council of People's Economy, the putting into practical operation of the land decree in the villages, the democratic reorganization of the army, and the sweeping changes in all branches of the government and of life, with all these, effective only by the will of the masses of workers, soldiers, and peasants, slowly began, with many mistakes and hitches, the molding of proletarian Russia. Not by compromise with the propertied classes, or with the other political leaders, not by conciliating the old government mechanism, did the Bolsheviki conquer the power. Nor by the organized violence of a small clique. If the masses all over Russia had not been ready for insurrection, it must have failed. The only reason for Bolshevik success lay in their accomplishing the vast and simple desires of the most profound strata of the people, calling them to the work of tearing down and destroying the old, and afterward, in the smoke of falling ruins, cooperating with them to erect the framework of the new. Footnotes 1. Limitations of this chapter. This chapter extends over a period of 2 months, more or less. It covers the time of negotiations with the Allies, the negotiations and armistice with the Germans, and the beginning of the peace negotiations at Brest-Litovsk, as well as the period in which were laid the foundations of the Soviet state. However, it is no part of my purpose in this book to describe and interpret these very important historical events, which require more space. They are therefore reserved for another volume, Kornilov to Brest-Litovsk. In this chapter, then, I have confined myself to the Soviet government's attempts to consolidate its political power at home, and sketched its successive conquests of hostile domestic elements, which process was temporarily interrupted by the disastrous Peace of Brest-Litovsk. 2. Preamble. Declaration of the Rights of the Peoples of Russia. The October Revolution of the workers and peasants began under the common banner of emancipation. The peasants are being emancipated from the power of the landowners, for there is no longer the landowner's property right in the land, it has been abolished. The soldiers and sailors are being emancipated from the power of autocratic generals, for generals will henceforth be elective and subject to recall. The workingmen are being emancipated from the whims and arbitrary will of the capitalists, for henceforth there will be established the control of the workers over mills and factories. Everything living and capable of life is being emancipated from the hateful shackles. There remain only the peoples of Russia, who have suffered and are suffering oppression and arbitrariness, and whose emancipation must immediately be begun, whose liberation must be effected resolutely and definitely. During the period of Tsarism, the peoples of Russia were systematically incited against one another. The result of such a policy are known: massacres and pogroms on the one hand, slavery of peoples on the other. There can be and there must be no return to this disgraceful policy. Henceforth the policy of a voluntary and honest union of the peoples of Russia must be substituted. In the period of imperialism, after the March Revolution, When the power was transferred into the hands of the cadet bourgeoisie, the naked policy of provocation gave way to one of cowardly distrust of the peoples of Russia, to a policy of fault-finding, of meaningless freedom and equality of peoples. The results of such a policy are known: the growth of national enmity, the impairment of mutual confidence. An end must be put to this unworthy policy of falsehood and distrust, of fault-finding and provocation. Henceforth it must be replaced by an open and honest policy leading to the complete mutual confidence of the peoples of Russia. Only as the result of such a trust can there be formed an honest and lasting union of the peoples of Russia. Only as the result of such a union can the workers and peasants of the peoples of Russia be cemented into one revolutionary force able to resist all attempts on the part of the imperialist annexationist bourgeoisie. 3 Decrees on the nationalization of the banks. In the interest of the regular organization of the national economy, of the thorough eradication of bank speculation and the complete emancipation of the workers, peasants, and the whole laboring population from the exploitation of banking capital, and with a view to the establishment of a single national bank of the Russian Republic which shall serve the real interests of the people and the poorer classes, the Central Executive Committee, TSEIK, resolves. 1. The banking business is declared a state monopoly. 2. All existing private joint stock banks and banking offices are merged in the state bank. 3. The assets and liabilities of the liquidated establishments are taken over by the state bank. 4. The order of the merger of private banks in the state bank is to be determined by a special decree. 5. The temporary administration of the affairs of the private banks is entrusted to the board of the state bank. 6. The interests of the small depositors will be safeguarded. On the equality of rank of all military men. In realization of the will of the revolutionary people regarding the prompt and decisive abolition of all remnants of former inequality in the army, the Council of People's Commissars decrees. 1. All ranks and grades in the army, beginning with the rank of corporal and ending with the rank of general, are abolished. The army of the Russian Republic consists now of free and equal citizens, bearing the honorable title of soldiers of the Revolutionary Army. 2. All privileges connected with the former ranks and grades, also all outward marks of distinction, are abolished. 3. All addressing by titles is abolished. 4. All decorations, orders, and other marks of distinction are abolished. 5. With the abolition of the rank of officer, all separate officers' organizations are abolished. Note: orderlies are left only for headquarters, chanceries, committees, and other army organizations. President of the Council of People's Commissars. V.I. Ulyanov, Lenin. People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs. N. Krylenko. People's Commissar for Military Affairs. N. Podvoisky. Secretary of the Council. N. Gorbanov. On the elective principle and the organization of authority in the Army. 1. The Army serving the will of the toiling people is subject to its supreme representative, the Council of People's Commissars. 2. Full authority within the limits of military units and combinations is vested in the respective soldiers' committees and Soviets. 3. Those phases of the life and activity of the troops which are already under the jurisdiction of the committees are now formally placed in their direct control. Over such branches of activity which the committees cannot assume, the control of the soldiers' Soviets is established. 4. The election of commanding staff and officers is introduced. All commanders up to the commanders of regiments, inclusive, are elected by general suffrage of squads, platoons, companies, squadrons, batteries, divisions, artillery 2 to 3 batteries, and regiments. All commanders higher than the commander of a regiment, and up to the supreme commander, inclusive, are elected by congresses or conferences of committees. Note: by the term conference must be understood a meeting of the respective committees together with delegates of committees 1 degree lower in rank. Such as a conference of regimental committees with delegates from company committees. Author. 5. The elected commanders above the rank of commander of regiment must be confirmed by the nearest Supreme Committee. Note: in the event of a refusal by a Supreme Committee to confirm an elected commander, with a statement of reasons for such refusal. A commander elected by the lower committee a second time must be confirmed. 6. The commanders of armies are elected by army congresses. Commanders of fronts are elected by congresses of the respective fronts. 7. To posts of a technical character, demanding special knowledge or other practical preparation, namely, doctors, engineers, technicians, telegraph and wireless operators, aviators, automobilists, etc., only such persons as possess the required special knowledge may be elected, by the committees of the units of the respective services. 8. Chiefs of staff must be chosen from among persons with special military training for that post. 9. All other members of the staff are appointed by the Chief of Staff, and confirmed by the respective congresses. Note: all persons with special training must be listed in a special list. 10. The right is reserved to retire from the service all commanders on active service who are not elected by the soldiers to any post, and who consequently are ranked as privates. 11. All other functions beside those pertaining to the command, with the exception of posts in the economic departments, are filled by appointment of the respective elected commanders. 12. Detailed instructions regarding the elections of the commanding staff will be published separately. President of the Council of People's Commissars. V. Ulyanov, Lenin. People's Commissar for Military and Naval Affairs. N. Krylenko. People's Commissar for Military Affairs. N. Podvoisky. Secretary of the Council. N. Gorbanov. On the abolition of classes and titles. 1. All classes and class divisions, all class privileges and delimitations, all class organizations and institutions and all civil ranks are abolished. 2. All classes of society, nobles, merchants, petty bourgeois, etc., and all titles, prince, count, and others, and all denominations of civil rank, privy state councillor, and others, are abolished, and there is established the general denomination of citizen of the Russian Republic. 3. The property and institutions of the classes of nobility are transferred to the corresponding autonomous zemstvos. 4. The property of merchant and bourgeois organizations is transferred immediately to the municipal self-governments. 5. All class institutions of any sort, with their property, their rules of procedure, and their archives, are transferred to the administration of the municipalities and zemstvos. 6. All articles of existing laws applying to these matters are herewith repealed. 7. The present decree becomes effective on the day it is published and applied by the Soviets of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants' Deputies. The present decree has been confirmed by the Tsay-ee-kah at the meeting of November 23, 1917, and signed by President of the Tsay-ee-kah Sverdlov. President of the Council of People's Commissars. V. Ulyanov, Lenin. Executive of the Council of People's Commissars. V. Bunkbruevich. Secretary of the Council. N. Gorbanov. On December 3 the Council of People's Commissars resolved to reduce the salaries of functionaries and employees in all government institutions and establishments, general or special, without exception. To begin with, the Council fixed the salary of a People's Commissar at 500 rubles per month, with 100 rubles additional for each grown member of the family incapable of work. This was the highest salary paid to any government official. 4. Countess Panina was arrested and brought to trial before the First Supreme Revolutionary Tribunal. The trial is described in the chapter on revolutionary justice in my forthcoming volume, Kornilov to Brest-Litovsk. The prisoner was sentenced to return the money, and then be liberated to the public contempt. In other words, she was set free. 5. Ridicule of the new regime. From Drug Narrative, Menshevik, November 18. The story of the immediate peace of the Bolsheviki reminds us of a joyous moving picture film. Naratov runs, Trotsky pursues, Naratov climbs a wall, Trotsky too, Naratov dives into the water, Trotsky follows, Naratov climbs onto the roof, Trotsky right behind him, Naratov hides under the bed and Trotsky has him. He has him. Naturally, peace is immediately signed. All is empty and silent at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The couriers are respectful, but their faces wear a caustic expression. How about arresting an ambassador and signing an armistice or a peace treaty with him? But they are strange folk, these ambassadors. They keep silent just as if they had heard nothing. Hola, hola, England, France, Germany. We have signed an armistice with you. Is it possible that you know nothing about it? Nevertheless, it has been published in all the papers and posted on all the walls. On a Bolshevik's word of honor, peace has been signed. We're not asking much of you, you just have to write 2 words. The ambassadors remain silent. The powers remain silent. All is empty and silent in the office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Listen, says Robespierre Trotsky to his assistant Marat Uritsky, run over to the British ambassadors, tell him we're proposing peace. Go yourself, says Marat Uritsky. He's not receiving. Telephone him, then. I've tried. The receiver's off the hook. Send him a telegram. I did. Well, with what result? Marat Uritsky sighs and does not answer. Robespierre Trotsky spits furiously into the corner. Listen, Marat, recommences Trotsky, after a moment. We must absolutely show that we're conducting an active foreign policy. How can we do that? Launch another decree about arresting Neratov, answers Uritsky, with a profound air. Marat, you're a blockhead, cries Trotsky. All of a sudden he arises, terrible and majestic, looking at this moment like Robespierre. Right, Uritsky, he says with severity. Write a letter to the British ambassador, a registered letter with receipt demanded. Right? I also will write. The peoples of the world await an immediate peace. In the enormous and empty Ministry of Foreign Affairs are to be heard only the sound of 2 typewriters. With his own hands Trotsky is conducting an active foreign policy. 6. On the question of an agreement. To the attention of all workers and all soldiers. November 11th, in the club of the Preobrazhensky Regiment, was held an extraordinary meeting of representatives of all the units of the Petrograd garrison. The meeting was called upon the initiative of the Preobrazhensky and Semyonovsky regiments, for the discussion of the question as to which socialist parties are for the power of the Soviets, which are against, which are for the people, which against, and if an agreement between them is possible. The representatives of the Tsaik, of the Municipal Duma, of the Avksentiev Peasants' Soviets, and of all the political parties from the Bolsheviki to the populist socialists, were invited to the meeting. After long deliberation, having heard the declarations of all parties and organizations, the meeting by a tremendous majority of votes agreed that only the Bolsheviki and the left socialist revolutionaries are for the people, and that all the other parties are only attempting, under cover of seeking an agreement, to deprive the people of the conquests won in the days of the great workers' and peasants' revolution of November. Here is the text of the resolution carried at this meeting of the Petrograd garrison, by 61 votes against 11, and 12 not voting. The garrison conference, summoned at the initiative of the Semyonovsky and Preobrazhensky regiments, on hearing the representatives of all the socialist parties and popular organizations on the question of an agreement between the different political parties, finds that 1. The representatives of the Tsaik, the representatives of the Bolshevik Party and the left socialist revolutionaries, declared definitely that they stand for a government of the Soviets, for the decrees on land, peace and workers' control of industry, and that upon this platform they are willing to agree with all the socialist parties. 2. At the same time the representatives of the other parties, Mensheviki, socialist revolutionaries, either gave no answer at all, or declared simply that they were opposed to the power of the Soviets and against the decrees on land, peace and workers' control. In view of this the meeting resolves 1. To express severe censure of all parties which, under cover of an agreement, wish practically to annul the popular conquests of the Revolution of November. 2. To express full confidence in the Tsay and the Council of People's Commissars, and to promise them complete support. At the same time, the meeting deems it necessary that the comrades left socialist revolutionaries should enter the people's government. 7. Wine pogroms. It was afterward discovered that there was a regular organization, maintained by the cadets, for provoking rioting among the soldiers. There would be telephone messages to the different barracks, announcing that wine was being given away at such and such an address, and when the soldiers arrived at the spot, an individual would point out the location of the cellar. The Council of People's Commissars appointed a commissar for the fight against drunkenness, who, besides mercilessly putting down the wine riots, destroyed hundreds of thousands of bottles of liquor. The Winter Palace cellars, containing rare vintages valued at more than $5 million, were at first flooded, and then the liquor was removed to Kronstadt and destroyed. In this work the Kronstadt sailors, flower and pride of the revolutionary forces, as Trotsky called them, acquitted themselves with iron self-discipline. 8. Speculators. 2 orders concerning them. Council of People's Commissars. To the Military Revolutionary Committee. The disorganization of the food supply created by the war, and the lack of system, is becoming to the last degree acute, thanks to the speculators, marauders, and their followers on the railways, in the steamship offices, forwarding offices, etc. Taking advantage of the nation's greatest misfortunes, these criminal spoliators are playing with the health and life of millions of soldiers and workers, for their own benefit. Such a situation cannot be borne a single day longer. The Council of People's Commissars proposes to the Military Revolutionary Committee to take the most decisive measures towards the uprooting of speculation, sabotage, hiding of supplies, fraudulent detention of cargoes, etc. All persons guilty of such actions shall be subject, by special orders of the Military Revolutionary Committee, to immediate arrest and confinement in the prisons of Kronstadt, pending their arraignment before the Revolutionary Tribunal. All the popular organizations are invited to cooperate in the struggle against the spoliators of food supplies. President of the Council of People's Commissaries. V. Ulyanov, Lenin. Accepted for execution, Military Revolutionary Committee attached to the CEC of the Soviets of W. and S. Deputies. Petrograd, November 23, 1917. To all honest citizens. The Military Revolutionary Committee decrees. Spoliators, marauders, speculators, are declared to be enemies of the people. The Military Revolutionary Committee proposes to all public organizations, to all honest citizens, to inform the Military Revolutionary Committee immediately of all cases of spoliation, marauding, speculation, which become known to them. The struggle against this evil is the business of all honest people. The Military Revolutionary Committee expects the support of all to whom the interests of the people are dear. The Military Revolutionary Committee will be merciless in pursuit of speculators and marauders. The Military Revolutionary Committee. Petrograd, December 2, 1917. 9. Purishkevich's letter to Kaldin. The situation at Petrograd is desperate. The city is cut off from the outside world and is entirely in the power of the Bolsheviki. People are arrested in the streets, thrown into the Neva, drowned and imprisoned without any charge. Even Burtsev is shut up in Peter Paul Fortress, under strict guard. The organization at whose head I am is working without rest to unite all the officers and what is left of the Junker schools, and to arm them. The situation cannot be saved except by creating regiments of officers and Junkers. Attacking with these regiments, and having gained a first success, we could later gain the aid of the garrison troops, but without that first success it is impossible to count on a single soldier, because thousands of them are divided and terrorized by the scum which exists in every regiment. Most of the Cossacks are tainted by Bolshevik propaganda, thanks to the strange policy of General Dutov, who allowed to pass the moment when by decisive action something could have been obtained. The policy of negotiations and concessions has borne its fruits. All that is respectable is persecuted, and it is the plebe and the criminals who dominate, and nothing can be done except by shooting and hanging them. We are awaiting you here, General, and at the moment of your arrival, we shall advance with all the forces at our disposal. But for that we must establish some communication with you, and before all, clear up the following points. 1. Do you know that in your name all officers who could take part in the fight are being invited to leave Petrograd on the pretext of joining you? 2. About when can we count on your arrival at Petrograd? We should like to know in order to coordinate our actions. In spite of the criminal inaction of the conscious people here, which allowed the yoke of Bolshevism to be laid upon us, in spite of the extraordinary pig-headedness of the majority of officers, so difficult to organize, we believe in spite of all that truth is on our side, and that we shall conquer the vicious and criminal forces who say that they are acting for motives of love of country and in order to save it. Whatever comes, we shall not permit ourselves to be struck down, and shall remain firm until the end. Purishkevich, being brought to trial before the Revolutionary Tribunal, was given a short prison term. 10. Decree on the monopoly of advertisements. 1. The printing of advertisements, in newspapers, books, billboards, kiosks, in offices and other establishments is declared to be a state monopoly. 2. Advertisements may only be published in the organs of the Provisional Workers' and Peasants' Government at Petrograd, and in the organs of local Soviets. 3. The proprietors of newspapers and advertising offices, as well as all employees of such establishments, should remain at their posts until the transfer of the advertisement business to the government, superintending the uninterrupted continuation of their houses, and turning over to the Soviets all private advertising and the sums received therefor, as well as all accounts and copy. 4. All managers of publications and businesses dealing with paid advertising, as well as their employees and workers, shall agree to hold a city congress, and to join, first the city trade unions, and then the all-Russian unions, to organize more thoroughly and justly the advertising business in the Soviet publications, as well as to prepare better rules for the public utility of advertising. 5. All persons found guilty of having concealed documents or money, or having sabotaged the regulations indicated in paragraphs 3 and 4, will be punished by a sentence of not more than 3 years' imprisonment, and all their property will be confiscated. 6. The paid insertion of advertisements, in private publications, or under a masked form, will also be severely penalized. 7. Advertising offices are confiscated by the government, the owners being entitled to compensation in cases of necessity. Small proprietors, depositors, and stockholders of the confiscated establishments will be reimbursed for all monies held by them in the concern. 8. All buildings, officers, counters, and in general every establishment doing a business in advertising, should immediately inform the Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies of its address, and proceed to the transfer of its business, under penalty of the punishment indicated in paragraph 5. President of the Council of People's Commissars. V. I. Ulyanov, Lenin. People's Commissar for Public Instruction. A. V. Lunacharsky. Secretary of the Council. N. Gorbanov. 11. Obligatory Ordinance. 1. The city of Petrograd is declared to be in a state of siege. 2. All assemblies, meetings, and congregations on the streets and squares are prohibited. 3. Attempts to loot wine cellars, warehouses, factories, stores, business premises, private dwellings, etc., etc., will be stopped by machine gun fire without warning. 4. House committees, doormen, janitors, and militiamen are charged with the duty of keeping strict order in all houses, courtyards and in the streets, and house doors and carriage entrances must be locked at 9 o'clock in the evening, and opened at 7 o'clock in the morning. After 9 o'clock in the evening only tenants may leave the house, under strict control of the house committees. 5. Those guilty of the distribution, sale, or purchase of any kind of alcoholic liquor, and also those guilty of the violation of sections 2 and 4, will be immediately arrested and subjected to the most severe punishment. Petrograd, 6th of December, 3 o'clock in the night. Committee to Fight Against Pogroms, attached to the Executive Committee of the Soviet of Workers and Soldiers Deputies. 12 Two proclamations. Lenin, to the people of Russia. Comrades, workers, soldiers, peasants, all toilers. The workers' and peasants' revolution has won at Petrograd, at Moscow. From the front and the villages arrive every day, every hour, greetings to the new government. The victory of the revolution is assured, seeing that it is sustained by the majority of the people. It is entirely understandable that the proprietors and the capitalists, the employees and functionaries closely allied with the bourgeoisie, in a word, all the rich and all those who join hands with them, regard the new revolution with hostility, oppose its success, threaten to halt the activity of the banks and sabotage or obstruct the work of other establishments. Every conscious worker understands perfectly that we cannot avoid this hostility, because the high officials have set themselves against the people and do not wish to abandon their posts without resistance. But the working classes are not for one moment afraid of that resistance. The majority of the people are for us. For us are the majority of the workers and the oppressed of the whole world. We have justice on our side. Our ultimate victory is certain. The resistance of the capitalists and high officials will be broken. No one will be deprived of his property without a special law on the nationalization of banks and financial syndicates. This law is in preparation. Not a worker will lose a single kopeck, on the contrary, he will be assisted. Without at this moment establishing the new taxes, the new government considers one of its primary duties to make a severe accounting and control on the reception of taxes decreed by the former regime. Comrades, workers, remember that you yourselves direct the government. No one will help you unless you organize yourselves and take into your own hands the affairs of the state. Your Soviets are now the organs of governmental power. Strengthen them, establish a severe revolutionary control, pitilessly crush the attempts at anarchy on the part of drunkards, brigands, counter-revolutionary Junkers, and Kornilovists. Establish a strict control over production and the accounting for products. Arrest and turn over to the Revolutionary Tribunal of the people everyone who injures the property of the people, by sabotage in production, by concealment of grain reserves, reserves of other products, by retarding the shipments of grain, by bringing confusion into the railroads, the posts, and the telegraphs, or in general opposing the great work of bringing peace and transferring the land to the peasants. Comrades, workers, soldiers, peasants, all toilers. Take immediately all local power into your hands. Little by little, with the consent of the majority of peasants, we shall march firmly and unhesitatingly toward the victory of socialism, which will fortify the advance guards of the working class of the most civilized countries, and give to the peoples an enduring peace, and free them from every slavery and every exploitation. 13 To all workers of Petrograd. Comrades, the revolution is winning, the revolution has won. All the power has passed over to our Soviets. The first weeks are the most difficult ones. The broken reaction must be finally crushed, a full triumph must be secured to our endeavors. The working class must show in these days the greatest firmness and endurance, in order to facilitate the execution of all the aims of the new People's Government of Soviets. In the next few days decrees on the labor question will be issued, and among the very first will be the decree on workers' control over the production and regulation of industry. Strikes and demonstrations of the worker masses in Petrograd now can only do harm. We ask you to cease immediately all economic and political strikes, to take up your work, and do it in perfect order. The work in the factories and all the industries is necessary for the new government of Soviets, because any interruption of this work will only create new difficulties for us, and we have enough as it is. All to your places. The best way to support the new government of Soviets in these days is by doing your job. Long live the iron firmness of the proletariat. Long live the revolution. Petrograd Soviet of W. and St. Petrograd Council of Trade Unions. Petrograd Council of Factory Shop Committees. 14 Appeals and counter-appeals from the employees of the state and private banks to the population of Petrograd. Comrades, workers, soldiers, and citizens. The Military Revolutionary Committee in an extraordinary notice is accusing the workers of the state and private banking and other institutions of impeding the work of the government, directed towards the ensuring of the front with provisions. Comrades and citizens, do not believe this calumny, brought against us, who are part of the general army of labor. However difficult it be for us to work under the constant threat of interference by acts of violence in our hard-working life, however depressing it be to know that our country and the revolution are on the verge of ruin, we, nevertheless, all of us, from the highest to the lowest, employees, artelshchiki, counters, laborers, couriers, etc., are continuing to fulfill our duties which are connected with the ensuring of provisions and munitions to the front and country. Counting upon your lack of information, comrades, workers, and soldiers, in questions of finance and banking, you are being incited against workers like yourselves, because it is desirable to divert the responsibility for the starving and dying brother soldiers at the front from the guilty persons to the innocent workers who are accomplishing their duty under the burden of general poverty and disorganization. Remember, workers and soldiers. The employees have always stood up for and will always stand up for the interests of the toiling people, part of which they are themselves, and not a single kopeck necessary for the front and the workers has ever been detained and will not be detained by the employees. From November 6 to November 23, i.e., during 17 days, 500 million rubles were dispatched to the front, and 120 millions to Moscow, besides the sum sent to other towns. Keeping guard over the wealth of the people, the master of which can be only the Constituent Assembly, representing the whole nation, the employees refuse to give out money for purposes which are unknown to them. Do not believe the calumniators calling you to take the law into your own hands. Central Board of the All-Russian Union of Employees of the State Bank. Central Board of the All-Russian Trade Union of Employees of Credit Institutions. To the population of Petrograd. Citizens, do not believe the falsehood which irresponsible people are trying to suggest to you by spreading terrible calumnies against the employees of the Ministry of Supplies and the workers in other supply organizations who are laboring in these dark days for the salvation of Russia. Citizens. In posted placards you are called upon to lynch us, we are accused falsely of sabotage and strikes, we are blamed for all the woes and misfortunes that the people are suffering, although we have been striving indefatigably and uninterruptedly, and are still striving, to save the Russian people from the horrors of starvation. Notwithstanding all that we are bearing as citizens of unhappy Russia, we have not for 1 hour abandoned our heavy and responsible work of supplying the army and population with provisions. The image of the army, cold and hungry, saving our very existence by its blood and its tortures, does not leave us for a single moment. Citizens. If we have survived the blackest days in the life and history of our people, if we have succeeded in preventing famine in Petrograd, if we have managed to procure to the suffering army bread and forage by means of enormous, almost superhuman, efforts, it is because we have honestly continued and are still continuing to do our work. To the last warning of the usurpers of the power we reply, it is not for you who are leading the country to ruin to threaten us who are doing all we can not to allow the country to perish. We are not afraid of threats, before us stands the sacred image of tortured Russia. We will continue our work of supplying the army and the people with bread to our last efforts, so long as you will not prevent us from accomplishing our duty to our country. In the contrary case the army and the people will stand before the horrors of famine, but the responsibility therefore belongs to the perpetrators of violence. Executive Committee of the Employees of the Ministry of Supplies. To the Chinovniki, government officials. It is notified hereby, that all officials and persons who have quitted the service in government and public institutions or have been dismissed for sabotage or for having failed to report for work on the day fixed, and who have nevertheless received their salary paid in advance for the time they have not served, are bound to return such salary not later than on November 27, 1917, to those institutions where they were in service. In the event of this not being done, these persons will be rendered answerable for stealing the Treasury's property and tried by the Military Revolutionary Court. The Military Revolutionary Committee. December 7, 1917. From the Special Board for the Supplies. Citizens. The conditions of our work for the supplying of Petrograd are getting more and more difficult every day. The interference with our work, which is so ruinous to our business of the Commissars of the Military Revolutionary Committee, is still continuing. Their arbitrary acts, their annulling of our orders, may lead to a catastrophe. Seals have been affixed to one of the cold storages where the meat and butter destined for the population are kept, and we cannot regulate the temperature so that the products would not be spoiled. 1 carload of potatoes and 1 carload of cabbages have been seized and carried away no one knows where to. Cargoes which are not liable to requisition, calva, are requisitioned by the commissars and, as was the case one day, 5 boxes of calva were seized by the commissar for his own use. We are not in a position to dispose of our storages, where the self-appointed commissars do not allow the cargoes to be taken out, and terrorize our employees, threatening them with arrest. All that is going on in Petrograd is known in the provinces, and from the Don, from Siberia, from Voronezh and other places people are refusing to send flour and bread. This cannot go on much longer. The work is simply falling out of our hands. Our duty is to let the population know of this. To the last possibility we will remain on guard of the interests of the population. We will do everything to avoid the oncoming famine, but if under these difficult conditions our work is compelled to stop, let the people know that it is not our fault and #8230. 15 elections to the Constituent Assembly in Petrograd. There were 19 tickets in Petrograd. The results are as follows, published November 30. Party. Vote. Populist Socialists. 19,109. Cadets. 245,006. Christian Democrats. 3,707. Bolsheviki. 424,027. Socialist Universalists. 158. SD and SR Ukrainian and Jewish workers. 4,219. League of Women's Rights. 5,310. Socialist Revolutionaries, Oborontsi. 4,696. Left Socialist Revolutionaries. 152,230. League of the People's Development. 385. Radical Democrats. 413. Orthodox parishes. 24,139. Feminine League for Salvation of Country. 318. Independent League of Workers, Soldiers, Peasants. 4,942. Christian Democrats, Catholic. 14,382. Unified Social Democrats. 11,740. Mensheviki. 17,427. Jedinstvo Group. 1,823. League of Cossack Troops. 6,712. 16 from the Council of People's Commissars to the toiling Cossacks. Brothers Cossacks. You are being deceived. You are being incited against the people. You are told that the Soviets of workers, soldiers, and peasants' deputies are your enemies, that they want to take away your Cossack land, your Cossack liberty. Don't believe it, Cossacks. Your own generals and landowners are deceiving you, in order to keep you in darkness and slavery. We, the Council of People's Commissars, address ourselves to you, Cossacks, with these words. Read them attentively and judge yourselves which is the truth and which is cruel deceit. The life and service of a Cossack were always bondage and penal servitude. At the first call of the authorities a Cossack always had to saddle his horse and ride out on campaign. All his military equipment a Cossack had to provide with his own hardly earned means. A Cossack is on service, his farm is going to rack and ruin. Is such a condition fair? No, it must be altered forever. The Cossacks must be freed from bondage. The new People's Soviet power is willing to come to the assistance of the toiling Cossacks. It is only necessary that the Cossacks themselves should resolve to abolish the old order, that they should refuse submission to their slave driver officers, landowners, rich men, that they should throw off the cursed yoke from their necks. Arise, Cossacks! Unite! The Council of People's Commissars calls upon you to enter a new, fresh, more happy life. In November and December in Petrograd there were all-Russian congresses of Soviets of soldiers, workers, and peasants deputies. These congresses transferred all the authority in the different localities into the hands of the Soviets, i.e., into the hands of men elected by the people. From now on there must be in Russia no rulers or functionaries who command the people from above and drive them. The people create the authority themselves. A general has no more rights than a soldier. All are equal. Consider, Cossacks, is this wrong or right? We are calling upon you, Cossacks, to join this new order and to create your own Soviets of Cossacks deputies. To such Soviets all the power must belong in the different localities. Not to hetmans with the rank of general, but to the elected representatives of the toiling Cossacks, to your own trustworthy reliable men. The all-Russian congresses of soldiers, workers, and peasants deputies have passed a resolution to transfer all landowners' land into the possession of the toiling people. Is not that fair, Cossacks? The Kornilovs, Kaldins, Futovs, Karalovs, Bardages, all defend with their whole souls the interests of the rich men, and they are ready to drown Russia in blood if only the lands remain in the hands of the landowners. But you, the toiling Cossacks, do not you suffer yourselves from poverty, oppression, and lack of land? How many Cossacks are there who have more than 4 to 5 desyatins per head? But the landowners, who have thousands of desyatins of their own land, wish besides to get into their hands the lands of the Cossack army. According to the new Soviet laws, the lands of Cossack landowners must pass without compensation into the hands of the Cossack workers, the poorer Cossacks. You are being told that the Soviets wish to take away your lands from you. Who is frightening you? The rich Cossacks, who know that the Soviet authority wishes to transfer the landowners' lands to you. Choose then, Cossacks, for whom will you stand, for the Kornilovs and Kaldins, for the generals and rich men, or for the Soviets of peasants, soldiers, workers, and Cossacks deputies. The Council of People's Commissars elected by the All-Russian Congress has proposed to all nations an immediate armistice and an honorable democratic peace without loss or detriment to any nation. All the capitalists, landowners, generals Kornilovists have risen against the peaceful policy of the Soviets. The war was bringing them profits, power, distinctions. And to you, Cossack privates? You were perishing without reason, without purpose, like your brothers soldiers and sailors. It will soon be 3 years and a half that this accursed war has gone on, a war devised by the capitalists and landowners of all countries for their own profit, their world robberies. To the toiling Cossacks the war has only brought ruin and death. The war has drained all the resources from Cossack farm life. The only salvation for the whole of our country and for the Cossacks in particular is a prompt and honest peace. The Council of People's Commissars has declared to all governments and peoples, we do not want other people's property, and we do not wish to give away our own. Peace without annexations and without indemnities. Every nation must decide its own fate. There must be no oppressing of one nation by another. Such is the honest, democratic, people's peace which the Council of People's Commissars is proposing to all governments, to all peoples, allies, and enemies. And the results are visible. On the Russian front an armistice has been concluded. The soldiers and the Cossacks' blood is not flowing there anymore. Now, Cossacks, decide, do you wish to continue this ruinous, senseless, criminal slaughter? Then support the cadets, the enemies of the people, support Chernov, Tsereteli, Skobelev, who drove you into the offensive of July 1, support Kornilov, who introduced capital punishment for soldiers and Cossacks at the front. But if you wish a prompt and honest peace, then enter the ranks of the Soviets and support the Council of People's Commissars. Your fate, Cossacks, lies in your own hands. Our common foes, the landowners, capitalists, officers, Kornilovists, bourgeois newspapers, are deceiving you and driving you along the road to ruin. In Orenburg, Vyutov has arrested the Soviet and disarmed the garrison. Kaldin is threatening the Soviets in the province of the Don. He has declared the province to be in a state of war and is assembling his troops. Karaulov is shooting the local tribes in the Caucasus. The cadet bourgeoisie is supplying them with its millions. Their common aim is to suppress the People's Soviets, to crush the workers and peasants, to introduce again the discipline of the whip in the army, and to eternalize the bondage of the toiling Cossacks. Our revolutionary troops are moving to the Don and the Ural in order to put an end to this criminal revolt against the people. The commanders of the revolutionary troops have received orders not to enter into any negotiations with the mutinous generals, to act decisively and mercilessly. Cossacks! On you depends now whether your brother's blood is to flow still. We are holding out our hand to you. Join the whole people against its enemies. Declare Kaldin, Kornilov, Vyutov, Karaulov, and all their aiders and abettors to be the enemies of the people, traitors and betrayers. Arrest them with your own forces and turn them over into the hands of the Soviet authority, which will judge them in open and public revolutionary tribunal. Cossacks! Form Soviets of Cossacks deputies. Take into your toil-worn hands the management of all the affairs of the Cossacks. Take away the lands of your own wealthy landowners. Take over their grain, their inventoried property and livestock for the cultivation of the lands of the toiling Cossacks, who are ruined by the war. Forward, Cossacks, to the fight for the common cause of the people. Long live the toiling Cossacks! Long live the union of the Cossacks, the soldiers, peasants, and workers! Long live the power of the Soviets of Cossacks, soldiers, workers, and peasants deputies! Down with the war! Down with the landowners and the Kornilovist generals! Long live peace and the brotherhood of peoples! Council of People's Commissars. 17 From the Commission on Public Education attached to the Central City Duma, comrades, workingmen and working women. A few days before the holidays, a strike has been declared by the teachers of the public schools. The teachers side with the bourgeoisie against the workers' and peasants' government. Comrades, organize parents' committees and pass resolutions against the strike of the teachers. Propose to the ward Soviets of workers and soldiers deputies, the trade unions, the factory shop and party committees, to organize protest meetings. Arrange with your own resources Christmas trees and entertainments for the children, and demand the opening of the schools, after the holidays, at the date which will be set by the Duma. Comrades, strengthen your position in matters of public education, insist on the control of the proletarian organizations over the schools. Commission on Public Education attached to the Central City Duma. 18 Diplomatic correspondence of the Soviet government. The notes issued by Trotsky to the Allies and to the neutral powers, as well as the note of the Allied military attaches to General Dukhanin, are too voluminous to give here. Moreover, they belong to another phase of the history of the Soviet Republic, with which this book has nothing to do, the foreign relations of the Soviet government. This I treat at length in the next volume, Kornilov to Brest-Litovsk. 19 Appeals to the front against Dukhanin. The struggle for peace has met with the resistance of the bourgeoisie and the counter-revolutionary generals. From the accounts in the newspapers, at the Stavka of former Supreme Commander Dukhanin are gathering the agents and allies of the bourgeoisie, Verkhovsky, Avksentiev, Chernov, Gotz, Tsereteli, etc. It seems even that they want to form a new power against the Soviets. Comrade soldiers! All the persons we have mentioned have been ministers already. They have acted in accord with Kerensky and the bourgeoisie. They are responsible for the offensive of July 1 and for the prolongation of the war. They promised the land to the peasants and then arrested the land committees. They re-established capital punishment for soldiers. They obey the orders of French, English, and American financiers. General Dukhanin, for having refused to obey orders of the Council of People's Commissars, has been dismissed from his position as Supreme Commander. For answer he is circulating among the troops the note from the military attaches of the Allied imperialist powers, and attempting to provoke a counter-revolution. Do not obey Dukhanin. Pay no attention to his provocation. Watch him and his group of counter-revolutionary generals carefully. 20 from Krylenko. Order number 2. The ex-Supreme Commander, General Dukhanin, for having opposed resistance to the execution of orders, for criminal action susceptible of provoking a new civil war, is declared enemy of the people. All persons who support Dukhanin will be arrested, without respect to their social or political position or their past. Persons equipped with special authority will operate these arrests. I charge General Manikhovsky with the execution of the above-mentioned dispositions. Chapter 12. The Peasants' Congress. It was on November 18 that the snow came. In the morning we woke to window ledges heaped white, and snowflakes falling so whirling thick that it was impossible to see 10 feet ahead. The mud was gone, in a twinkling the gloomy city became white, dazzling. The droshky with their padded coachmen turned into sleighs, bounding along the uneven street at headlong speed, their drivers' beards stiff and frozen. In spite of revolution, all Russia plunging dizzily into the unknown and terrible future, joy swept the city with the coming of the snow. Everybody was smiling, people ran into the streets, holding out their arms to the soft, falling flakes, laughing. Hidden was all the grayness, only the gold and colored spires and cupolas, with heightened barbaric splendor, gleamed through the white snow. Even the sun came out, pale and watery, at noon. The colds and rheumatism of the rainy months vanished. The life of the city grew gay, and the very revolution ran swifter. I sat one evening in a traktir, a kind of lower-class inn across the street from the gates of Smolny, a low-ceilinged, loud place called Uncle Tom's Cabin, much frequented by Red Guards. They crowded it now, packed close around the little tables with their dirty tablecloths and enormous china teapots, filling the place with foul cigarette smoke, while the harassed waiters ran about crying "Satius! Satius! In a minute! Right away!" In one corner sat a man in the uniform of a captain, addressing the assembly, which interrupted him at every few words. "You are no better than murderers," he cried. "Shooting down your Russian brothers on the streets." "When did we do that?" asked a worker. "Last Sunday you did it, when the Junkers." "Well, didn't they shoot us?" One man exhibited his arm in a sling. "Haven't I got something to remember them by, the devils?" The captain shouted at the top of his voice. "You should remain neutral. You should remain neutral. Who are you to destroy the legal government? Who is Lenin? A German. Who are you? A counter-revolutionist. A provocateur," they bellowed at him. When he could make himself heard, the captain stood up. "All right," said he. "You call yourselves the people of Russia. But you're not the people of Russia. The peasants are the people of Russia. Wait until the peasants." "Yes," they cried, "wait until the peasants speak. We know what the peasants will say. Aren't they workingmen like ourselves? In the long run, everything depended upon the peasants. While the peasants had been politically backward, still they had their own peculiar ideas, and they constituted more than 80% of the people of Russia. The Bolsheviki had a comparatively small following among the peasants, and a permanent dictatorship of Russia by the industrial workers was impossible. The traditional peasant party was the Socialist Revolutionary Party. Of all the parties now supporting the Soviet government, the left socialist revolutionaries were the logical inheritors of peasant leadership, and the left socialist revolutionaries, who were at the mercy of the organized city proletariat, desperately needed the backing of the peasants. Meanwhile Smolny had not neglected the peasants. After the land decree, One of the first actions of the new Tsay had been to call a Congress of Peasants, over the head of the Executive Committee of the Peasants' Soviets. A few days later was issued detailed regulations for the Volast, township, land committees, followed by Lenin's instruction to peasants, one which explained the Bolshevik Revolution and the new government in simple terms, and on November 16, Lenin and Milyutin published the instructions to provincial emissaries, of whom thousands were sent by the Soviet government into the villages. One upon his arrival in the province to which he is accredited, the emissary should call a joint meeting of the Central Executive Committees of the Soviets of Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants' Deputies, to whom he should make a report on the agrarian laws, and then demand that a joint plenary session of the Soviets be summoned. 2. He must study the aspects of the agrarian problem in the province. A. Has the landowner's property been taken over, and if so, in what districts? B. Who administers the confiscated land, the former proprietor, or the land committees? C. What has been done with the agricultural machinery and with the farm animals? 3. Has the ground cultivated by the peasants been augmented? 4. How much and in what respect does the amount of land now under cultivation differ from the amount fixed by the government as an average minimum? 5. The emissary must insist that, after the peasants have received the land, it is imperative that they increase the amount of cultivated land as quickly as possible, and that they hasten the sending of grain to the cities, as the only means of avoiding famine. 6. What are the measures projected or put into effect for the transfer of land from the landowners to the land committees and similar bodies appointed by the Soviets? 7. It is desirable that agricultural properties well appointed and well organized should be administered by Soviets composed of the regular employees of those properties, under the direction of competent agricultural scientists. All through the villages a ferment of change was going on, caused not only by the electrifying action of the land decree, but also by thousands of revolutionary-minded peasant soldiers returning from the front. These men, especially, welcomed the call to a Congress of Peasants. Like the old Tsay in the matter of the Second Congress of Workers and Soldiers Soviets, the Executive Committee tried to prevent the Peasant Congress summoned by Smolny. And like the old Tsay, finding its resistance futile, the Executive Committee sent frantic telegrams ordering the election of conservative delegates. Word was even spread among the peasants that the Congress would meet at Mogilev, and some delegates went there, but by November 23 about 400 had gathered in Petrograd, and the party caucuses had begun. The first session took place in the Alexander Hall of the Duma building, and the first vote showed that more than half of all the delegates were left socialist revolutionaries, while the Bolsheviki controlled a bare fifth, the conservative socialist revolutionaries a quarter, and all the rest were united only in their opposition to the old Executive Committee, dominated by Avksentiev, Tchaikovsky, and Peshekhanov. The great hall was jammed with people and shaken with continual clamor. Deep, stubborn bitterness divided the delegates into angry groups. To the right was a sprinkling of officers' epaulets, and the patriarchal, bearded faces of the older, more substantial peasants. In the center were a few peasants, non-commissioned officers, and some soldiers, and on the left almost all the delegates wore the uniforms of common soldiers. These last were the young generation, who had been serving in the army. The galleries were thronged with workers who, in Russia, still remember their peasant origin. Unlike the old Tsay, the Executive Committee, in opening the session, did not recognize the Congress as official. The official Congress was called for December 13. Amid a hurricane of applause and angry cries, the Speaker declared that this gathering was merely extraordinary conference, but the extraordinary conference soon showed its attitude toward the Executive Committee by electing as presiding officer Maria Spiridonova, leader of the left socialist revolutionaries. Most of the first day was taken up by a violent debate as to whether the representatives of the lost Soviets should be seated, or only delegates from the provincial bodies, and just as in the Workers' and Soldiers' Congress, an overwhelming majority declared in favor of the widest possible representation. Whereupon the old Executive Committee left the hall. Almost immediately it was evident that most of the delegates were hostile to the government of the People's Commissars. Zinoviev, attempting to speak for the Bolsheviki, was hooted down, and as he left the platform, amid laughter, there were cries, "There's how a people's commissar sits in a mud puddle." "We left socialist revolutionaries refuse," cried Nazarev, a delegate from the provinces, "to recognize this so-called workers' and peasants' government until the peasants are represented in it. At present it is nothing but a dictatorship of the workers. We insist upon the formation of a new government which will represent the entire democracy." The reactionary delegates shrewdly fostered this feeling, declaring, in the face of protests from the Bolshevik benches, that the Council of People's Commissars intended either to control the Congress or dissolve it by force of arms, an announcement which was received by the peasants with bursts of fury. On the third day Lenin suddenly mounted the tribune. For 10 minutes the room went mad. "Down with him," they shrieked. "We will not listen to any of your people's commissars. We don't recognize your government." Lenin stood there quite calmly, gripping the desk with both hands, his little eyes thoughtfully surveying the tumult beneath. Finally, except for the right side of the hall, the demonstration wore itself out somewhat. "I do not come here as a member of the Council of People's Commissars," said Lenin, and waited again for the noise to subside, "but as a member of the Bolshevik faction, duly elected to this Congress." And he held his credentials up to that all might see them. "However," he went on, in an unmoved voice, "nobody will deny that the present government of Russia has been formed by the Bolshevik party." He had to wait a moment, so that for all purposes it is the same thing. Here the right benches broke into deafening clamor, but the center and left were curious, and compelled silence. Lenin's argument was simple. "Tell me frankly, you peasants, to whom we have given the lands of the Pomyashchiki, do you want now to prevent the workers from getting control of industry? This is class war. The Pomyashchiki of course oppose the peasants, and the manufacturers oppose the workers. Are you going to allow the ranks of the proletariat to be divided? Which side will you be on? We, the Bolsheviki, are the party of the proletariat, of the peasant proletariat as well as the industrial proletariat. We, the Bolsheviki, are the protectors of the Soviets, of the peasants' Soviets as well as those of the workers and soldiers. The present government is a government of Soviets. We have not only invited the peasants' Soviets to join that government, but we have also invited representatives of the left socialist revolutionaries to enter the Council of People's Commissars. The Soviets are the most perfect representatives of the people, of the workers in the factories and mines, of the workers in the fields. Anybody who attempts to destroy the Soviets is guilty of an anti-democratic and counter-revolutionary act. And I serve notice here on you, comrades right socialist revolutionaries, and on you, Messrs. Cadets, that if the Constituent Assembly attempts to destroy the Soviets, we shall not permit the Constituent Assembly to do this thing. On the afternoon of November 25, Chernov arrived in hot haste from Mogilev, summoned by the Executive Committee. Only 2 months before considered an extreme revolutionist, and very popular with the peasants, he was now called to check the dangerous drift of the Congress toward the left. Upon his arrival Chernov was arrested and taken to Smolny, where, after a short conversation, he was released. His first act was to bitterly rebuke the Executive Committee for leaving the Congress. They agreed to return, and Chernov entered the hall, welcomed with great applause by the majority, and the hoots and jeers of the Bolsheviki. "Comrades! I have been away. I participated in the conference of the 12th Army on the question of calling a congress of all the peasant delegates of the armies of the Western Front, and I know very little about the insurrection which occurred here." Zinoviev rose in his seat, and shouted, "Yes, you were away for a few minutes." Fearful tumult. Cries, "Down with the Bolsheviki!" Chernov continued. "The accusation that I helped lead an army on Petrograd has no foundation, and is entirely false. Where does such an accusation come from? Show me the source." Zinoviev, Izvyestia and Dialo Narita, your own paper, that's where it comes from. Chernov's wide face, with the small eyes, waving hair and grayish beard, became red with wrath, but he controlled himself and went on. I repeat, I know practically nothing about what has happened here, and I did not lead any army except this army. He pointed to the peasant delegates, which I am largely responsible for bringing here. Laughter, and shouts of bravo. Upon my return I visited Smolny. No such accusation was made against me there. After a brief conversation I left, and that's all. Let anyone present make such an accusation. An uproar followed, in which the Bolsheviki and some of the left socialist revolutionaries were on their feet all at once, shaking their fists and yelling, and the rest of the assembly tried to yell them down. This is an outrage, not a session, cried Chernov, and he left the hall. The meeting was adjourned because of the noise and disorder. Meanwhile, the question of the status of the Executive Committee was agitating all minds. By declaring the Assembly Extraordinary Conference, it had been planned to block the re-election of the Executive Committee. But this worked both ways. The left socialist revolutionists decided that if the Congress had no power over the Executive Committee, then the Executive Committee had no power over the Congress. On November 25 the Assembly resolved that the powers of the Executive Committee be assumed by the Extraordinary Conference, in which only members of the Executive who had been elected as delegates might vote. The next day, in spite of the bitter opposition of the Bolsheviki, the resolution was amended to give all the members of the Executive Committee, whether elected as delegates or not, voice and vote in the Assembly. On the 27th occurred the debate on the land question, which revealed the differences between the agrarian program of the Bolsheviki and the left socialist revolutionaries. Kolkonsky, for the left socialist revolutionaries, outlined the history of the land question during the revolution. The first Congress of Peasants' Soviets, he said, had voted a precise and formal resolution in favor of putting the landed estates immediately into the hands of the land committees. But the directors of the revolution, and the bourgeois in the government, had insisted that the question could not be solved until the Constituent Assembly met. The second period of the revolution, the period of compromise, was signaled by the entrance of Chernov into the cabinet. The peasants were convinced that now the practical solution of the land question would begin, but in spite of the imperative decision of the First Peasant Congress, the reactionaries and conciliators in the Executive Committee had prevented any action. This policy provoked a series of agrarian disorders, which appeared as the natural expression of impatience and thwarted energy on the part of the peasants. The peasants understood the exact meaning of the revolution. They tried to turn words into action. The recent events, said the orator, do not indicate a simple riot, or a Bolshevik adventure, but on the contrary, a real popular rising, which has been greeted with sympathy by the whole country. The Bolsheviki in general took the correct attitude toward the land question, but in recommending that the peasants seize the land by force, they committed a profound error. From the first days, the Bolsheviki declared that the peasants should take over the land by revolutionary mass action. This is nothing but anarchy. The land can be taken over in an organized manner. For the Bolsheviki it was important that the problems of the revolution should be solved in the quickest possible manner, but the Bolsheviki were not interested in how these problems were to be solved. The land decree of the Congress of Soviets is identical in its fundamentals with the decisions of the First Peasants' Congress. Why then did not the new government follow the tactics outlined by that Congress? Because the Council of People's Commissars wanted to hasten the settlement of the land question, so that the Constituent Assembly would have nothing to do. But also the government saw that it was necessary to adopt practical measures, so without further reflection, it adopted the regulations for land committees, thus creating a strange situation, for the Council of People's Commissars abolished private property in land, but the regulations drawn up by the land committees are based on private property. However, no harm has been done by that, for the land committees are paying no attention to the Soviet decrees, but are putting into operation their own practical decisions based on the will of the vast majority of the peasants. These land committees are not attempting the legislative solution of the land question, which belongs to the Constituent Assembly alone. But will the Constituent Assembly desire to do the will of the Russian peasants? Of that we cannot be sure. All we can be sure of is that the revolutionary determination of the peasants is now aroused, and that the constituent will be forced to settle the land question the way the peasants want it settled. The Constituent Assembly will not dare to break with the will of the people. Followed him Lenin, listened to now with absorbing intensity. At this moment we are not only trying to solve the land question, but the question of social revolution not only here in Russia, but all over the world. The land question cannot be solved independently of the other problems of the social revolution. For example, the confiscation of the landed estates will provoke the resistance not only of Russian landowners, but also of foreign capital with whom the great landed properties are connected through the intermediary of the banks. The ownership of the land in Russia is the basis for immense oppression, and the confiscation of the land by the peasants is the most important step of our revolution. But it cannot be separated from the other steps, as is clearly manifested by the stages through which the revolution has had to pass. The first stage was the crushing of autocracy and the crushing of the power of the industrial capitalists and landowners, whose interests are closely related. The second stage was the strengthening of the Soviets and the political compromise with the bourgeoisie. The mistake of the left socialist revolutionaries lies in the fact that at that time they did not oppose the policy of compromise, because they held the theory that the consciousness of the masses was not yet fully developed. If socialism can only be realized when the intellectual development of all the people permits it, then we shall not see socialism for at least 500 years. The socialist political party, this is the vanguard of the working class. It must not allow itself to be halted by the lack of education of the mass average, but it must lead the masses, using the Soviets as organs of revolutionary initiative. But in order to lead the wavering, the comrades left socialist revolutionaries themselves must stop hesitating. In July last a series of open breaks began between the popular masses and the compromisers, but now, in November, the left socialist revolutionaries are still holding out their hand to Avksentiev, who is pulling the people with his little finger. If compromise continues, the revolution disappears. No compromise with the bourgeoisie is possible, its power must be absolutely crushed. We Bolsheviki have not changed our land program, we have not given up the abolition of private property in the land, and we do not intend to do so. We adopted the regulations for land committees which are not based on private property at all because we want to accomplish the popular will in the way the people have themselves decided to do it, so as to draw closer the coalition of all the elements who are fighting for the social revolution. We invite the left socialist revolutionaries to enter that coalition, insisting, however, that they cease looking backward, and that they break with the conciliators of their party. As far as the Constituent Assembly is concerned, it is true, as the preceding speaker has said, that the work of the constituent will depend on the revolutionary determination of the masses. I say, count on that revolutionary determination, but don't forget your gun. Lenin then read the Bolshevik resolution. The Peasants' Congress, fully supporting the land decree of November 8th approves of the Provisional Workers' and Peasants' Government of the Russian Republic, established by the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Deputies. The Peasants' Congress invites all peasants unanimously to sustain that law, and to apply it immediately themselves, and at the same time invites the peasants to appoint to posts and positions of responsibility only persons who have proved, not by words but by acts, their entire devotion to the interests of the exploited peasant workers, their desire and their ability to defend these interests against all resistance on the part of the great landowners, the capitalists, their partisans and accomplices. The Peasants' Congress, at the same time, expresses its conviction that the complete realization of all the measures which make up the land decree can only be successful through the triumph of the workers' social revolution, which began November 7, 1917, for only the social revolution can accomplish the definite transfer, without possibility of return, of the land to the peasant workers, the confiscation of model farms and their surrender to the peasant communes, the confiscation of agricultural machinery belonging to the great landowners, the safeguarding of the interests of the agricultural workers by the complete abolition of wage slavery, the regular and methodical distribution among all regions of Russia of the products of agriculture and industry, and the seizure of the banks, without which the possession of land by the whole people would be impossible, after the abolition of private property, and all sorts of assistance by the state to the workers. For these reasons the Peasants' Congress sustains entirely the Revolution of November 7th as a social revolution, and expresses its unalterable will to put into operation, with whatever modifications are necessary, but without any hesitation, the social transformation of the Russian Republic. The indispensable conditions of the victory of the social revolution, which alone will secure the lasting success and the complete realization of the Land Decree, is the close union of the peasant workers with the industrial working class, with the proletariat of all advanced countries. From now on, in the Russian Republic, all the organization and administration of the state, from top to bottom, must rest on that union. That union, crushing all attempts, direct or indirect, open or dissimulated, to return to the policy of conciliation with the bourgeoisie, conciliation, damned by experience, with the chiefs of bourgeois politics, can alone ensure the victory of socialism throughout the world. The reactionaries of the Executive Committee no longer dared openly to appear. Chernov, however, spoke several times, with a modest and winning impartiality. He was invited to sit on the platform. On the second night of the Congress an anonymous note was handed up to the chairman, requesting that Chernov be made honorary president. Ustinov read the note aloud, and immediately Zinoviev was on his feet, screaming that this was a trick of the old Executive Committee to capture the convention. In a moment the hall was one bellowing mass of waving arms and angry faces, on both sides. Nevertheless, Chernov remained very popular. In the stormy debates on the land question and the Lenin resolution, the Bolsheviki were twice on the point of quitting the assembly, both times restrained by their leaders. It seemed to me as if the Congress were hopelessly deadlocked. But none of us knew that a series of secret conferences were already going on between the left socialist revolutionaries and the Bolsheviki at Smolny. At first the left socialist revolutionaries had demanded that there be a government composed of all the socialist parties in and out of the Soviets, to be responsible to a People's Council, composed of an equal number of delegates from the workers' and soldiers' organization, and that of the peasants, and completed by representatives of the City Dumas and the Zemstvos. Lenin and Trotsky were to be eliminated, and the Military Revolutionary Committee and other repressive organs dissolved. Wednesday morning, November 28, after a terrible all-night struggle, an agreement was reached. The Tsayika, composed of 108 members, was to be augmented by 108 members elected proportionally from the Peasants' Congress, by 100 delegates elected directly from the army and the fleet, and by 50 representatives of the trade unions, 35 from the general unions, 10 railway workers, and 5 from the post and telegraph workers. The Dumas and Zemstvos were dropped. Lenin and Trotsky remained in the government, and the Military Revolutionary Committee continued to function. The sessions of the Congress had now been removed to the Imperial Law School building, Fontanka 6, headquarters of the Peasants' Soviets. There in the great meeting hall the delegates gathered on Wednesday afternoon. The old Executive Committee had withdrawn, and was holding a rump convention of its own in another room of the same building, made up of bolting delegates and representatives of the army committees. Chernov went from one meeting to the other, keeping a watchful eye on the proceedings. He knew that an agreement with the Bolsheviki was being discussed, but he did not know that it had been concluded. He spoke to the rump convention. At present, when everybody is in favor of forming an all-socialist government, many people forget the first ministry, which was not a coalition government, and in which there was only one socialist, Kerensky, a government which, in its time, was very popular. Now people accuse Kerensky, they forget that he was raised to power, not only by the Soviets, but also by the popular masses. Why did public opinion change toward Kerensky? The savages set up gods to which they pray, and which they punish if one of their prayers is not answered. That is what is happening at this moment. Yesterday Kerensky, today Lenin and Trotsky, another tomorrow. We have proposed to both Kerensky and the Bolsheviki to retire from the power. Kerensky has accepted today. He announced from his hiding place that he has resigned as premier, but the Bolsheviki wish to retain the power, and they do not know how to use it. If the Bolsheviki succeed, or if they fail, the fate of Russia will not be changed. The Russian villages understand perfectly what they want, and they are now carrying out their own measures. The villages will save us in the end. In the meanwhile, in the Great Hall Ustinov had announced the agreement between the Peasants' Congress and Smolny, received by the delegates with the wildest joy. Suddenly Chernov appeared, and demanded the floor. I understand, he began, that an agreement is being concluded between the Peasants' Congress and Smolny. Such an agreement would be illegal, seeing that the true Congress of Peasants' Soviets does not meet until next week. Moreover, I want to warn you now that the Bolsheviki will never accept your demands. He was interrupted by a great burst of laughter, and realizing the situation, he left the platform and the room, taking his popularity with him. Late in the afternoon of Thursday, November 16, the Congress met in extraordinary session. There was a holiday feeling in the air, on every face was a smile. The remainder of the business before the assembly was hurried through, and then old Nathanson, the white-bearded dean of the left wing of the Socialist Revolutionaries, his voice trembling and tears in his eyes, read the report of the wedding of the Peasants' Soviets with the Workers' and Soldiers' Soviets. At every mention of the word union there was ecstatic applause. At the end Ustinov announced the arrival of a delegation from Smolny, accompanied by representatives of the Red Army, greeted with a rising ovation. One after another a workman, a soldier, and a sailor took the floor, hailing them. Then Boris Reinstein, delegate of the American Socialist Labor Party, the day of the union of the Congress of Peasants and the Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Deputies is one of the great days of the revolution. The sound of it will ring with resounding echoes throughout the whole world, in Paris, in London, and across the ocean in New York. This union will fill with happiness the hearts of all toilers. A great idea has triumphed. The West, and America, expected from Russia, from the Russian proletariat, something tremendous. The proletariat of the world is waiting for the Russian Revolution, waiting for the great things that it is accomplishing. Sverdlov, president of the Tsayika, greeted them. And with the shout, "Long live the end of civil war! Long live the united democracy," the peasants poured out of the building. It was already dark, and on the ice-covered snow glittered the pale light of moon and star. Along the bank of the canal were drawn up in full marching order the soldiers of the Pavlovsky Regiment, with their band, which broke into the Marseillaise. Amid the crashing full-throat shouts of the soldiers, the peasants formed in line, unfurling the great red banner of the Executive Committee of the All-Russian Peasants' Soviets, embroidered newly in gold, "Long live the Union of the Revolutionary and Toiling Masses." Following were other banners, of the District Soviets of Putilov Factory, which read, "We bow to this flag in order to create the brotherhood of all people." From somewhere torches appeared, blazing orange in the night, 1,000 times reflected in the facets of the ice, streaming out smokily over the throng as it moved down the bank of the Fontanka, singing, between crowds that stood in astonished silence, "Long live the Revolutionary Army! Long live the Red Guard! Long live the peasants!" So the great procession wound through the city, growing and unfurling ever new red banners lettered in gold. Two old peasants, bowed with toil, were walking hand in hand, their faces illumined with childlike bliss. "Well," said one, "I'd like to see them take away our land again, now." Near Smolny the Red Guard was lined up on both sides of the street, wild with delight. The other old peasant spoke to his comrade. "I am not tired," he said. "I walked on air all the way." On the steps of Smolny about 100 workers and soldiers deputies were massed, with their banner, dark against the blaze of light streaming out between the arches. Like a wave they rushed down, clasping the peasants in their arms and kissing them, and the procession poured in through the great door and up the stairs, with a noise like thunder. In the immense white meeting room the Tsay-ee-kah was waiting, with the whole Petrograd Soviet and 1,000 spectators beside, with that solemnity which attends great conscious moments in history. Zinoviev announced the agreement with the Peasants' Congress, to a shaking roar which rose and burst into storm as the sound of music blared down the corridor, and the head of the procession came in. On the platform the Presidium rose and made place for the Peasants' Presidium, the two embracing. Behind them the two banners were intertwined against the white wall, over the empty frame from which the Tsar's picture had been torn. Then opened the triumphal session. After a few words of welcome from Sverdlov, Maria Spiridonova, slight, pale, with spectacles and hair drawn flatly down, and the air of a New England school teacher, took the tribune, the most loved and the most powerful woman in all Russia. Before the workers of Russia open now horizons which history has never known. All workers' movements in the past have been defeated. But the present movement is international, and that is why it is invincible. There is no force in the world which can put out the fire of the revolution. The old world crumbles down, the new world begins. Then Trotsky, full of fire, I wish you welcome, comrades peasants. You come here not as guests, but as masters of this house, which holds the heart of the Russian Revolution. The will of millions of workers is now concentrated in this hall. There is now only one master of the Russian land, the Union of the Workers, Soldiers, and Peasants. With biting sarcasm he went on to speak of the Allied diplomats, till then contemptuous of Russia's invitation to an armistice, which had been accepted by the Central Powers. A new humanity will be born of this war. In this hall we swear to workers of all lands to remain at our revolutionary post. If we are broken, then it will be in defending our flag. Krylenko followed him, explaining the situation at the front, where Dukhanin was preparing to resist the Council of People's Commissars. Let Dukhanin and those with him understand well that we shall not deal gently with those who bar the road to peace. Dybenko saluted the assembly in the name of the fleet, and Krushinsky, member of the Vikzhel, said, from this moment, when the union of all true socialists is realized, the whole army of railway workers places itself absolutely at the disposition of the revolutionary democracy. And Lunacharsky, almost weeping, and Proshian, for the left socialist revolutionaries, and finally Saharashvili, for the United Social Democrats Internationalists, composed of members of the Martovs and of Gorky's groups, who declared, we left the Tsay-ee-kah because of the uncompromising policy of the Bolsheviki, and to force them to make concessions in order to realize the union of all the revolutionary democracy. Now that that union is brought about, we consider it a sacred duty to take our places once more in the Tsay-ee-kah. We declare that all those who have withdrawn from the Tsay-ee-kah should now return. Stakov, a dignified old peasant of the Presidium of the Peasants' Congress, bowed to the four corners of the room. I greet you with the christening of a new Russian life and freedom. Grinsky, in the name of the Polish Social Democracy, Skrinik, for the factory shop committees, Tifonov, for the Russian soldiers at Salonika, and others, interminably, speaking out of full hearts, with the happy eloquence of hopes fulfilled. It was late in the night when the following resolution was put and passed unanimously. The Tsay-ee-kah, united in extraordinary session with the Petrograd Soviet and the Peasants' Congress, confirms the Land and Peace Decrees adopted by the Second Congress of Soviets of Workers and Soldiers Deputies, and also the Decree on Workers' Control adopted by the Tsay-ee-kah. The joint session of the Tsay-ee-kah and the Peasants' Congress expresses its firm conviction that the union of workers, soldiers, and peasants, this fraternal union of all the workers and all exploited, will consolidate the power conquered by them, that it will take all revolutionary measures to hasten the passing of the power into the hands of the working class in other countries, and that it will assure in this manner the lasting accomplishment of a just peace and the victory of socialism. 2. Footnotes. 1. Instruction to peasants in answer to the numerous inquiries coming from peasants, it is hereby explained that the whole power in the country is from now on held by the Soviets of the workers, soldiers, and peasants' deputies. The workers' revolution, after having conquered in Petrograd and in Moscow, is now conquering in all other centers of Russia. The workers' and peasants' government safeguards the interests of the masses of peasantry, the poorest of them. It is with the majority of peasants and workers against the landowners, and against the capitalists. Hence the Soviets of Peasants' Deputies, and before all the district Soviets, and subsequently those of the provinces, are from now on and until the Constituent Assembly meets, full-powered bodies of state authority in their localities. All landlords' titles to the land are cancelled by the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets. A decree regarding the land has already been issued by the present Provisional Workers' and Peasants' Government. On the basis of the above decree, all lands hitherto belonging to landlords now pass entirely and wholly into the hands of the Soviets of Peasants' Deputies. The Volost, a group of several villages forms a Volost. Land committees are immediately to take over all land from the landlords, and to keep a strict account over it, watching that order be maintained, and that the whole estate be well guarded, seeing that from now on all private estates become public property and must therefore be protected by the people themselves. All orders given by the Volost land committees, adopted with the assent of the district Soviets of Peasants' Deputies, in fulfillment of the decrees issued by the revolutionary power, are absolutely legal and are to be forthwith and irrefutably brought into execution. The Workers' and Peasants' Government appointed by the Second All-Russian Congress of Soviets has received the name of the Council of People's Commissars. The Council of People's Commissars summons the peasants to take the whole power into their hands in every locality. The workers will in every way absolutely and entirely support the peasants, arrange for them all that is required in connection with machines and tools, and in return they request the peasants to help with the transport of grain. President of the Council of People's Commissars. V. Ulyanov, Lenin. Petrograd, November 18, 1917. 2. The full-powered Congress of Peasants' Soviets met about a week later, and continued for several weeks. Its history is merely an expanded version of the history of the extraordinary conference. At first the great majority of the delegates were hostile to the Soviet government, and supported the reactionary wing. Several days later the assembly was supporting the moderates with Chernov. And several days after that the vast majority of the Congress were voting for the faction of Maria Spiridonova, and sending their representatives into the Tsay-ee-ka at Smolny. The right wing then walked out of the Congress and called a Congress of its own, which went on, dwindling from day to day, until it finally dissolved.